What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me? As y'all come into this, please make sure you hit the like button. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. Hey, homie guy, how you doing? I hope all is well with you. How goes it? Shout out to my mom, y'all. Y'all ready for this marathon? Candace. Oh, I've been torturing her over there on X, reminding her of court dates. Candace, you have court April 28th, the year of our Lord 2026 at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Do not be late. You, Larry, Curly, Moe, your three attorneys, better be there on time. Do not have Judge Sheldon Rennie, waiting on you all for your motion to dismiss. As you prove to the rest of the world, you really do not want to go to the discovery phase. Project Constitution trying to follow suit. Oh, we look forward to getting to the discovery process. What an idiot. Candace doesn't want to go to the discovery process. What the hell are you talking about? This is why, Candace, you should have been honest and told people you don't want to go through this discovery process. You should have been honest and told people you filed the motion to dismiss and why. She won't even do that. She refuses to do a video where she says, listen, I filed the motion to dismiss. I'm not in the mood. I don't want to deal with this lawsuit. No. She got all these cult members thinking that she actually wants to go through this court process with the Macrons. Now they're going to mollywop her in court. How y'all doing? Let's get some comments in. Sounds good. Awesome. What's going on, CC, Francisco? Shout out to my moms. I appreciate you guys. Mister, how you doing? Y'all, CC, y'all, we was hanging out late last night. So, I slept well. I hope you all slept well. I can get more sleep. You can always use more sleep. Y'all, we are, listen, so excited. I tried to upload the video. I didn't get the chance to. Tuesday, 6 p.m. RT's, if you don't mind sending me, if somebody, I'm going to just have to email RT to let her know. I need to get this video. I don't know, saved in another format or something so that I can upload it. RT's wrote a man, this song is so cool. Like, don't mess with LLC. I love it. It was just perfect. And Josh is going to be joining us Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I told you all, we have an exciting week coming up. Candace, Joshua Carr will be joining the Lady Luck Club to talk about the investigative series that he has done. Any future projects coming up, questions. We're just going to hang out and have a good time here. Oh, man. I look so forward to the marathon tomorrow, you all. I did schedule it. I look forward to the marathon on Nicholas Brooks because we're going to catch up on his content. Shout out to Nicholas Brooks. And, of course, next week, hopefully, Gary and I will be able to solidify a collab. But we got Joshua Carr coming through on Tuesday. I'm so excited, y'all. I have the 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to set that up. Oh! So mark your calendars. Joshua Carr, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mark your calendars. I'm so excited, you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. It's been a minute since I've called LLC Live. I know, mister. You all right? Y'all hit that like button for me. Thank you, Miriam. Sound much better than last. Oh, yeah. God bless. Thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. What's going on? How you doing, Brian Martinez? What's going on? Hi, everybody. Listen, thank y'all so much. Y'all ready to get started on this? It's so many videos that we're gonna check out. I don't even know which one to go to first, but we going to it. Let's see here. Scientology Sunday is gonna be something else. We're gonna be checking out Aaron, Aaron, growing up in Scientology, and a couple of videos from Jenna, one of which involves the arrest of 2 Scientology hitmen. What? Oh my goodness. This is probably going to be one of the best. I mean, aside from the one with Kyla. Sorry. Probably one of the best streams for tomorrow for Scientology. Oh my God. Where is she? Is she all right? You guys okay? Let's see here. So you all want to check out her speech that she did, Catholic prayer, Catholics for Catholics. They had a convention Thursday. This is at the Waldorf Hotel in DC. Is this the right one? What are they doing? This is a convention. What kind of convention is this? Oh Lord. Candace said something. Candace, I heard you was talking about demons or something. It's girl. She already said she can hear demons squeal or something like that. For 75 people. Hey, no, how you doing, honey? So hold on. 75 people was at this thing? Ugh. How bad is it? Let me y'all, we got a lot to catch up on. Y'all see this list is forever. Y'all send me videos and clips, honey. We got Milk Bar got a whole new video. We're gonna get that in. Oh, how many times did Candace Owens talk about herself versus? Oh yeah, we gotta watch that one. All right, so we'll watch this one first. Whatever clip, it's the clip of her. I'm just gonna play her. Let me see here. What the heck? I'm assuming this is an intro. Who is this? Y'all know who that is? This is something that happens every year or something she did. How does this go? What's this? Candace, why are you up here throwing these events, but you can't tell people you filed a motion to dismiss and you got court next month? Can't make this out. She's not going to tell anybody she's going to court next month. Oh my God. I can't confirm this 100% yet, but I'm leaning heavy towards fake that cease and desist. I'm not saying this thing. Yep, I'm starting to. Wow. If it were though, I mean, the attorneys for TPUSA would have came out and said that it was not real. They didn't submit it over. Are you talking about the letter or their response? I mean, here's the thing. A cease and desist letter can be sent by anybody. It doesn't have to be by an attorney. You can send a cease and desist letter as a regular, citizen, as a just regular individual to someone else. So you don't have to be an attorney to issue out a cease and desist letter. An order comes from a judge or a government agency of some sort. And that's usually signed and enforceable. But the letter itself, that could be, you can send a letter. If he faked that and did that nonsense, child, that goes to show how bored they are. They could talk about anything else. If he's doing that, I'm gonna clown his ass in next. Like he deserves to get clowned. The Catholics used to be held at Mar-a-Lago. So this is a real thing. This is something that actually, okay, it's not some sheep playing. Okay. All right. Child. It's not TPUSA attorney. It's another lawyer called them and sent them an email. Should hear back from it. I'll follow up. Okay, cool. Let us know. Because if he pulled that stunt, that's a sign of just desperation. If he pulled that stunt and they didn't send the letter and he making it seem like, oh, they did send me this, that man Project Constitution should be dragged all over the internet. If he ended up doing, just like he ended up faking that audio thing. Did they ever say who created that audio file where he ended up having to say it was not Erica Kirk? Like the fact that they're sitting here doing all of this, it just shows how desperate they are for attention. You would think like, okay, let me just read and research some information and report on it and put it out there. Now, and then you want to sit here and raise money for attorney's fees. For what? He already got a GoFundMe up. Or something with Substack. You telling people to go and get a Substack subscription to help pay for attorney's fees. Hell no. No. Y'all better not get that boy no money. Child. Let's see. No reply. Say, yeah, it's not a real Catholic event. It's not sanctioned by Catholics. It has nothing to do with the church. It's just something they call it. What? Hey, Carrie, how you doing? How's it going? The audio recorder is real. It's just another lady. Okay, got it. It was actually part of the investigation in court. Got it. Thank you for that. Yeah, it wasn't Erica Kirk. It was just someone else. You can't make this up. And he said that it was Erica Kirk. He has no problem lying like hell. Project Constitution has no problem. Project Constipation. Upset stomach and diarrhea. Oh, he just crapping all over the internet. Y'all ready? Let's get to this. All right, I think he's gonna introduce Evelyn, and then she's gonna come out and y'all. She says she broke a foot or something. Candace chasing George all over the house is not gonna pull him out the closet.
To give a warm welcome to the one and only Candace Owens.
People that attack my faith, I take it very seriously. I'm calling for peace. No Christ is king of my heart.
There is a divine aspect to everything that's happening. The reason why I survived it and the reason why I'm happy is because I have real faith.
The expression that to become a student of history means to become a Catholic is something that I have taken to heart.
It has forever been a holy war that is being waged against goodness. Christ is king.
Number one podcast in the world is a lie. That's a lie.
Hello, thank you guys. Please be seated. And yes, I broke my foot. First time I've ever broken a bone in my body, just ahead of this event on Friday the 13th, no less. It's just amazing.
You know what's amazing? Candace, I know you listening, you heifer. You know what's amazing? Karma. God said vengeance is mine. And he will have it. You understand? And you still have court April 28th at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Karma, Candace. Karma is amazing. And we bless God for it. He said, leave widows alone. He tried to tell you. Now, this is just take that as, okay, I'm learning my lesson, Lord. Let me go sit it down. That's a broken foot. It'll heal. Please don't make God have to do anything else to get your attention. That's just a heads up to you, girl. Oh, this dumb heifer. She'll learn the hard way.
So much. I consider that to be just kind of an analogy for my entire experience being a Catholic. You're in the middle of Lent. I'm already giving up breakfast and lunch and meat on Fridays. And then it's, how about your right foot? How about walking for the rest of Lent? And it's so funny.
Yeah, but she never says how she broke her foot. I find that to be fascinating. Do y'all know how she broke that foot? Other than chasing George over the house. Come and impregnate me. George running from her. He's jumping over couches and running down flights of stairs. No, I'm not sticking this in that. Y'all, she been chasing George all over the house. He won't give her mommy and daddy time. Yeah, he hiding from her for real. Yeah, she broke her foot. George shows up with a black eye. What the heck? She been trying to tackle his ass down. You said you wanted 5 kids. We only have 4. You owe me 1 more. Oh Lord. If he got a black eye, Candace, you know you're gonna get a meme, right? You sat here and went after the Macrons because we saw the first lady pimp slap president. Why Jordan walk around with a black eye? You got a broken foot. Did you kick him in the face and you realized your bones were brittle? She talking about she's skipping meals. Girl, no, you need a whole chicken. Will you eat? You look concerned. We're concerned. You look like you're gonna wither away. You can't even blow the wind hard around Candace. She's gonna pick up. I don't think she has enough weight to stay grounded. Girl, you need to eat a meal. Eat some vegetables. What the hell wrong with you? Why are you skipping meals? That's not even healthy. Oh, I'm skipping meals. No, your body needs it. Your body needs it. And so does your brain. Chasing George over at the house is hard work. He's spending out a lot of energy. Yeah, she's chasing that. She's trying to get another baby in. All right, let's get to it. He said, no, call Boys Club.
I kind of reflect on my Catholic journey and being baptized. I guess it's been 3 years now. I got baptized 3 years ago. And I remember, for whatever reason, I was so deluded. And I thought that the baptism, when I got there, like that was the finish line, you know, like this is, yes, I've made it. I figured it out. The battle is spiritual. I've now entered into the Catholic faith, and I had no idea how backward I had it. It was really the battle was just beginning. You know, someone said to be a Catholic is to suffer. And I really saw how immediately true that was, almost to the minute, becoming baptized. And I promise you, when I was Protestant, I went around the world. I spoke about my faith. I talked about Christianity. I spoke about the Bible. And nobody batted an eyelash. The moment that I became Catholic, it was just game on. It was, I think the Vanity Fair took the first stab, and they drew. It was actually quite an interesting little art piece, and they had me up there.
Oh my God, Candace, you're so dingy. You can't make this up. No Reply says she thought getting baptized was the finish line. She hasn't even had her confirmation. What does she even? She hasn't been confirmed. Candace, this is how you all. I'm telling you all, this girl does not read. This is proof that this helper does not read. Candace doesn't read anything. You have not been confirmed. What are you doing, Candace? And why do they have her speaking? Just because you get on a platform and lie like hell all day, every day, 5 days a week, does not mean that you should be getting a spotlight. And you're not even a confirmed Catholic. Candace, I don't have to be Catholic to know that you probably should be confirmed first. Because there's so many other people in there that might be more qualified than you to speak. And she's not #1 podcaster. They lie. That lie is ridiculous. You can pull up statistics to prove that wrong and debunk them. You can't make this up. 75 people at $5,000 per plate. Yeah, that's right up her alley. She charged people how much for $2,500 or something like that, $15,000 in Australia when she was supposed to do that tour, and they said, "Hell no, you're not coming here to our country." And it was like $250. No, it was $100. Then it was like $250, something like that. And then the higher end plates with dinner, backstage, and all that in the thousands. You can't make this up. So they created they created the event, Candace and George. Okay, so this is not even a real thing. They created this. I mean, it's a real thing, but it's something they created. Yo, this is crazy. She thought, did you see how did she break her foot? No Reply. Does anyone know how she broke her foot? Did she even mention that? Funny how she just kind of glossed over it. Who baptized her ball? Who knows? The devil baptized Candace in the lake of fire.
And J.D. Vance up there, Russell Brand up there, and the piece was about this whole Catholic conspiracy. I think they called it the Catholic Industrial Complex. they had worked through some conspiracy. Why are all of these people? Why is Russell Brand praying the rosary? Why is JD Vance Catholic? Why is Candace Owens suddenly Catholic? As if there were, something happening in the vaults of the Vatican where people were conspiring to turn everybody into Catholics. And, my journey, it was right there, Vanity Fair, it was right there. I married a Catholic, actually, so it was pretty obvious that I might land there myself someday. There certainly wasn't any conspiracy, but it was amazing to see that. I didn't understand why it was, it created so much drama, why you couldn't be a Catholic, so to speak, or why people had more questions about what made you turn toward it. And my journey, I think, really is just kind of been lifelong in that way. I have always been a person on the pursuit of the truth, right? I want to know what the truth is. From the time I was a toddler, my mother growing up to me would say, one day you're going to get a kid just like you. And I think she meant that as a threat, by the way, which isn't great. But I do know she would always remark that when I was a toddler, my father and her would have to sort of, when they would reprimand me, they would say something and then they'd sort of close the bedroom door and laugh because I had to reason with them. I had to debate the idea to understand where they were coming from, sort of saying things to them like, Mommy, that doesn't really make sense. I don't really understand. That doesn't make sense. And I think my entire life I've been trying to make sense.
Hold on. Is she going to get to the part where her parents kicked her out of the home at 14 years old and she went and lived with her boyfriend for 6 months? Please tell me this comes up because, Candace, otherwise you will be lying. She said in Russell Brand's interview that her parents kicked her out of the house at 14 years old, when she was a child. And she went and lived with her boyfriend for 6 months. And now she's doting on her parents, the same ones that put her out at 14. Candace said she broke her foot, y'all, on the 13th. Look at God. Yeah. God said, I will get my vengeance now. Have you seen Milk Bar's video about this? No, not yet. We're going to watch that one next. Yeah, we're going to get to that one. The date of the text message doesn't add up. CK's text for 12. February ends with a Y. 24 is CO converted. April 24 doesn't make sense. I don't know. Child, who knows? I thought she converted over because she got married. Looks like things are going to start to get worse for her. Yeah, I don't even understand. Like, why is she here? Let me just say, what's the point of her giving this speech? Sounds like a Valley High girl. Which personality are we dealing with, Karen? Karen? It must be Karen. Karen Amber Rose Owens Farmer. What is your point? Please tell them that you're gonna, get to the part where your parents put you out at 14 and you went and lived with your boyfriend. How old was this boyfriend again?
Of things that never really went away, that desire to understand how things work, how the world is working. And I think at a certain point, I really thought that I had sort of landed on truth when I engaged in politics. And you go, okay, now I'm sort of in the belly of everything and I get this and it's left versus right. And I have to go back and sort of understand the debates that were being had by the founding fathers. And you feel like you have such a grip on things and you've really figured things out and you're flying high. And then you wake up one day and you realize, no, there's something way bigger than this. It's not about politics, Candace, the expression that culture sits above politics. There is something that sits way above that, right? And
Candace, get to the point, girl. This is not your show. You should have talking points or something. This is awful. And you're boring right now. People are eating breakfast and stuff. They trying to figure out what's in the scrambled eggs. They're not studying anything you saying. They hoping that their turkey bacon is crisp. It doesn't taste like sandpaper. Really? Did they have biscuits there? Was it grits? What type of breakfast are we talking about? Or is it more along the lines of quiche and hash browns? What we doing?
What's happening in this world has always been spiritual and has always been theological. And when I began to examine those things and realize, love America, 250 years, rah, 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 But there's a lot of stuff that happened
rah.
before those 250 years that you have to get your hands on, and to fully understand these things of the world, and to recognize that these debates that we are having, they're not new. They are not new. And so I've approached it that way. And when I was baptized, the option was given to me to do my confirmation at the same time. And I thought about it and I said, no, I want to take that sacrament the right way. You know, when you get baptized, you're very much in your infancy. A confirmation signals more maturity. I certainly didn't feel that I was there. I wanted to just do a couple of years, learn the missal, understand what was happening. Why are the priests wearing those vestments? Why these colors?
Yeah, she could have Googled this information and read about it. Isn't that part of your confirmation? To learn the history of Catholicism? To understand the garments and the rosaries and the beads, to understand the meaning of the symbols and artifacts. She could have taken off a month and studied this and then been prepared to do her confirmation with her baptism. When did she get baptized? Like, this is crazy. Y'all. Y'all, it is. This girl is up here rambling. Look at his face on a bride of Chucky doll. Can somebody send me an AI image of Candace as the bride of Chucky? Oh, please do. Yeah, this is Candace. What is the point? Anybody know what her point is? No reply said I am on it. And she could have read books. I mean, she could have taken time off to sit down, read books, research information, talk with various priests and bishops. Candace could have really spent some time and put some energy into it. No one told her to go out here and go in after Erica Kirk. The time and energy she allegedly put in this series with Erica Kirk and with which is not a whole lot because she just lied like hell. Or with Brigitte Macron, Candace could have done the same thing when it came to Catholicism. She could have done the same thing when it came to her faith and to Catholicism and getting confirmed. Sat down and read books, studied, went out, sat down and talked with priests, went to museums, looked at whatever she needed to do. She doesn't do anything else, and she's got money. This girl ain't broke. She doesn't have to work a regular 9 to 5 like everybody else. Like if I don't get paid, I have whole bills that won't get paid. Candace earned $59 million in 6 months. She can take off a whole month and not miss a beat financially. She's just full of greed. But if she truly took this Catholicism seriously, she could take off a month and go study, do what she need to do, figure out all these questions she's got, and do it the right way. The fact that she won't do that she won't sacrifice for God and her faith and religion and anything else, that goes to show how seriously she takes anything else. Because I'm just, I'm saying if I can't show show God how serious I am by giving God time and attention in prayer and reading scripture and studying the Bible, how do I prove that I'm serious about anything else in life? And she wants to put faith in the center of her, that's the foundation here. But this is how she treats Catholicism. And she up here rambling about nonsense and buffoonery. Candace, get to the point, girl.
To feel like such a newbie to ask all of those questions and which I will be asking for a very long time. I could take years off to study the history of the church and still wouldn't be there. But there was another component of it that I wanted to discuss with you guys that made me a bit nervous about becoming a Catholic. And it was kind of this quiet anxiety that I had about not feeling connected to Mary, right? I just was like, I don't feel this connection to Mary, and Catholics have this connection to Mary. And I know that sounds really typical. Dr. Scott Hahn has written about that. That's kind of the standard Protestant operating, what about Mary? You guys worship Mary. but it wasn't in that way. I understood it intellectually. I understood it theologically. If I could have the debate about Mary, but I didn't feel it spiritually. And when I would speak with other Catholics and to hear their passion and they're speaking about Mary, I was like, man, I want that. I really envy that. I want to have this closeness, but I don't feel it. I want to be
She still don't. She don't feel it at all. And clearly, her and George getting into a business arrangement, lavender marriage, is proof that she had no connection. Candace, Yeasty does not appreciate you running around chasing him down the hall. Oh my goodness. Now you can't get up and walk around like you should. She's scooting around on a cart. Candace, stop trying to chase George, okay? He's like, his mind is already set on boys club, all right? He doesn't like you like that. He likes the money. That's why he stands behind the camera and let you just say everything underneath the sun, despite the fact that you could be sued for defamation. He doesn't care. He doesn't think he's going to be named. Yeah, no. Erica Kirk, you're going to have to shock him. That'll get his ass from behind that camera. See, he's named in this. Be like, wait a minute. This wasn't supposed to be against me. Yep. You got to sue George as well. Because he's going to just keep telling her to do this. He made it clear, I will not hold your hand or buy you roses or flowers. None of that. I made that clear from day one. None of that. Not even a little bit. But he won't answer to the allegation that another grown man is levied against him for SA. Yeah, no, he won't talk about that though. Or answer to why he's all up hanging, holding the arm of another grown man in a photo. Damn, they're about to kiss him on the cheek. Can't make this up. What was the young man's name? The artist? The singer? Child?
Should be more intentional about that. And an interesting moment came at Mass when a woman approached me and she just handed me a book and it had a letter inside of it. And it was, I think it was entitled 33 Days to Glory. Everybody knows it. There we go. Still in my infancy. And the letter that she wrote was so beautiful. And she said, you read these prayers every single night and you learn about the thoughts of various saints and you time it so that it lands on a Marian feast. It's a Marian consecration. And she had written how this had sort of changed her life and that I should do it. And I said, great, this is a perfect opportunity. This is what I had been looking for. I mean, my husband did it. It was fantastic. Every night we sat down and we did our prayers together. I mean, it was also, the opportunity to speak through it and for me to ask these questions. More time with my husband. We got to day 33. And, I don't know if I wasn't expecting like a magic carpet to come in and take me out of the room, but I went, I want to feel the thing. And I felt so not great about the fact that I still didn't feel this connection. I can only give you the analogy of how I felt about it is I have two sisters and we all had kids at the same time. Our first child was at the same time. We all had boys. And about, I would say 7 months after my little sister had her son, she told us, she had never expressed this to us, but she was like, he was a very colicky baby, just one of those babies that never stopped crying, screaming. And she said, I feel like I could have a connection to him. I just was like doing the thing for 7 months. And we were like, oh, you didn't like your own baby? Like, you used to feel as a mother, you didn't have a connection to your own baby. You're his mother. And by the way, where's Johnny at? I felt this way when I told Johnny, I was like, I struggled a little bit with Mary in the beginning. He's like, oh, that's Jesus's mother, right? It was sort of this like embedded shame of I'm supposed to feel the thing. I know everybody feels the thing, but I don't feel the thing. And again, I was in the infancy, so it was kind of a reverse analogy. And so we set that aside, and I kind of sort of resigned myself to the fact that okay, this is just what it is, and I'm just not gonna announce that or say anything.
Oh, child. Can somebody tell me what this thing is that she's waiting to feel? Candace, hell is hot, girl. You'll find out in due time. You do not do communion and confirmation at the same time. See, this is the thing. She's not even being accurate in this. She's just talking about random stuff. This is just random blah, 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 blah. Like, none of this is making, like, what is the point? You think she would have made the point already? She still hasn't felt the thing yet to make the point. You can't make this up. Candace, what is your point, girl? Ugh. Y'all, we got a new image. We got the Bride of Georgie doll. Oh, my good grief. Oh, I see it. Shout out to No Reply. Oh, this is epic. Oh, this is so epic. The Bride of Georgie. Candace, we need a brain break. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. Yeah, we need a break. And she sit over here boring us to death. Y'all. Shout out to No Reply. You can listen. Don't ever buy this doll. It's cursed. Don't buy this doll. It might come to life and start rambling you to death. It won't pull out a knife or anything. It's gonna talk you to death. And then you're gonna shrivel up. Candace. Candace is the Bride of Georgia, y'all. I know, right? CC, wear the blonde wig so she can be arrogant. Only in Toyland, where evil rules through dolls, is Candace able to wear a blonde wig. You think she would just go full blown? Candace may have broken that foot trying to jump over the fence to record Erica Kirk doing anything in her house. Candace, you out here stalking that woman. I honestly, I'm gonna have Erica Kirk pull her security camera footage. I would be surprised if you jumping over fences trying to see what she doing, how she playing puzzles with the kids. I can't believe it. How dare she plays puzzle pieces and toy trains with those children? I imagine Candace out here stalking Erica Kirk, just jumping around the tables and stuff. Oh, good grief. Yeah. Georgie Porgy pudding in pie. How does your garden grow? Oh, Candace. This is going to be the thumbnail. Shout out to No Reply, y'all. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are so funny. All right, let's get back to this boring ass speech. She went not here for everybody. Oh, that's going to be the thumbnail, y'all. Candace, please make your point. Be quick.
To anybody about it. And it's funny now in the retrospect, because when you think about a mother is someone that you need, right? It's someone that you need. Babies need their mother, right? It's less about want and more about need. And of course, months later, I would find myself in a state of need, and it was just the most, trying time I would say in my entire life. Most trying time in my entire life when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I don't think that there has, and I hope that there will never be a moment like that, where you question everything. You question everything.
How we go from being a mom to babies needing mothers to now Charlie Kirk's assassination at a Catholic for Catholic convention where he's not Catholic? What are we doing? Candace, you are a creep, girl. Listen. Candace, how much did you pay Tyler Robinson? This isn't normal for someone to obsess over an assassination unless they had a hand in it. It's like she wants to just, revel in her handiwork. Oh, my master plan has been fulfilled. Who does this? This weird obsession with death is disgusting.
And those moments are sort of
Goodness.
magnified when you're a public figure, because there is this, you're not really seen as a human being when you're a public figure. There's an avatar of you that's out there, and people think they know the avatar. And there was so much to process. I think the entire world obviously was impacted by it, and to know a person and to see a person lose their life when it is not expected in circumstances like that, you go through something that words fail. Words fail to describe. And I found myself truly almost broken by this. It was those following weeks feel like a haze to me. I felt very directionless. I also want to say I think I failed spiritually. You know, there was so many emotions.
Yeah, you did fail spiritually. You know what you did? You violated the word of God when you went after a widow. You know how many scriptures you violated all at one time? There's so many scriptures in the Bible that speaks about protecting and defending widows. And you broke every last one of them. Yep, you definitely failed spiritually. You wanted to go after Erica Kirk. And for what? And for some reason, she's like, oh, I just, you know how mothers just need the babies just need their mothers. And I just felt I needed, it's something I just needed. And I didn't feel the thing. And I never felt the thing. And whatever the thing is. But yet she could sit here and brag about how she can hear, demons squealing. Or talk to dead people in her sleep. What the? Y'all, look at this freeze frame. If y'all can't tell this demon sitting up in her face, listen. Didn't I tell y'all Candace is a demon? She got a demon in her. See that freeze frame. Candace, sometimes God allows people to see spiritually what natural eyes aren't able to see. And that's demon in you, girl. You and the devil are a liar. You can't make this up. She's sitting here reveling in the death of someone, as if people need to be reminded of this every day. But yet, when his own wife grieves and mourns the loss of her husband, somehow, oh no, it's just, I can't believe she's bringing it. It's so inappropriate. How dare she has a tent set up where people can go and it's a memorial. Oh no. The wife is not supposed to grieve the loss of her own husband. She attacks the widow, but yet people are supposed to feel bad about her when she talks about losing Charlie, like he was hers. I mean, if that's not a sign that they're in a lavender business marriage, I don't know what is. Because no real man and no real husband will let their wife go on and on about another woman's deceased husband at all. I don't care how close you lie and claim to be. So this dumb demon is sitting here making this whole thing about the assassination of Charlie Kirk because she's got to make money.
Anger, disbelief, upset, the bargaining that goes with that. I spent a lot of time speaking with my priest, and we spoke through these emotions and through our 7 sins as illustrated by Pope Gregory. And he's always said, like yours is you have to deal with the anger, the thoughts. We say we sin in thought and in word and in deed. Me, thought and thought and thought, and thought again and thought again.
Thought and thought.
At some point in those weeks that followed, my husband egged me to go to confession, which was the last thing that I wanted to do. The very last thing that I wanted to do. I was like being a teenager trying to get out of this responsibility, and I was like, oh, we can go. And I'm like, oh, well, it's not going to be open we can go to this church. It's okay. we get to a different church. The kids are in the car. I'm like, the line's really long. We can't make the kids wait in the car as long. He's like, oh, it's okay. I'll just take them to go get gas. He's just making it more and more convenient. And I'm like, okay, I'm not getting out of this. I'm going to get in the car. And I went into the church, and it was kind of a bit of a gloomy day. It's a darker church, a lot of wood in the church. And it was just this moment where the just the way the sun came in, and it happened to hit
Oh,
a
good
sculpture
grief.
of Mary cradling Jesus, and it was the first time throughout the from the incident until that moment that I felt any peace. It was just a warmth that came over me, and I feel like it was the first time that I genuinely smiled, waiting for confession, and I just thought to myself, I know it's going to be okay. I felt, and then I remembered this discussion that Johnny Epp and I had a week before Charlie lost his life in my house, and how we were discussing how we felt Mary was bringing him close because he had just done his show and was defending.
How Charlie lost his life in my house. Hell, she say? Did I just hear that?
And I feel like it was the first time that I genuinely smiled, waiting for confession. And I just thought to myself, I know it's going to be okay. I felt, and then I remembered this discussion that Johnny Epp and I had a week before Charlie lost his life in my house, and how we.
A week before Charlie lost his life in my house. What the? Y'all see that? Man, what am I hearing? Before Charlie lost his life in my house. Huh? Candace, do you know what you're saying? I'm snipping this. Do you know what you're saying, Candace? Before Charlie lost his life in my house? How much did you pay Tyler Robinson? Yeah, it's stuff like this. She telling on herself. Who this person you talk to, Hoppo? Hoppo, who this man?
Just the way the sun came in, and it happened to hit a sculpture of Mary cradling Jesus, and it was the first time throughout the from the incident until that moment that I felt any peace. It was just a warmth that came over me, and I feel like it was the first time that I genuinely smiled, waiting for confession, and I just thought to myself, I know it's going to be okay. I felt, and then I remembered this discussion that Johnny Epp and I had.
Who's Johnny Epp? Who's Johnny Epp? Did y'all hear that? Johnny Epp? Johnny Depp. Johnny Epp. Yeah, I'm seeing Johnny Epp. She said Johnny Depp? I don't need, listen, let me tell you something. I'm reading what's on the caption. You understand? I will not argue. When it comes to my thoughts and opinions over here on my platform, there is no argument. Because I'm not trying to convince the candy ass cult members of anything either. We understand what we understand. We hear what we're hearing. And I know what I'm seeing on the words that's showing up in the closed caption. That's why they're on. We're reading the words as she speaks them out of her mouth. There's no debate about that. What is there to argue? We know what we're seeing. I'm not arguing with what she's saying. I'm disturbed by it. First Amendment and free speech isn't just one-sided. Child boo. So there's a Johnny Epp or Johnny Depp. She said Epp. Is there a Johnny Epp? Is there a person named Johnny Epp? Is it Johnny Epp or Johnny Depp? Why would Johnny Depp be in her house? She said a week before Charlie lost his life in my house. A discussion that Johnny Epp and I had. Is it Johnny Epp or Depp? I'm seeing Johnny Epp. So we're gonna go with that. Because we're looking at that. That's it. Johnny Epp. That's what we're going with. Okay. Johnny Epp and I
week before Charlie lost his life in my house and how we were
What does that argue with this? A week before Charlie lost his life in my house. Who's arguing with that? I'm disturbed by that. We're not arguing what she's saying. I'm disturbed by what she just said. Candace, how much did you pay Tyler Robinson? Or did George give him the money? Is this broken foot real, or is this something just part of your scheme? You can't make this up. I'm gonna go with Johnny F. Yo, what's weird is this? Charlie lost his life in my house. Oh, okay.
discussing how we felt Mary was bringing him close because he had just done his show and was defending Mary and speaking about, Catholics really get this right, and Mary. And I was like thinking,
what episode was that where he was saying this stuff? What episode was that where Charlie Kirk was talking about Mary, Mary, and Mary? This was allegedly a week before he lost his life. So at any point, a week leading up to him, the September 10th, if you all come across any clips of him just hopping on Mary, Mary, Mary and Catholics, please let me know. Because otherwise, Candace is lying. Because we could just go through his episodes to see what he was talking about.
of the last discussions, what some of the last discussions I had with him, where I was egging him, I was like, take the step, because I saw the clip, take the step, become a Catholic, come on, you're too smart to be a Protestant. I was like, egging him. That was exactly what I said, actually. And so I had this piece.
You're too smart to be a Protestant, Candace. When you failed to read a book about Catholicism, I don't even know why they would want your dumb ass to be in it. Why go and attack someone for being Protestant? Now you're trying to say that there's some intellectual differences between Catholics and Protestants. This is a whole thing that's been, a back and forth thing amongst these two religions, these sectors, for thousands of years. Why are you sitting here pushing this stereotype, Candace? And you're supposed to be an intellectual. And yet somehow you're playing into this childish game of saying that you're too smart to be a Protestant. And they're rooting that on like that's so profound. But none of them can quote a scripture in the Bible about why you should not mess with widows. Yeah, because, the Bible says that despite your skin color, which is irrelevant to God. He knows your race and your skin color. And it won't be your skin color or race that he will judge at the end of the day. It will be your soul. So don't come to my chat talking about defending somebody because they're black. Candace can kiss my ass if that's the case.
And I feel like it was the first time that I genuinely smiled waiting for compassion. And I just thought to myself, I know it's going to be okay. I felt, and then I remembered this discussion that Johnny Epp and I had a week before Charlie lost his life in my house, and how we were discussing how we felt Mary was bringing him close because he had just done his show and was defending Mary and speaking about, Catholics really get this right, and Mary. And I was like thinking of the last discussions, what some of the last discussions I had with him, where I was egging him. I was like, take the step, because I saw the clip, take the step, become a Catholic, come on, you're too smart to be a Protestant. I was like, egging him. That was exactly.
But see, she wants, then she goes on this tirade for 6 months, making it seem like he wasn't smart enough to pick his wife. He wasn't smart enough to pick his friends. He wasn't smart enough to have business partners. He wasn't smart enough to run TPUSA well. So he's too smart to be a Protestant, but in everything else in his life, he was an idiot. He had a bad judge of character. He didn't know how to surround himself with people that actually did love him and protect him and look out for him. No, he was dumb in everything else, though, right? Him choosing his wife, and had he listened to me, he would still be alive. Candace, how much did you pay Tyler Robinson? Because you want him to get off. But you can't tell us who you think pulled the trigger on the gun. My money is on George.
Exactly what I said, actually. And so I had this piece. And I was like, this is amazing. And then it became even more amazing. There was you fast forward to the December, and it was the feast of the Immaculate Conception.
Weird.
And we went to a mass at a time that we don't normally go to, and I had prayed in a way that I hadn't prayed before, sort of asking for something.
Okay, it could be John Yep. Okay, who is the president and CEO of the organization? Makes sense. I was like, Johnny Depp? I don't think he would go over to Candace's house. John Yep. And the name of the organization is a Catholic for Catholics. That's the name of it. Yeah, you got people out here, child, just because they call themselves Christians, still going to jail. Another Duggar has gone to jail. Catholics for Catholics. John Yep. Oh, yeah, okay. That's the little one that introduced her. Here he is. That's the little dude that introduced her. Okay, cool. I was like, who? John Epp. Johnny Epp. So John Yep. Why is she calling him Johnny? Oh God. Oh, all right. Let's put this back. It's John Yep. All right, gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
To be revealed to me. And on that very evening, when I got home, I had an email with the exact information that I was looking for, and I went, "Wow, that is just incredible that this is that this happened on this night." And then I had this email that had come in. I get about 50,000 emails in this inbox, and I had this email that I sort of filed away that had come in from someone from Lamont, Illinois, where Charlie was from, and where Johnny Epp is from, in this little town. And it was just a really sweet email from a Catholic, who was impacted by the death. And I wrote her back, and Monica is here tonight. I know she is here tonight somewhere. And there she is. We sort of just began speaking and discussing how she had gone to the memorial event and how she had learned about the Catholic Church that Charlie had been attending, sometimes daily mass, had been going there, and how drawn he had been to the church toward the end. He obviously did not take that final step, but having those conversations, it was very warming to me. And I don't, to this day, I don't know what possessed her to send me this message, but she sent it to me in February. She said it was a photo of the miraculous medals and explaining every step of what a miraculous medal is. And she said, my mom always encouraged me to wear the miraculous medal for protection. I didn't have it on tonight. And as I was organizing, I saw two. So I put one on and I was inspired to share. I pray for all the protection and graces of our good Lord, that our good Lord can give us. Have a blessed and restful night. And so I opened up to her. I said, it's so funny you say this, because I had struggled to have this connection to Mary. And since Charlie's passing, there have just been random, like, little miracles that have happened. And I feel her presence, like she's the person, she is what I needed. Anyway, she goes on and she says, a simple prayer that I like to say every day and envision is to ask Mary to wrap me and my kids and my family, all I'm praying for, under her mantle, just like we'd embrace and protect our kids. She does the same. And this quote always moved me as a mom to fathom how deeply we are loved by her. If you put all the love of all the mothers into one heart, it still would not equal the love of the heart of Mary for her children. It's beautiful. And that's from St. Louis Marie de Montfort. I promise you, she sent this at...
Candace, that's more pressing news here. Robert Mueller died. What the hell? Oh, he just died? He died yesterday. Why am I just not finding out? Robert Mueller died. Chuck Norris died. Wow. What is going on? Ugh, man. It's mighty ironic. I only heard Charlie say he was an evangelical Christian. I've never heard him say he was a Catholic. He said he admired Catholic artifacts and buildings and stuff because of the way it was built. Oh my God, Candace. This girl is going on and on.
She sent this at about 9 o'clock my time, and I said, I'm going to go find, you're right, I should be wearing miraculous medals. Went to bed, woke up the next morning, and I homeschool my kids, and I do a micro school of sorts with the McHugh family. The two little girls, ages 5 and 2, got out of the car that following morning with miraculous medals that they had made. Little toddler miraculous medals. Said, "We have a gift for you. We have a gift for you." And I said, "This is incredible." I mean, I was brought to tears over this toddlers holding a gift of miraculous medals, and I just went, "Okay, Mary has a way."
Is she gonna show any evidence of this? I want to see like this happen. We have a gift for you. People should have been around to be able to confirm that. Otherwise, she's just winging this. How many of you all believe this? Hit the 4 if you do not believe a word she's saying right now. Hit the 1 if you do. 1 for yes, you believe it. 4 for no. Hit the 4. Anyone believing this? Anyone buying this? It's so erratic and all over the place. It's like, let me just wing it. This shows she has no creativity. This is why her shows are pre-scripted. She is literally winging this whole thing with 2 kids giving her medals. That means you're going to have to show these medals. You don't have to show the kids. You got to show these medals. You got to prove this stuff.
Mary has a way.
Oh my goodness.
I sent Monica the photo. I went and told my husband, "Where are the miraculous medals? We must get the miraculous medals out."
What are these medals?
It has been the most. It has been in many ways miraculous experience. You know, to really feel like you've been broken in a million ways, and that there's not much that can pick you up, and to recognize that when you are spiritually broken, where else can you turn to but the church? Where else can you turn to but the church? And
God,
you know,
you can turn to God.
I would be remiss if I didn't say this. Just as John,
Candace, where else can you turn to? God. You know, it wasn't always the concept of a church either. Before there were temples, churches, buildings, and priests, the people had God. They had to learn how to pray wherever they could. When they were being persecuted, they had to learn how to pray in the closet. That's why they have the expression prayer closet. Place where they can go in and in private and have prayer. What is she talking about?
Illustrated. There's a lot going on in the world right now. There was a lot that Johnny had to go through to put this event on tonight, because there is this bizarre energy about Catholics coming together, and the words that are said about Catholics, Carrie Prejean, who you'll hear from later. You wonder where it comes from, and you can get into a place where you get frustrated about it. But I want you guys to know that for the first time ever in America, there is a true Catholic youth movement that is on the rise. Okay. And we should be encouraged by that. We should be encouraged by the struggle. We should be encouraged by the fights. If you are making a difference, it naturally brings you into a state of conflict. And I was really warmed by Bishop Strickland. He published an article, and I just want to read the first couple of sentences. He wrote, "In these days of great confusion, many faithful Catholics are feeling unsettled, some even shaken by the intensity of political pressure, public accusations, and the growing hostility toward those who simply hold to the perennial teaching of the Catholic Church. Let me speak clearly as a shepherd of souls. If you feel that the ground beneath you is shaking, it is not because truth has changed. It's because many have unknowingly anchored themselves to things that cannot hold. Political parties cannot save us. Governments cannot define truth, and no earthly movement, no matter how powerful, can replace the kingship of Jesus Christ." And Yeah, in closing, I just want to say that as this movement rises, I want you guys to be encouraged and not fearful, to fight for it. This is what it means. To be a Catholic is to suffer. Our reward is not here. And I can't tell you how encouraged it is with all of the fighting that happens every single day to be in a room filled with people who share that same heart. And I just want to thank you guys so much for welcoming me and allowing me to be in my infancy, hopefully maturing and toward my confirmation, which will be next month. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Oh. Oh, good Lord. Oh, that was painful. Where else can we turn? As if God is not real. This is Milk Bar, you all. Shout out to Milk Bar because he catches them every time. For some reason, we're not supposed to turn to God. We're supposed to turn to a religion or a church. But yet, a whole Bible Candace has to read, and she doesn't read it. Because if she did, she would know not to go after a widow. She would know not to do that. So that it's disturbing to hear someone that claims that Christ is king turn around and talk about everything but Christ. She's just throwing it out as a slogan. But never mind what the scripture actually says. Either you're going to follow the scripture or you're not. But she'll learn the hard way. Judgment Day is going to be something else for her. Oh, my goodness. Whoo, child. Yeah, that's why repentance is important. Can't make this up. If Christ is king, then you should be following the word of God. That's it. It shouldn't even be a picking. Let me just, okay, I'll do it tomorrow, Lord. I'll start reading the Bible tomorrow. No. If Christ is king, then you should be obedient to the word of God. And obedient to the words that Christ said in that Bible. He said, leave widows alone. That was not a joke or a euphemism. It's not even an option. And you're going to either follow the Bible or you're not. But if you're going to do it the right way, you're going to live the way according to the way Christ wants us to live, then you will follow the scripture. She can't even do that. How many content creators have put up scriptures about not messing with widows? And Candace still goes in and not only goes in on Erica Kirk, becomes vindictive because someone posted up a photo, which I would never agree to, of a baby of one of her people, her girlfriend, co-worker, whatever she is. Never mind the fact that Candace posted up photos of Erica Kirk when she was in the first, second, third grade. So you posting up photos of somebody as a child with other children in this yearbook. But someone posts up a photo of another baby. Now you're going to take it out on Erica Kirk and do more episodes despite the scripture. Yeah, keep at it. Hell is hot, Candace. It's hot. You can read about it in the Bible or find out the hard way, whatever. But what we don't do is sit here and put religion over God. When did that happen? When we start doing that? Y'all, let's get to this. Shout out to Milk Bar TV. This is how many times did Candace Owens talk about herself versus God in her Catholic speeches? Obviously, this is something she did last year too. Why is she wearing the same thing? Why is it always all black? Like she's at a funeral. All right, come on, you definitely holler.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. Truly an honor to be here. This is my first Catholic event, so I will never forget this. You know, I just had that Catholic excitement. Just me. I did this. I walk a lot. I do. I walk every day. I've just walked 14 miles.
Y'all, Milk Bar goes straight in. He doesn't even warm me up to this. I was not prepared for that. That ticker went off so fast. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all, wait a minute. on. I was not prepared for this. Okay, let's start over. The next thing I look up is 40-something counts up here. All right, come on, you conceited one back.
Everybody, thank you so much. Thank you. Truly an honor to be here. This is my first Catholic event, so I will never forget this. I
just have that Catholic excitement. Just me. I did this. I walk a lot. I walk every day. I've just walked 14 miles. My Apple Watch has died. I'm not kidding. I would say I was feeling good. I was like, but I'm doing good. I was like, I'm so hot. I am so sweaty. Like I was like, and I'm physically like, I can't even look at that. I'm I personally couldn't eat, and so I put that thought away, and I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm like, I'm just, hey, I've done.
Gluttony is a sin. Isn't it gluttony? Gluttony is one of the 7 cardinal sins. Greed, gluttony, something. Oh man, 7 of them. A movie was done. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. It's just one of the most infamous movies out there. Can't make this up. 126 times, y'all, and we're only a minute and 2 seconds into this video. 126 times. As if she's God. You know, she's a cult leader, and her cult worships her as God. But look at how she references herself at an event where she could talk about God freely as much as she wants. And she has not said God yet. You can't make, man, this is insane. God is probably sitting on the throne like, girl, go sit down. Yep, no, not one scripture cited. Nothing about the Bible. Nothing. And they want to sit here and talk about Christ as King now, but she hasn't said Christ at all. That's I ain't gluttony.
18 miles today. I've never done so many steps. Like my hair. I don't know if it was the Lord. I don't know if it was devil. I don't know if it was my husband, but somebody said, you got to do this all again tomorrow. I have 10 miles left. Like, how am I possibly going to do this? And I am not okay. I think, I love free market. I love conservatism. I love capitalism. I love this country. I think this country is amazing. I love this.
You think this country is amazing. But yet she said, I would rather be Russian. I thought you were packing up and moving to Russia, Candace. No one will stop you. You can take your coat with you. Bye, candy asses. Y'all moving to Russia soon. Start your little commune out there. Serve them cookies and punch. It might have a funny taste to it, but just take it down. Guzzle it. You can't make this up. 158 times and God once. And I think she said, my God. Let's go back because, here we go. The one time she says God.
Oh, if it was the Lord, I don't know if it was devil. I don't know if it was my husband, but somebody said,
oh,
you got to do this all again tomorrow.
Somebody said, and she says, I don't know if it was the Lord, my husband. Somebody said it could have been the devil. Because she can hear demons squeal. She knows what the sound of a squealing demon is. She said this in a show. I couldn't believe it. Oh my good God. She doesn't know if the Lord was talking to her husband. Somebody said, you got to do this all again tomorrow.
So I have 10 miles left. Like, how am I possibly going to do this? And I am not okay. I think, I love free market. I love conservatism. I love capitalism.
She said, I am not okay. Candace, I'm so glad you admitted that.
possibly going to do this? And I am not okay. Right?
I am not okay. Yeah, every so often she'll throw a little bit of truth out there. Thank you for admitting that, Candace. We know you're not okay. I'm so glad you admitted that. You need help. I am not okay. I gotta snip this. Candace, you finally admit the truth. I am not okay. That's gonna be a thumbnail, y'all. So a thumbnail. Candace is not okay. And I'm glad she admitted it.
I think, yes, I love free market. I love conservatism. I love capitalism. I love this country. I think this country is amazing. I love this so much. The Lord will be with you. I want to go. I was like, oh my God, can you believe these people? They're talking to Jesus Christ. And I'm going, I'm walk on those strange little pads in the grocery store.
How did she say that? Why did she say that like that's so weird, like a demon? They're talking to Jesus Christ. Like she's mad. Did y'all catch that? I do not have this sped up, by the way. I have this on normal. Y'all see that?
My God, can you believe these people? They're talking to Jesus Christ. And
why is she saying that so cynical? Look at this demon. I don't see that demon in her. Candace, we're going to have to rebuke you. And I just, it's like evil personified. Who says something like that so cynical? Look at these people. Oh, they're talking to Jesus. Who would you rather they talk to, Candace? Because all of us don't want to know what a demon squealing sounds like. Unbelievable.
I was like, oh my God, can you believe these people? They're talking to Jesus Christ. And I'm going, I'm walk on those strange little pads in the grocery store. And next thing you know, everyone's doing this, and God forbid you forgot the rice.
Thank you.
I couldn't make this up. It is the absence of God that leads to all of these things, and I have no idea what's going on. When I tweeted last November,
wow,
that Christ is King. Never in my life have seen anything like it. Guys, I literally just tweeted Christ is King, and Christ is King, but Christ is King. Candace Owens, Christ is King. Elation that I felt. I just couldn't believe it. I did this. Like, I actually did this. I cannot believe I actually did this. If I had known, and this made me want God again. I couldn't make this up. I don't know if it was the Lord. I don't know if it was devil. I don't know if it was my husband. The left hates God and all this stuff. I am where I was at. When I thought to myself, and by the grace of God, me and my husband have survived everything. This platform was given to me. God, I found me, not mine. It's me, like me. But for the first time, my celebrity made sense to me. Mine. I am, and I me, and I me. Really, wow. That is just such an analogy for my entire life and my entire ascension.
Unbelievable. Oh my goodness, Candace. You referenced yourself 349 times versus the 15 times you said God, Christ, King, Lord. This has got to be the biggest display of just I don't know, good grief. Self-worshiping I've ever seen. It's so cringe. I'm with you, Wyoming. This is so cringe. People pay her to talk to them in a public setting. Good to see you. Hi, Canadian chick. How you doing, honey? Cheryl up in here. How you doing, honey? She talked about Charlie's death. It's this year. That was so cringe. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. I honestly think that broken foot signals the takeaway is beginning. Yeah, me too. God knows how to sit you down, don't he? I'm so Candace. All right, y'all. Let's get to the next one. Shout out to Milk Bar. Thank you so much for this video, Milk Bar, so that people can see how self-absorbed Candace really is. He did another one about Joe Kent being a possible mole in the government, leaking things to Candace, because she said she had an FBI mole. You know, she wanted to call it a source. No, they're not supposed to be showing her anything about an investigation that they may have any association or ties to at all, especially around a murder or an assassination. They're not spearheading it. The state attorney general in the state of Utah is. But the FBI has offered their assistance. And if they have any evidence related to a criminal investigation, Candace is not privy to that, especially when we have laws in place for a reason. This Joe Kent idiot has not only been fired, but he's also under investigation because he's a clown. Candace, are you going to pay his rent and mortgage, his bills, till he get a new job or what? How's that going to go? Because, you know, if he's out here leaking stuff to you, the least you can do is take care of him while he gets another job, however long that takes. Because who the hell going to want to hire somebody that can't maintain confidentiality and uphold laws when it comes to evidence being leaked about an open investigation about an assassination? And you're sending it to all people, Candace Owens. Like she gives a damn. She might already know if she planned it. Candace, how much did you pay Tyler Robinson again?
Told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is.
Crazy.
But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. There's still linkage for us to investigate.
Because I'm very aware of what's going on. Okay.
Exactly.
About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright. Okay. Charlie was done. He said it explicitly that he refused to be bullied anymore by the Jewish donors.
We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors.
He knew,
goodness,
and others knew that Charlie was done with Israel bullying him. And I am now going to present you proof of what I am saying. This is an actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
You know, that was a text grab, a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. But I did share it with some people in government. We wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. Don't know where it went from there, apparently.
Sources are saying that Joe Kent, the former director of the United States National Counterterror Center, this is from Semaphore, he just resigned. He's now under FBI.
Oh, he just resigned, and he's now under FBI investigation. He resigned. Working with counterterrorism. That's not something you play around with, Joe Kent, you dumbass. And you wonder why. See, here's the thing with the candy asses, because they're so stupid. They don't trust the Fed slop, but yet you trusted that what he leaked to her was genuine. Yeah, because hypocrisy is something that goes over their head. So you want to sit here and feed into this Fed slop thing. Funny how they're okay with Joe Kent, though, who worked for the Feds in counterterrorism, leaking information to Candace, but they didn't trust the Fed slop. Make it make sense. So now you trust it as long as it comes from someone that's kissing Candace's ass. Candace, you gonna be paying his mortgage and his bills? I don't know if he has a wife, kids, family, anything, or boyfriend, family, whatever. But are you gonna take care of him while he sits here and struggles and not get a job for a while? Because no one's gonna hire him. Pulling shit stunts like this, it's hard to get you another job like this. They won't even trust him with pulling up fries at McDonald's. You worked in counterterrorism. And now under FBI investigation after resigning. And you're out here repeating talking points from Candace. But yet, Candace and the dumb cult followers, the candy asses, doesn't believe the Fed slop. And he worked for the feds. Make it make sense? Come on, candy asses, help me out with this hypocrisy. You know, the buffoonery of it all. Now get your asses into this chat. You come at your own peril. Help me understand why Joe Kent is an exception when he works for the feds, but you don't believe the feds slop. No, Marshawn, you're not blocked. No one's blocked. You're not blocked, honey. I can see. Can you see your comment? Everybody, y'all see her comment? Hey, Realtor, how you doing, honey? Some people are saying he resigned because he found out FBI was investigating him for leaking info. Probably. But what's so crazy is, why would Candace even repeat it if they don't believe the Fed slop? CNN and MSNBC wire him. I see her. Yeah, we see you. We see you, March on. I have no idea what's going on. I have to when I'm in StreamYard, I can't be in YouTube at the same time. But we do see you, honey. But my question remains here. To the candy asses. Y'all come over here so your cult leader can see your comments. Tell me why, candy asses. Come on. Here's the opportunity for you to respond. You don't believe Fed slop, but you believe Joe Kent. You believe whatever he leaked to Candace? Candace, Karen, Cadence, Candace. Karen, Candace, why do you believe anything that Joe Kent sent you if you don't believe Fed slop? And he was in counterterrorism. What does that have to do with a murder investigation in the state of Utah? I want the candy asses to let me know. Come on, candy asses. Y'all don't believe the Fed slop, but y'all believe in Joe Kent. Y'all believe Joe Kent, who worked for the feds, that he sent credible information and leaked it out to Candace, Amber Rose Owens Farmer, who's in a lavender marriage with a gay man, allegedly. Y'all believe that, though. Why are you picking and choosing which Fed slot to believe? So wouldn't, just for continuity, I know it's a big word, candy asses, but for continuity purposes, if Fed slop is Fed slop, it shouldn't matter who it comes from, right? So perhaps Joe Kent gave her Fed slop too. Why believe him if you're not going to believe anyone else in the feds, in the FBI? That's not spearheading this investigation, by the way. But you believe in whatever Joe Kent leaked to her, allegedly? Explain that hypocrisy to me. In another world, it would be called lying, because it's a damn lie to say we don't believe Fed slop, but we believe Joe Kent's Fed slop because he worked for the federal government. He worked for the FBI. So y'all believe his ass, but not anyone else. Just him. I want the candy asses to respond to me on this one. Don't get shy. Don't wait till the video post up. Then you just leaving a comment. No, come into this chat. Over there on the vertical broadcast on the cell phone. Bring your asses over here into this chat. Why is it that Joe Kent, who worked for the feds, is believable, but no one else and everything else is Fed slop? Wouldn't he be included in that? Because he works for the feds. How much more hypocritical are you dumb cult members going to get? Why is it that Joe Kent's Fed slop is believable, but no one else's Fed slop is believable? I got to dumb it down, to make sure they understand the question. Because they're going to sit here and talk about any and everything else, but they won't answer that question. Fed slop is Fed slop. Slop coming from the FBI. So Joe Kent's slop that he gave to Candace is okay, though? Why? Joe Kent is sitting here working for the federal government, leaking information to Candace Amber Rose Owens Farmer. And yet, the cult members have no problem with that Fed slop being fed to them from Candace, Karen, Condice, Condoleezza. But they have a problem any other time. The feds are saying, we're not spearheading the investigation of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That is being done by the state attorney general office on the state level. So go to them. We're not spearheading that. But Joe Kent's Fed slop is cool, though. Because hypocrisy, and it's a term that the candy-ass cult members refuse to accept and understand. They can't answer that. No, they being hypocritical as hell. But they good with Joe Kent's Fed slop. But they get mad at anybody else in the FBI try to tell them, we're not spearheading this. Why do you all keep asking us and expecting us to answer you? Come on, candy asses. Answer the question. Is hypocrisy a very hard word for you people to define? I want the cult members to answer. You give them an opportunity to explain themselves and their dumb rationale and why they want to believe Joe Kent, who worked for the feds, but they don't want to believe any other Fed employee or investigator that's not spearheading this investigation. But somehow Candace keeps saying they want us to believe the Fed slop. So does Joe Kent. You see that? Look at that. God knows how to turn things around in your favor. So does Joe Kent. Joe Kent, who worked for the FBI, wants you all to believe his slop that he gave to Candace. Candace, I know you're listening, you dumb heifer. Joe Kent fed you some slop, and you didn't dismiss that at all. As a matter of fact, you shared it like you discovered it. And then you turned around and told your cult members, the feds want you to believe the Fed slop. But Joe Kent gave you Fed slop, and you reported it. Where the cult members at? Come on, candy asses. Y'all believe Joe Kent, though. Y'all believe Joe Kent. But you don't believe the feds when they say they're not spearheading the investigation. And Candace wants you all to believe that the feds keep trying to feed you all Fed slop when Joe Kent was feeding her Fed slop to begin with. Look at that. So here we are destroying that dumbass narrative because the Fed slop was being fed to you by Joe Kent. Go figure. Y'all, the cult continues to show us how hypocritical as hell they are. And then Candace is just sitting back laughing at it all because she can't believe that people giving her $59 million to push out Fed slop from Joe Kent. Something else, ain't it? Boy, it's the BS for me. It's the BS for me. I want all of the candy asses to go out here and question Candace on why did you feed us Fed slop from Joe Kent? How dare you, Candace? How dare you report on this leaked information, this Fed slop from Joe Kent, who worked for the feds in counterterrorism? How dare you report that Fed slop to us? Y'all hammer it in on her X page. You gonna sit here and feed people the Fed slop, Candace? You couldn't even get creative, girl. Now, Joe Kent resigned. It is under investigation by the FBI. And he fed you fed slop, and you reported it. Not one time did the cult members even question that shit, though. Make it make sense. Hit the foe. Funny how the actual cult members were fed the fed slop the whole time, and they didn't even know it was happening. She sat here and fed you all fed slop from Joe Kent, who worked for the feds. And you all aren't questioning that at all. Like the good little cult members that you are. No, how dare we question your cult leader, Candace, Karen? How dare we when she fed you all fed slop from Joe Kent? So you got fed slop either way. It just came from Joe Kent. Yeah, that's the hypocrisy for me. They didn't want the fed slop, but they got it anyway because Joe Kent gave it to her. How do you all know what he said was truthful? How do you know that Joe Kent was giving you all accurate information? Candace, how do you know that Joe Kent didn't create those text messages or add to it? Because you don't verify anything. You don't vet. But yet you regurgitated that fed slop from Joe Kent. I mean, it came from the feds. He worked for the feds. Fed slop. Fed slop, fed slop. Joe Kent gave them fed slop. Can y'all believe this? This stuff comes back full circle. I promise you. It's so funny to me. They're cool with the fed slop, but they're hypocritical about it. Okay, cool. To the candy asses, the hypocrisy is never ending with you all. This is why we laugh at you and we don't take you people seriously. Because you can't even admit when you're being hypocritical. You didn't want the fed slop, but Joe Kent's fed slop, seeing that he worked for the feds, is okay though. Yeah, no, you can digest that fed slop, but not anybody else's fed slop. Got it. All right, cool.
Terror Center. This is from Semaphore. He just resigned. He's now under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information.
Yeah.
And the investigation predates his departure.
That was a text grab that I had shared with some people in government.
We know the pressure because of the text messages.
Now going to present you proof. This is an actual group chat. It gives me great pleasure to announce that Joe Kent, I'm going to be interviewing him this Thursday at the Catholics for Catholics event in DC.
So she gives you all fed slop from the Fed that's no longer there, that's now under FBI investigation. And the candy asses are cool with that fed slop from Joe Kent, but they're not cool with any other fed slop from any other federal investigation that they're not even getting. Any other time, the feds is like, we're not spearheading this. What do you mean? But Joe Kent leaks it. Yeah, we like this fed slop. So this fed slop is good, but that fed sloppy Joe is not. Yeah, okay. It's the hypocrisy for me. Oh, Joe Kent was the mole. Dear Lord, y'all. Good grief. Okay. So Josh Carr did a video on the indisputable proof.
Well, guys,
of this bullet fragment, because Candace, you don't believe the fed slop unless it comes from Joe Kent. I guess. And the candy asses will never give you pushback because they just believe whatever the hell you say. Even though Joe Kent was feeding you all fed slop. But okay, whatever. So let's check this out. Shout out to Joshua Carr. He's going to be joining the LLC on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys, I just got the confirmation from him via email. So I'm very excited about that. And I'm waiting on Gary to email me back about a collab with him. This is going to be a fantastic week. And we're going to check this out because I haven't seen it. So I want to see it. But, you know, Candace can't tell anybody who she thinks pulled the trigger on the gun because she doesn't care. I mean, that will ruin her grift. You know, she's been giving out Fed slop from an actual Fed employee who resigned, Joe Kent. So Joe Kent's been giving her Fed slop and she believed it and reported it, but yet the court won't question her about it, you know, because hypocrisy. And she doesn't believe that Tyler Robinson put the trigger on the gun because, you know, who knows how much she paid him to take the fall. But, you know, we have real evidence that still exists here on Earth. Joe Kent's feeding the candy asses Fed slop through Candace, though. They believe that. But they won't believe how bullets and guns work. All right. Let's check this out, you all. Shout out to Joshua Carr. Look forward to that discussion coming up on Tuesday. Let's get to it.
For months now, we have been told by the conspiracy nuts that there's no way that Charlie was shot with a .30 caliber hunting rifle, that there would have been an exit wound, that there was this massive conspiracy. How did he actually die? Well, it turns out we just needed to let the real investigators look into his assassination and not the internet super sleuths, and we would actually get some answers. And this comes courtesy of the Post Millennial today. Side note, this was written by one of my friends, Tommy Stevenson. We went to college together. He does great work. Go check him out. But the article says this: court docs reveal bullet fragment was recovered during Charlie Kirk autopsy. And it starts this way. It says a bullet fragment was recovered during Charlie Kirk's autopsy after he was shot dead at UVU, according to the court documents dealing with evidence in the case. The mention of the fragment was discussed in a motion from local Utah media opposing a motion from Tyler Robinson's defense in trying to block public access to evidence. So essentially, guys, a bullet fragment was found inside of Charlie Kirk during his autopsy. Wow. And the reason why we know this is because the local newspapers here in Utah are basically lawyering up right now to fight Tyler Robinson's lawyers in order to get as much info out to the public as possible. Tyler Robinson, they know they're going to lose this case. They're trying to keep this sealed because they don't want it to get out to the jury, because people here in Utah, I mean, technically it could be me. Obviously, I'd recuse myself because I'm way invested in this. Mm-hmm. But people here in Utah are going to be a jury. They're going to convict Tyler Robinson. And so if Utah newspapers can actually report the truth, no matter who it is, they're going to know that Tyler Robinson's a horrible person. And so Tyler Robinson's lawyers are trying to say, oh, don't let that out into the public. They're losing. And so this is going out into the public now, and people are seeing the evidence. The newspapers are arguing that people have the right to know. And obviously, we hope the newspapers prevail. And I think they will with all of this, as I'll talk about more in a second. Andrea Burkhart is a litigator. She tweeted this out, which they included in the article. I'm bummed that the next-gen DNA isn't entering Tyler Robinson's case yet, but the evidence the defense doesn't want retested is a bullet jacket comparison to the rifle ATF that came back inconclusive. The existence of a bullet jacket fragment recovered during Charlie's autopsy also tells us pretty definitively that the bullet fragmented, which is the reason why there was no exit wound. So right. Two things she's saying there. They weren't able to confirm that the bullet came from the .30 caliber. It doesn't mean it didn't. It was just inconclusive. They can retest it, which they will. What they do know, though, is that the bullet fragmented inside of Charlie. And that actually makes a lot of sense. And this is something that a lot of people will not talk about. If you know anything about hunting, a lot of shot that is used in hunting is meant to fragment, at least a decent amount. It's not uncommon. And I looked it up because I wanted to be sure here. Everyone seems to agree that if a bullet fragments on an animal or on a human, it is very likely there will not be an exit wound. This is not a crazy phenomenon. This happens even on a .30 caliber. So this
is very simple information. If the candy asses will believe the Fed slop from Joe Kent, who was a former federal employee with the FBI, that he funneled down that information and he leaked out to Candace, then they can read a book about bullets. Because now it's not that hard to believe information that's real here on Earth in this reality. When they bought the Fed slop that Candace reported from Joe Kent. I just find this comical. The fact that Candace was feeding her cult members Fed slop the whole time from Joe Kent. Comical to me. They were getting Fed slop either way. And they never, ever challenged her on that. You mean to tell me you've been feeding us this Fed slop? It came from a federal agent with the FBI and counterterrorism. Now he resigned and is now under FBI investigation. So they were cool with the Fed slop from Joe Kent, though, because it came through Candace. But anything about a bullet in science and technology and testing that can be used as evidence in a court of law? No. How dare you all tell us that? Because reading. But they'll believe the Fed slop that came from an actual federal agent. Oh, that was leaked to Candace. So you got Fed slop either way. It's funny how the candy asses aren't picking up on this yet. That's why I'm gonna keep drilling it in. The hypocrisy of them getting Fed slop, but then they want to question, how do bullets work when they can just Google it?
Completely invalidates the conspiracies. And this is what sane people have said from the beginning. Just because something looks weird does not mean it is the one fringe theory that people are putting out. It could be many things. Yes, it is weird that there's no exit wound. It's okay to say that. As it turns out, though, there are infinite possibilities of why that could have been. Yes, it could have been a microphone bomb, technically. Yes, it could have been a different shot from a different person. Yes, it also could have been a fragmented bullet. And as it turns out, the odds of it being a fragmented bullet are way higher than microphone bomb, which is like what Candace Owens is saying it is. And to me, this shows the great hubris in conspiracies and these people who push them. What people are basically saying is, because I don't know enough, but I think I do, I'm going to make something up and say it's true. I'm going to make it up and say it's a conspiracy, when in reality,
what's so crazy? They would rather just not believe what they read that can be based upon science and technology, but would rather just come up with dumb things off the top of their head to avoid accountability, because they know they've been hypocritical this entire time, because they believe whatever Candace told them, even if it came from the FBI itself. Go figure. That leaked her information. Either way, if she didn't believe the Fed slop, why repeat it? She should have said, I got this clown named Joe Kent trying to leak me information from the feds. How dare he? I'm not repeating that. No, I'm going to do my own research and reading and reporting. I'm not going to tell you all what he's trying to leak me, because it's coming from the feds. And we don't believe the feds unless they're going to be hypocritical and pick and choose. So no, if it's coming from Joe Kent, let's not feel stupid about us being hypocritical, guys. We got to come up with something. That's what they're scrambling around trying to do now. Oh no, Joe Kent's been leaking things to Candace. We believed it. It came from the feds. But yet we were going around on everybody's live stream and in their videos talking about you believe the Fed slop. And here they are believing the Fed slop from a federal agent who worked at counterterrorism, who's now under investigation. I don't care how long he's been under investigation. I don't care. It's the fact that he fed Candace information about this, and he worked for the feds. But yet, any other time, it's Fed slop, but not coming from an actual federal agent that leaked information to her. How's that not Fed slop? Shouldn't the idea be to question everything? And then Candace should have done her research to corroborate whatever she was being leaked from the feds. How do you demand answers from the feds, but you don't want their Fed slop? But then you're cool with someone leaking information from the feds. That still comes down to Fed slop. Because you have no way to verify what he said was true or authentic or genuine, right? One text was corroborated. What about all the other information she may have gotten from the feds? How would you know to go and authenticate and corroborate that? What if everything she told you was Fed slop? See, they don't want to question her on how much Fed slop did you give us? Because we don't trust the feds. So why trust Joe Kent? Fuck out of here. It's a hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy is mind-boggling.
Reality, there's a totally logical explanation. We just don't know what it is yet. And it's okay not to know. It's okay to, if you're a political commentator, Candace, to get on the camera and say, I don't know. Yeah, I have a question. Why was there no exit wound? I'll look into it. And to actually come out and just say, I don't actually know. But there are people hired from Charlie Kirk's team and from the state to look into these things. And if you just give them a little bit of time, because they don't have this financial incentive like Candace does to make 100 episodes about it, if you just give them a little time, they'll actually come out with a plausible answer. Now, as for the battle between Tyler Robinson's lawyers and the press, there's very good news to report. The Utah judge here has decided that cameras will be permitted in the proceedings, which is a huge win for transparency and a massive blow to Candace Owens and the conspiracy crazies. Well, guys, episode 3 of my investigation into Candace will come out on Thursday for members early and Friday for the general public.
So this video definitely came out before his episode 3, which we checked out, and he graced us with his presence in the chat, you all. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. So we have, oh man, y'all have so many videos you guys have sent me. Shout out to Joshua Carr for that, for going over that information about the bullet. Maybe one day the Candy Ass Cult members will just start reading for themselves and stop believing Candace because she's feeding them fed slop from Joe Kent, who worked for the feds. Wow, that fed slop came straight from the feds. Through a sloppy ass dude. Joe Kent was sloppy as hell, wasn't he? Boy, that sloppy Joe was something else. I've been waiting to say that one. Sloppy Joe sent fed slop to Candace Owens, who then reported on that fed slop to millions of her cult members. And they are so mad they can't even admit that they were fed slop from Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe Kent, who worked for the feds. Oh, man. Boy, this is just too good. Candace. I know you want to be as creative as I am, honey. I'm the queen of YouTube. This is what I do. Cadence. You're just not smart enough. You allowed your people to be fed slop either way from Sloppy Joe, who worked for the feds. He worked for the FBI, Cadence. He worked directly with the FBI in counterterrorism. Y'all, it's the comedy of it all. And the hypocrisy of the cult members. They actually are just like, oh no, well, he wasn't, we trusted that. No, but he worked for the federal government. So why did you trust any of it? Fed slop is fed slop. It came from a Sloppy Joe. How many of y'all like Sloppy Joes in high school? Y'all, we all had Sloppy Joes for lunch. All right, let's not even kid ourselves. Sloppy Joes have been a staple of lunch cafeteria food forever. Sloppy Joes with tater tots, chocolate milk, and orange slices. I mean, honestly, on a good day, if you're hungry, you're going to eat the mess out of that Sloppy Joe and probably go back and get a second one. As long as the tater tots were fresh, I was good. I'm going to be honest. I'm like, ooh, I love these tater tots, y'all. And that chocolate milk, it had to be cold. And you got orange slices. It was always orange slices. It was never like a fruit cup. Oh, Sloppy Joe. All right, y'all. Let's get to the next one here. Because I told you all, we got a marathon running. I guess we could get to, there's a couple up here. Do y'all want to see this Candace Owens and this ball thing? One of you all sent that to me. How bad is it? Before we get to fax me. Because that one is like an hour and 44 minutes long. It's a long one. It's the Bride of Candace. Oh, man. How bad is the ball thing? Like, does it get really deep? Oh, man. No? Yeah, he said no, thank you, nasty. Oh, come on. Y'all didn't have sloppy joes for lunch. Come on. Make it all about self. Okay, got it. Let's see. Thank you. You sent a super. Thank you, Marchon. For the $20 super. That candy makes me nervous. Virtual hugs to all y'all. Thank you so much, Marchon. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the $20 super. And then the $10 super again for Marchon. Forgive my 75-year ignorance, but what is fan slop? Is that like whoa salad? Y'all. And so Candace kept talking about fan slop. Like, the FBI is giving us this garbage nonsense, about Charlie Kirk's assassination. So she just called that, even though they weren't telling her anything because they didn't spearhead the investigation. It's the state attorney general, the prosecutors in the state of Utah. It's their case, it's their jurisdiction. But she just kept saying this narrative over and over again about the feds feeding her this fed slop. They feeding her garbage. And it's like, they're not feeding you anything. But come to find out, she had a leak. She had a mole. Joe Kent. So since Candace kept saying fed slop, then Joe Kent is Sloppy Joe. So Sloppy Joe was feeding Candace fed slop about Charlie Kirk's assassination, about the case, when he was just leaking stuff and he shouldn't have been doing it. But, the cult members will come in here and say, oh, I can't believe you believe in the fed slop. The feds weren't investigating it. I don't understand why they kept coming up with that. She only corrected them one time after she met with Erica Kirk. And she did the video, the show she did after she met with Erica Kirk, and said, this is not being investigated. They're not leading the investigation. The FBI is not leading it. It's the state attorney general for the state of Utah. That is the only time she said that. Because they had to correct her on that because she kept lying and saying it was the FBI. No, it wasn't. It's not their jurisdiction. It's not their case. That is for the state. The crime happened in Utah. So it's their case. They have jurisdiction over it. So the FBI was never leading this investigation. But yet Candace kept telling them the FBI, the feds are giving us this fed slop. They're feeding us this slop. S-L-O-P. Like Sloppy Joe. No, it was Joe Kent leaking her information, and it was probably garbage, except one text. But yet she has her cult believing that they were getting fed slop. Well, they were, but they were getting it through leaks from Sloppy Joe Kent, who's no longer working there now and is under investigation. So either way, the cult members bought into the slop. Because she would tell them the information that she got from Joe Kent like it was, oh, you guys won't believe this. This is going to be good. But everything else was garbage. So who knows what part was leaked? What part was something Candace made up? Who knows? All we know is Sloppy Joe no longer works with the FBI in the counterterrorism department. And he was feeding her the slop the whole time. And they bought it. The candy ass cult members bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. Can you believe it? Oh, man. Yeah, this is something else. Look how this stuff comes full circle. They've been getting this thing stopped the whole time. And they're not even going to challenge Candace on this. Oh, Candace. Oh, Long Slinger's here, y'all. Long Slinger, where the hell you been? Mama's been waiting for you. Good news. Joshua Carr is coming in on Tuesday. I need you to be on your best behavior, okay? Oh, Lord, have mercy. Jesus. All right, y'all. Let's get this in. If y'all want to watch this one here, this is from the shout out to all of you all that sent me these various links. Candace Owens and the ball deception. Y'all want to see this? Hit the 4 if you want to see this. Long Sleeker, don't go forever without coming in and saying hello to me. You understand? Oh man. Y'all want to see? I said, CC got it. Okay. Y'all hit the 4 if y'all want to see the ball deception video. Okay. All right. Let's watch this. Let's check it out. Let's go.
Hey folks, Chuck Holton here. There's a new religion that's spreading through American conservatism right now, and it has nothing to do with Christianity. It worships at the altar of the ancient Canaanite storm god, Baal. Except here's the thing, Baal hasn't actually done anything since about 1200 BC. He's been retired, largely undefeated because nobody showed up to fight him. He just kind of faded out when his worshipers lost a war and their city got burned to the ground. Understandable. But suddenly in 2026, Baal is everywhere. And apparently he's running the global financial system, orchestrating American foreign policy, and is moonlighting as a Jewish holiday tradition. I'm not making any of this stuff up. Let me tell you exactly how this happened. Sponsors, the wonderful people who keep the lights on around here so I can keep irritating people on the internet. Most people hit their 40s and 50s and suddenly life turns into a series of like strategic naps. Energy drops off, your brain fog starts creeping in. You start wondering if coffee can be administered intravenously. Turns out a lot of that has to do with circulation around like to more oxygen, widen your code hot. Again, check it out. All right, back to our video. On January 30th, the Justice Department released 3 million pages of Epstein documents. 3 million pages. Somewhere in that mountain of scanned paper, an optical character recognition program, that's the software that converts a scanned image into readable text, misread the words bank name on a fax document. It read it as bail name, a software glitch, a typo generated by a machine. And within days, guess who? Candace Owens had 2 million people watching her live stream where she told them that Jews worship Baal and sacrifice children. She called Judaism, and I want to be precise here, and I want to quote what she said. She said, quote, a pedophile-centric religion that believes in demons and child sacrifice. That's not a misquote.
Candace, you are so demonic. It's not even funny. And the fact that you use Christ as a slogan to get attention and not that you actually mean Christ is king. It's so disturbing. Judgment Day is going to be something else for you, girl. It's going to be a rude awakening for you. Can you just leave God alone if you're going to see him make a mockery of him? Because God knows how to teach you a lesson. He's trying to show you some grace. That broken foot should have been enough of a sign for you. It happened on the 13th. Y'all, that's just, what, 2 weeks? Not this past Friday, the week before last.
Quote.
Goodness.
A software glitch. That's where this started. Now, look, I've been a war correspondent for a long time. I've reported from Israel, Iraq, Jordan, Ukraine, all over the place. I've seen a lot of propaganda in my career and from a lot of different directions. But I want to take a minute and walk you through why what Owens and Tucker Carlson and their crowd are pushing isn't just wrong. It's the oldest play in the darkest playbook in Western history. The blood libel is something that it's a claim that Jews kill children for religious purposes. And that accusation goes all the way back to 1144. A dead boy was found in the woods near Norwich, England, and a medieval monk named Thomas of Monmouth spent years building an elaborate story about how the Jews had ritually murdered this kid. That was 882 years ago. Every major organized massacre of Jewish people in European history, the Crusade era pogroms, the Spanish Inquisition, the Russian pogroms of the 19th century, of course, the Nazi Holocaust, every single one was preceded by some version of that same accusation. Jews serve demonic forces. Jews harm children. Jews are not just wrong or misguided. They are ontologically evil, beyond the pale, not people you can live next door to. That's what the accusation is designed to do. It's not designed to win an argument. It's designed to make argument impossible. You can negotiate with people you disagree with. You can't negotiate with Baal worshiping child murderers. You can share a country with people who have different politics, sure. You cannot share a country with servants of Satan. The weapon is 882 years old and it still works. And right now, it's being fired through YouTube channels and podcasts to audiences of millions. Tucker Carlson, March 5th, told his 10 million viewers that Chabad Lubavitch, which is a Jewish outreach organization known primarily for setting up menorahs and running campus study groups, is secretly orchestrating the Iran war in order to blow up the Al-Aqsa Mosque and rebuild the Jewish temple. Chabad, what? The people who send young rabbis to college towns to make sure that Jewish students have a chance to pray and a place to have Shabbat dinner. Those guys are supposedly running the Pentagon. And on March 12th, Candace Owens told her followers, and again, I'm quoting directly, Israel is required to mass murder children because they worship Baal. That's what she said. Now, here's the part that really matters, and I want you to pay close attention to this, because this is what separates this moment from ordinary political stupidity, which we have plenty of. There's a guy named Alexander Dugin, who's a Russian philosopher born in 1962, son of a Soviet military intelligence colonel. In 1997, he published a book called The Foundations of Geopolitics that was subsequently assigned as a textbook at the Russian Military Academy. The book's central argument about America was very precise. You cannot defeat the United States militarily. You can only defeat it from within by fracturing the internal bonds that hold it together. And Dugin identified one specific target, the alliance between evangelical Protestants and Christians and the Jewish state of Israel. That alliance had to be severed. And the mechanism he chose was to replace American conservative Christianity, which naturally includes Jewish Americans in a Judeo-Christian framework, of course, with something older and harder, European blood and soil ethnic nationalism. And his theological payload was already in the arsenal. Jews as descendants of semi-demons, worshipers of Baal, servants of a civilization of ancient evil. He wrote that in 1997, 29 years ago. In 2018, Steve Bannon met privately with Dugin for 8 hours in Rome. In October 2025, Tucker Carlson called evangelical Christian Zionists, people like me, whose theology commands us to support Israel, the most evil people on earth. That's a quote from Tucker. He said he hated them more than Islamic terrorists, more than leftist rioters. He named specific evangelical leaders by name.
And Tucker Carlson sounds like a deranged Mickey Mouse. I mean, what the heck is wrong with him? If they hate it so bad here, why don't they just leave? I don't even know what else to say. Tucker Carlson is a deranged Mickey Mouse on crack. Crack is whack, Tucker. Down to the laugh and everything. Just a goofy little creep. He's weird. I honestly don't see why people give him that much leverage. Like, I can't take him seriously. Just as another human being or a grown man. When you laugh like a cracked out Mickey Mouse that has lost his mind, how can I take you seriously? I'm serious. Next time you all are even listening to Tucker Carlson and he laughs, close your eyes and think about a tweaked out Mickey Mouse that is high as hell. That'll give you an idea of what I'm seeing every time I hear him speak. Running over to the left. Oh, can I get an AI image of a Tucker Carlson looking like a deranged, tweaked out Mickey Mouse?
And then he apologized to Nick Fuentes, the anti-Semitic young white nationalist whose followers have spent years systematically targeting conservative men to radicalize them on the right. Here's where the numbers get disturbing.
This is crazy.
In 2020, roughly 65% of young evangelical Christians aged 18 to 34 sympathized with Israel. By 2026, that number's 32%. 32. That's a 30-point collapse in 6 years. In the demographic that has been the backbone of American support for Israel for more than 50 years. That didn't happen by accident. That happened because there was a plan. And then the Epstein files dropped, and a software glitch handed them the perfect news hook. Ancient propaganda dressed up as breaking revelation. The machine misread a fax, and millions of people got told it was proof of what the radicalization infrastructure had spent years preparing them to believe. 9 days after Owens' first Baal live stream, Iranian state rallies burned giant bull-headed effigies labeled Baal, adorned with the Star of David and a picture of Donald Trump. Not because Candace Owens was coordinating with Tehran, but because once you put a frame like that out into the world, Jews as Baal worshipers, Israel as a satanic enterprise, then different actors in different countries who share the same enemy can borrow it and use it without any coordination at all. The frame does the work. That's elegant in the most horrifying sense of that word. Now, I want to address the Israel piece directly because Carlson and Owens and their crowd have retrofitted this anti-Semitic mythology into a real complicated, legitimately debated military conflict. And that sleight of hand deserves to be called out. The Israel-Hamas war, the broader confrontation with Iran, these are subjects where reasonable people can disagree about tactics or strategy or civilian casualties, proportionality. Those debates are legitimate and important, and I've had them on this channel. I've been critical of several specific things that the Israeli Defense Forces have done. That's not anti-Semitism. That's called journalism. What Carlson and Owens are doing is categorically different. They're not arguing that Israel's tactics are wrong. They're arguing that Israel's existence is wrong. It serves
this AI image of Tucker Carlson is about to be awesome too. He's gonna be a cracked out Mickey Mouse. Thank you, no reply. Shout out to you, honey. We're here for it. That's gonna be a thumbnail, and I'm gonna tweet it on X.
Demonic agenda. They're not criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu's military decisions. They're claiming that the entire Jewish people are totally evil Baal worshipers who require child sacrifice as a religious obligation. And one of those is a policy debate. The other is the 12th century blood libel with a podcast mic. And here's the thing about Baal that should finish this argument once and for all. The Hebrew Bible, the Torah, the foundational text of Judaism, contains explicit condemnations of Baal worship on literally dozens of pages. The entire moral argument of the Hebrew scriptures rests on the contrast between the God of Israel, who prohibits child sacrifice, and the pagan gods of surrounding nations who supposedly require it. To accuse Jews of being Baal worshipers is not just false.
Hold on, 72 people watching. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's get that like up to 65. Let's get them likes up. Like number 46, we should be at 65. To the candy ass cult members, I know you all feel some type of way about having been fed slop straight from Candace that came to her, leaked from Sloppy Joe Kent. Don't get mad at us. You should be mad at your cult leader. She's the one that fed you all this leak fed slop from Joe Kent. It's her fault, not mine. I just pointed it out. Candace, you can kick rocks. Hit the like button, you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We got this marathon going, and I'm here for it. And so far, I just, Candace, God, the most demonic stuff she could think of. Blood libels and all this stuff. It's so demonic. It's so demonic. This girl, idolizes over Satanists. She's had video clips of Satanists on her show. That's what Candace platforms. Satanists. And it talks about she knows how demons squeal and sound and stuff. Candace, we also know you are stuck with a 15-year-old yeast infection.
False. It's a precise, exact, perfect inversion of what Judaism's own founding texts say. It accuses the people who banned child sacrifice of practicing child sacrifice. It projects onto Judaism the very practices that Judaism categorically condemned. That inversion is no accident. That's the architecture that they've built. As I said, I've covered wars and propaganda operations, and I know what a weapon system looks like when it's being assembled. And what I've watched happen to the American right over the past 3 years is a construction of a weapon system, the theological demolition of evangelical Christian Zionism, the systematic radicalization of young conservative men, the injection of Russian state anti-Semitic frameworks through American distribution channels, and the conversion of a real breaking news event into a vehicle for 12th century accusations. See, the people building this are patient. And when I say well-funded, I mean that literally. Russia is pumping propaganda like this through millions of bot accounts on social media right now. This is not organic. This is not spontaneous grassroots awakening. This is a state-sponsored influence operation, and it's working because a meaningful segment of the American population is just lapping it up without a second thought. And that's not a good look for American public education. It's an even worse look for American discernment. So understand what this is. You're not watching a political movement. You're watching a foreign weapon system fire through American pundits at American audiences. And the only thing that stops a weapon like that is, well, the truth. And if you're a person of faith like I am, the answer to all this isn't complicated. It was settled 4,000 years ago. God told Abraham in Genesis 12:3, I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. That wasn't a suggestion. That's not a policy recommendation. That's a divine declaration that has been field tested across 4 millennia of human history. Every empire that set itself against the Jewish people, Egyptian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Roman, Nazi, has turned to ash. The Jewish people are still here. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are welcome to pick whatever side of that equation they want to be on. But I know which side I'm on. Okay. And I'm going to stay that way. Now, if this kind of analysis is useful to you, come find me over at chuckholton.com. Members get on a monthly phone call with me directly. No filters. You can say whatever you want. You get early access to some of my books and my videos and my documentaries. And make sure you hit subscribe on YouTube as well. I really appreciate all of you who support this channel and make it possible for me to do this and bring you this content full time. So God bless you. We'll see you next time.
That was awesome. This is my first time watching this. What's his name? The Hot Zone with Chuck Holton. Well done. Well done. First time ever seeing a video of him. Very handsome older man, may I say. This is so well done. Well done. Are y'all ready to get into facts?
I wasn't like,
I'm not ready. Y'all ready for this? Now listen here. Before we get into this, I want you all to hit that like button. Okay. Hit that like button. I think I may have hit the like button on this video. Hit the like button on this live. And I want you all to hype it up. Hype it up. So that this content can be up in that algorithm. I appreciate all of you all tuning in. We're going to have to do another marathon tomorrow. Oh, man. This is so much out there I wanted to see. That was well done. Graham Allen did a video. Tinashe did a video. Tamara. I mean, y'all, we got so much content to check out here. It's endless. Endless. And then a couple investigations and things that I saw I wanted to check out. So, yeah. Mira K, of course, talks about the Candace fatigue. I want to see that. But we got to get this one in here. Facts Me TV, Bride of Candace, Why of Chucky? Why of George? Candace. I told you're going to get an epic clapback. See, the internet is undefeated. That's what it is. I don't know how you thought you'd be able to do a series like that and not have people clap back at you. So let's take a look at Candace's husband. Oh, the bride of Candace. Hit the like button, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. This is about to get good. I love these investigations on her. Oh, man. I just said, LLC, isn't it amazing that there are so many people calling her out now? Yes, it is. Oh, y'all. Oh, man. I used to get hammered in the comment section, which I never cared. I always laugh at the candy asses. Oh, man. They make it so much more fun. But I never cared how they felt. No. Because at the end of the day, they've been fed slop from Joe Kent, who worked for the feds. And Candace was not even smart enough to keep from having this connection to Joe Kent, who worked for the FBI counterterrorism unit. So someone from the feds was leaking information to Candace, who then reported this fed slop to her cult base. But yet they want to come challenge us about believing fed slop. Well, we kept saying the FBI is not spearheading the investigation. So there was nothing to believe from the feds to begin with. Funny how this comes back full circle. Now it comes out that they're the ones that have been believing fed slop from Joe Kent from the FBI. You can't pick and choose which fed slop you're going to digest. You believe none of it or all of it. Because otherwise you would be highly hypocritical. So if you don't believe the fed slop, you don't believe the fed slop. It shouldn't matter who leaked it from the FBI. Don't believe any of it. At least stand on something for once. Go to your cult leader. Feel free to challenge her. Candace, why did you report information from the FBI to your people? Oh, man. All right, y'all. Hit that like button. We are here for it. I'm going to rub it in. Sloppy Joe Kent has been leaking fed slop to Candace the entire time. I love it. Sloppy Joe Kent from the FBI has been giving Candace fed slop this whole time. Can you believe it? So they asking us, do we believe the fed slop? No. Y'all did. Oh, it's a hypocrisy for me. It's so funny. All right, y'all ready to get into it? 3, 2, 1, let's go.
I wasn't like, I was, partying, but not more than anybody else was. I was a bad person. I don't know how to say it. I just was a really bad person, a person that I'm not proud of. And I didn't treat people well. I wasn't true to my word. And I was mean. And that meanness came from an anger, a deep-seated anger.
I mean, oh, this is going to be so good. Candace, you're super mean. Ooh, this is dope.
Welcome, my friends, my factivists, to a special Fax Me segment entitled The Bride of Candace. I'm Stephen Lancaster from Fax Me, and this is the place where we educate, not fabricate. Today, we are turning the tables on the Queen Grifter, Cuckoo Candace Owens, and taking a look at her alleged arranged marriage to the publicly perceived gay man, George Farmer. But that's just perceived. It's not a fact. It's just kind of like we know. As this investigation and added exposure of this toxic couple begins, understand that this is an ongoing inquiry in search of answers, and everything released should be viewed with a skeptical eye, my friends, and aligned with critical thinking. So in other words, everything I have to say, the ball's in your court. Nothing is fact until we prove it to be. Right now, we are simply asking questions and exposing all of the ingredients that make up the cult of Candace. This episode is going to weave in and out and around Candace and George, delivering points, timelines, and evidence suggesting that there could be more to this than meets the eye. I firmly think there is, especially when Candace has you all looking over here instead of over here.
Yeah.
Just heard a fighter jet go over. You know, with that kind of money, I could have a bomb dropped on me. But anyways, this ghetto trash had a dream of becoming elite, rich, and powerful, and there is not a sane person that can deny that. Throughout her life, she has used rich white men to achieve a platform, only to turn around and slander the very good-natured people who gave her those opportunities.
Yep.
But everybody with a serious psychological disorder tends to have an origin story, something that set that off. So let's check this out. Let's figure out why she's obsessed with the blonde beauty queen.
The earliest thing that I remember was my first play date, which was in kindergarten class. I was 5 years old, and there was a girl named Lindsay DeLeo. She was this blonde girl with blue eyes, and we became fast friends. I think we had reading class together, and her mother invited me over for a play date. And I went to her house, and I was just shocked that people lived in the way that she lived. She lived in the suburbs. She had a massive house. She had this Victorian concept room. She had a nanny. She had a playroom. And I just remember being shocked that this was even a part of life, because prior to, obviously, I existed within the realm of my family. I lived in a really small apartment. Me and my two sisters shared a room in a low-income housing building, and it blew my mind. So I think when I was a really small kid, I was already considering, like, how is this, asking the question at least, which is important in order to get the answer. How could people be living such different lives?
In my opinion, this is why she is obsessing over Erica Kirk. She wants to be Erica Kirk. She wanted to be Mrs. Kirk. Again, I just don't see how anybody can deny that. I mean, all of the signs of the jealous schoolgirl are there. And you know, this is a telltale sign of severe psychological disorder. Serial killers often project their angst and use their victims as surrogates for the real issue. That's what we're seeing here. Erica Kirk is a surrogate. This is exactly what Candace is doing with Erica. Erica has become the surrogate for that little girl Candace was always jealous of. Nearly 20 years of grifting, lying, lawsuits, terminations, and some of the most embarrassing videos the internet has ever seen. I mean, after all, a great investigator, especially one focused on murder, never subscribes to science.
Actually, what I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science, because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, think about it, is a pagan faith.
Because that makes sense. Candace doesn't believe in science. In her mind, science is a tool of evil. Apparently, the English language is as well, because hooked on phonics clearly did not work for her. Especially when you got your daddy
email it to me, Melinda,
writing your script. There's a phrase I like to use, my factivist, and that phrase is, you can only call it coincidence so many times. And I want that to echo, bounce around in your brain, because that's what today is. That is what today is all about. You can only call it coincidence so many times. A lot like the phrase, birds of a feather. Keep that one bouncing around in there too, and this will all start making sense. Candace wanted money and power. George wanted a clean, conservative, public persona to fuel his narratives. Now, I know you're probably already sitting there, 5 minutes into this, and you're like, man, Lancaster, where's the goods? We're going to get to that. But we have to establish history. We have to establish things and assume that not everybody watching this has seen some of this stuff. So many of you who have been following me, following this entire saga, you're going to see some repeat evidence and repeat things that have already been out there. But we have to establish this to set up what I'm ultimately going to close this show with. Candace wanted money and power, just like we said. The two met in the middle in what many believe to be an arranged marriage. In my opinion, I think George felt he could kill two birds with one stone. Those two birds being his true sexuality and the sexual assault allegations against him. There's two solid ones that I know of. One involved a flight attendant or a stewardess or something, but we'll get to that. Because if you can fool the general public you aren't gay by marrying a woman, you automatically discredit the assault accusations. Well, he's married to a woman. Why would he be sexually assaulting men? So keep that in your head as well. But let's check out this story that we've all heard. This real quick engagement to marriage. Let's check that out to bring everybody up to speed. And then we'll keep this shenanigan going.
I heard that you actually have an amazing love story. I have such an interesting How I Met My Husband story. It was totally a God thing. It really was. I was working for an organization called Turning Point at the time, and I bizarrely kept saying to Charlie, who's the founder of Turning Point, like, we should go to the UK. Long story short, I take his credit card and I book us to the UK, and we had an event that was set up for us to just kind of speak in front of a room full of reporters and people that were interested sort of in this conservative movement that was happening in America.
She took his credit card. Candace, did you ever reimburse CPUSA for that flight? Because it doesn't sound like you had permission. You need to pay them back. You know, because that wasn't your credit card. She took his credit card. This is why Charlie should not have been overly nice to this evil-ass girl. That's called theft, Candace. So you stole this man's credit card to book a flight to go out here to meet somebody you had already looked up online. An arranged marriage is an arranged marriage. You know beforehand that you're marrying this person. Bottom line. So Candace admitted to taking his credit card without his permission and booking a flight to go to the UK. I take his credit card. I book us like he wanted to go. Because he married Erica Kirk. What good would he have to go out there to the UK with you? There was no benefit for Charlie Kirk to fly out there to the UK with your behind. So you might need to pay these people back for that flight, girl. That was not a approved trip.
UK, and we had an event that was set up for us to just kind of speak in front of a room full of reporters and people that were interested sort of in this conservative movement that was happening in America. And my husband now was in attendance. And I promise you, while I was on stage, we had locked eyes, and I was just like, wow, that guy's really cute. Like, you know, what's funny now is that at our engagement dinner, his best friend, who was the best man in our wedding, read the text messages that George sent to him while I was on stage. And he was like, that's my wife.
Stop.
Yeah.
You need to like frame that.
We both instantly knew he was heading to South Africa for New Year's. And it was just literally 18 days after we met. And he's like, do you have a moment to FaceTime? I said, yep. He was getting onto the plane. And he's like, I have something to ask you. I love you. Do you want to spend the rest of Yes. And we have never said anything, like nothing.
So he proposed to you over FaceTime?
Over FaceTime. And I said yes.
And she did this. We did this event. They did an event at the Royal Automobile Club in London in 2018, which was for about 300, I would say 300 to 400 people. And I was in the audience. And I just, something about her demeanor just kind of instantly struck me. I mean, it was very unusual. I remember messaging a friend of mine, you know, a couple of days afterwards, just being like, there's something different about this girl. There's something different about.
Had you met her yet or just seen her from stage?
We'd shaken hands and that was it. And then the next night I organized this dinner for a whole group of people. So it was her and Charlie as well. And they actually turned up 3 hours late because they were doing a podcast in the countryside. And so when they came back into town, it was kind of like 3 hour late, but we sort of got to know each other a little bit better. And then the next week I flew over to the States to see her speaking at a conference in Florida. And nothing had been said. Like there'd be no romantic overtures at all at any of this point. It had all just been very kind of above board and talking about politics and engaging in kind of philosophical conversations. And then at the end of December, we started. I called her a couple of times just to kind of chat. And again, you know,
yeah, that conversation was more like, okay, so on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we'll spend 2 hours together to make sure we have at least 4 kids. And then the rest of the time, I'll be with the boys club. You know, the Tate brothers are going to need me. Then I'm going to go out to dinner with my boyfriend. I do not expect you to call me. Don't ask for any flowers for Mother's Day. It's not happening. You know, doing the romantics, none of that. Y'all, he's trying not to throw up in his mouth. Y'all, can you tell he's swallowing hard and deep? He looks disgusted here. Look at his freeze frame. He looks like he was like, oh God, that was gross. He imagined like the idea of like, I gotta consummate this. He looks more upset about this than anything else. Y'all notice he's doing these extra swallows, is like real deep, hard. He's struggling. The idea, like, oh God, I gotta kiss this woman. Ew. Y'all look at this.
For New Year's. And it was just literally 18 days after we met. And he's like, do you have a moment to FaceTime? I said, yep. He was getting onto the plane. And he's like, I have something to ask you. I love you. Do you want to spend the rest of my Yes. And we never said anything, like nothing.
So he proposed to you over FaceTime?
Over FaceTime. And I said, yes.
And she did this. We did this event. They did an event at the Royal Automobile Club in London in 2018, which was for about 300, I would say 300 to 400 people. And I was in the audience. And I just, something about her demeanor just kind of instantly struck me. And it was very unusual. I remember messaging a friend of mine, a couple of days afterwards, just being like, there's something different about this girl. There's something different about.
Had you met her yet or just seen her from stage?
We'd shaken hands and that was it. And then the next night I organized this dinner for a whole group of people. So it was her and.
He said they shaking hands, but he never said that they had never talked or communicated. See, you don't need to shake hands to email each other. Because they could have been emailing each other the whole time. Is that we've shaken hands. Had you communicated with her in the past before meeting her in person? Yeah, George, if we saw your emails before you met her in person, what will we come across? Because I highly doubt that you just so happened to see her sitting up there talking about globalism and she can't define the term, and somehow you were attracted to all that stupidity. And you gave her zero romance and made it clear and you were not going to do that. No flowers, none of that. Ugh. This is knowing that she stole Charlie Kirk's credit card to book a flight, which meant also hotel plus incidentals, paying for meals, all on his credit card. Because why didn't she use hers? Candace, why you didn't use your own credit card to book that flight? Why did you take his credit card? Did you at least pay for the hotel? That means you need to be reimbursing TPUSA. He should not have allowed her to even do that. And he should have told her, you paying me this money back, girl. No, ma'am. You want to go out here to the UK. I didn't ask for this trip. So that was flight, hotel, and food, and incidentals, and anything else. All charged to Charlie Kirk's credit card. Candace need to be reimbursing them. Yeah. She needs to be paying them back. Because she didn't ask. She just took his credit card and booked everything on his credit card, not hers. Can we see that credit card bill? I would love to see that bill.
Charlie as well, and they actually turned up 3 hours late because they were doing a podcast in the countryside. And so when they came back into town, it was kind of like 3 hours late, but we sort of got to know each other a little bit better. And then the next week, I flew over to the States to see her speaking at a conference in Florida. And nothing had been said. Like there'd be no romantic overtures at all at any of this point. It had all just been very kind of above board and talking about politics and engaging in kind of philosophical conversations. And then at the end of December, we started. I called her a couple of times just to kind of chat, and again, just had these long, prolonged conversations, which were mainly about politics and trying to understand what she wanted to do in life. And at the end of December,
did he ever understand what she wanted to do in life? Because right now she's doing nothing. Trying to make the most money she can by saying the dumbest things ever. That's what Candace wanted to do in life. Candace couldn't even tell him what she wanted to do in life in this arranged marriage. Can you believe that? He's like, I just, trying to understand what she wanted to do in life. Y'all, how long does it take to tell someone, hey, if you had the opportunity to just work from home or not work at all, what do you want to do? What are you going to be doing in your spare time? That's probably how that question came off. So, naturally, you don't have to work. What are you going to be doing? She probably couldn't tell him, well, if I don't have to work, what do you want me to do? So they spent more time trying to figure out what she's going to be doing in her spare time as a stay-at-home mom than anything else. Because, oh no, the bees made me pull my kids out of daycare because they were never enrolled in school. They don't pull my kids out of daycare and then just homeschool them, because they're not in school. So whatever. And then I'll hire a nanny. So, okay, Dad, what do you want to do with your spare time? Because chasing me is not it. Candace, how did you break that left foot again? How did you break that foot, Candace? Chasing George got you nowhere but a broken foot. So how did you break that foot? I just want to be clear. So he spent many hours trying to get her to tell him exactly what she was going to do with her spare time. Because, this is an arranged marriage. Naturally, you don't have to work. I'm wealthy, but whatever. What do you want to do, dear? Are you going to cook? So what? Because she won't make him a sandwich. Candace. He doesn't, I don't think he cares that she runs that household. He could care less. George, I heard you had a black eye, bro.
I was actually flying to South Africa at the time for New Year's, and I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you feel about getting married to me?
Just real quick. I missed the bit where there was any sort of...
There was literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
I mean, literally nothing.
So I missed nothing.
We hadn't gone on a date. We had not talked about marriage or the future or anything like that.
All right.
And and she said yes.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
She did.
That didn't happen.
Yeah.
You're making it up.
It's all fiction. Fake news. No, it was.
This guy's not even Candace Owens' husband. I thought it was weird that he would refuse to go to Paris. Who is he? What a strange
Some random guy that just pulled off the street in Stephen's.
Right. You called her up and said, "How would you feel about getting married?"
Yeah.
Were you nervous? Were you serious? Or were you partly was this a pickup line?
No, I mean, no, I was 100% serious. I mean,
all right, my friends, the answers and breadcrumbs have been right in front of us for years. Once you start laying them out and start visualizing it as a timeline, like good investigators do, it becomes hard to think otherwise. And you're sitting there right now. Stephen, come on, man. What are you talking about? Stuff. So let's start with Candace. Okay, yes, this is the bride of Candace, but you have to cover both of them in order for any of this to make sense. And let's bring all of the elements that make up the gay argument to the table and see what we make of them. That's what the comment section's for, guys. I'm going to be looking to you. Give me some opinions. Give me some thoughts. Maybe you've seen something that would solidify the things I'm about to show. Here's a video of her cousin, recently interviewed. She's got a lot of gay folks in her family.
I actually got married. She the one that told me, if anybody have anything to say negative about you and who you marry or, who you are, fuck them. She was the one person that, first person that told me that when I got married. You know what I mean? A lot of people had a lot of things to say. I got married around the time when, they just legalized, the whole gay marriages and things like that. So a lot of people still haven't got used to it. Still not haven't got used to it, but back then they definitely wasn't used to it. And she was the first person that spoke up, was like, fuck them. You know what I mean? Excuse my language. I don't know if they're going to flag you, but that's her words. You know what I mean? So I know for sure she capped on that. She never treated me any type of way. She never treated anybody that I saw. Matter of fact, like people that's close to her, be around her right now, like some people in her family, they're gay. You know what I mean? So she have it. Like, you know what I mean? That's the best way I can put it.
I feel you. I'm glad you were able to speak on that because a lot of people feel like, oh my gosh, it's homophobic.
But what do you think about same-sex marriage?
It's a sin.
You think it's a sin? So you think I'm sinful?
What's that?
You think I'm sinful because I'm married to a man?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, you're sinning. You are in a sinful relationship. I actually don't believe marriage can be between two men.
So here's where it gets a little wishy-washy.
Candace, that is very hypocritical. Something you can't define, nor understand the concept of, but hypocrisy is the word of the month for you. Hypocrisy. No, we've had hypocrisy before. No, we're going to revisit it again. The word of the month for Candace, Karen, is hypocrisy. Because it's very hypocritical to say that, and then your cousin, whom you still keep around you, by the way, she uses her cousin as a way to try to intimidate somebody. I guess she sits in the corner of a room and mean mugs people. Her and her Satanist friends, because they're demonic. And they just, According to Candace, it's a sin. They just sinning all over the place. Candace, how many videos and photos have we seen of you in the last 2-3 weeks with women kissing all over you? Like, you can't make this up. It's the hypocrisy for me. But you told your cousin F him, right? So either you're lying to your cousin or you're lying to everyone else. Which one is it?
Because that's really about the only way to explain Candace.
Oh, it's crazy.
So it's established here that Candace holds no ill will toward gay people, right? I guess it depends on the day and her audience and who's paying her that day. However, this points to also something, you know, I've said many times that Candace is not a Christian, and she sure as shit is not a conservative. But if she is supporting gay people and her gay family members, that's cool. But it doesn't end there if you are a Christian. And let me explain, because this drives home the fact that Candace is a fake Christian. All right. She's fake everything. Like, I don't think any of us even really know who the real Candace Amber Owens is, other than a grifter. We know that to be fact. But this point drives home the fact that Candace is a fake Christian. In some interviews, which are all online, she's very anti-gay. But when it concerns her family, she's not. Okay, so that's hypocrisy right out the gate, right? That's just somebody playing the system for the dollars. You know, Tucker does it all the time. Tucker's the king of it. Tucker will say something that he knows is going to just rip the internet apart, and then when he gets crap for it, he retracts it in some way, and then says what people want to hear. It's the grifters, man. But anyway, now what I'm about to say, it may strike a nerve with some of you, and that is not my intent, okay? But if we're going to talk about being a Christian, we need to talk about being a Christian. Because in the context of Christianity, God and his word, you cannot openly support gay sex and be accepted as a Christian.
Hold on 1 second. So, Candace, this is you, right?
I'm still cute because I'm Sammy Schwab. Hey guys, it's me, Samantha.
Candace,
I'm
that's you,
still
right?
perfect and pretty and skinny. And yeah, maybe Candace got a little chubby in quarantine, but at least I'm still cute because I'm Sammy Schwab. Hey guys, it's me, Samantha.
You had no problem doing this, girl. None. No problem with this. She's cool with this. Candace, that's you. Right? With your girlfriend? Girlfriend's night out? What about this one? Candace, girlfriend's night out? Oh, her boyfriend's night out. Come on here. It's the hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy. Y'all hit that like button. The hypocrisy for me. Candace, who are you lying to? You and George. He's out with, with his boyfriend for a dinner date. I've never seen him except the day of the wedding, which was pre-planned, be all up on Candace like this at all. They don't even show affection when they're interviewing each other, or she's interviewing him or whatever. Look at this. This PDA is weird. Regular to all the grown real men in the chat. I just, if you're gay, I'm not ostracizing you. I just want to know. If you're not gay, is this how men normally interact and talk with each other like this up close in person? Because I've never seen this amongst straight men. I don't know any straight man that'll be this close, grabbing another man's arm or anything. It wouldn't even be a joke. They wouldn't do this. Oh, we're just doing this for the cameras to, to drum up some conspiracy. No, this is not how they would. Straight men would not do this, even for a joke. This isn't just like I popped you with a towel sort of thing. No, this is like I'm all in your face and your ear, whispering sweet nothings. I love how your hair flows over to the right by your ear, and your arm is so strong, and you smell like Old Spice. Not like that, y'all. He's zesty. I'm just saying, y'all. This is out here. British guys like that, maybe. Ben said it may be British. I don't know. Long Slinger said it's the alcohol. Candace. Candace, I don't even know if she's bi. I think Candace is gay. George certainly is gay. He doesn't like women at all. He just used Candace as a womb. He probably didn't even like consummate. It's like, yeah, here's a cup. Get the turkey baster. I'll leave you alone. Y'all. Oh, my good grief. Candace, this is you. Yet again, taking a photo where you have people like, why do you keep kissing and grabbing women's butts? What is it with you two? And she's prego. Y'all, look at that baby in the belly. Just wondering why all this pressure on my back. Mom, get up. Baby's probably started kicking. Look at this. You can't make this up. Was Candace still pregnant? Candace, were you still pregnant? Child. I'm not going to take photos like my best friends and I have never, ever taken photos like this. Never. How much more Candace do we need to play? I think this right here solidified it. Candace is gay. You're not going to keep kissing me on the face. Unless this is Idris Elba, a whole grown man, or Michael B. Jordan, or like Brad Pitt, or Ami. Mama love you. Ami can kiss me like this from behind. Child, please. You probably like running away from me. Look, you trying to kiss me. Oh, Ami can do this to me. Not this woman here. Look at this. It just stick out her tongue. This is so weird. Y'all, you just no. Yeah, Candace is gay. It is what it is.
That's just biblical fact. Those are not my words. That is the Christian way of life. Because you see, God holds the same expectations for straight people as he does for gay people. So we're not pointing them out. We're not putting a target specifically on gay people. We adhere to the same expectations from our Lord and Savior. A straight person cannot act on impure thoughts. A gay person cannot act on impure thoughts. So this isn't targeting gay people, like I said. It's simply saying that me cheating on my wife is the same as a gay man participating in homosexual activity in the eyes of God. Both are considered sins. A Christian can love a gay person, guide them, and help them bring Jesus into their heart. But when you act on these impure thoughts, that's when you are no longer doing what God expects of you.
That's a good question, Betty.
Now you may be thinking, what does that have to do with anything? We're here for the bride of Candace. We're here for the goods. I get that. But we're establishing character here because that's important. On one of Candace's old grifting sites, which everybody I think has seen tenfold now, degree180.com, which was a full-on gossip site, the most anti-Christian thing you could ever read. She wrote an interesting article concerning marrying gay men. So this concept was nothing new to her. And I'm putting that article up on the screen, and I'm going to read a little bit from it. All right, the title of the article, a lot of straight women are settling down with gay men. Here's why. She talks about, in this article, one of her girlfriends dating a gay man. Does my girlfriend know he's gay? Of course she does. They always do. But women ignore an inconvenient fact that it stands between them and something they want. Sometimes the fact they ignore is that the person's an alcoholic. In this case, they're ignoring that they're gay, which clearly is what she's doing. So she goes on here about gay guys and their girls. And she says, I actually know two couples that are happily married with children, and they're married to gay men. Sounds to me like back in, when was this? 2016? Candace figured it out, right? So what it comes down to is not everybody finds their soulmate in their younger years. Dating isn't simple. It isn't like the movies. And when your biological clocks start running out, you basically settle for a gay dude. What is she talking about? Anyways, the reason that so many women lower their standards is because as a whole, women tend to peak in their youth, whereas men peak later in life. So she's saying that women lower their standards and just marry a gay man. Wonder how your husband feels about that, Candace. And lastly, and you guys can read this whole article. I'll post it later. She says that she wants to be clear that she does not believe these relationships come together by mutual agreement. Okay. She says the husband plays the part of a straight man and the wife plays the part of looking past everything that tells her otherwise. Delusion is key. That's what she says, my friends. Delusion is key. So let's move on from that. I don't want to dwell too much on that article. Anyways, so we've all heard.
Shout out to you for the $2 super, my journey. Thank you. Someone said it was only about 75 people there. Oh, at the Catholic for Catholic event. Yeah, I read that on X. Candace. You only got 75 people up in there. Yeah, how many numbers were they clocking in at the TPUSA event in Vegas? Yeah. Candace, they did a crowd size variation photo. They took photos of your crowd versus the photos of the crowd at the TPUSA event. Yeah. Let that shadow your world for a little bit. Candace, why do you care again? All of this, she's probably trying to go after Erica Kirk. I mean, who knows? Is that how you broke your foot, Candace? You were trying to get Erica Kirk to get your attention. You were running past the house or something, hoping that she would be watching you or whatever. What you thought was going to happen with that? Candace trying to hit on Erica Kirk. Erica, I told you, don't back your behind into Candace's hand. It's gonna reach a handful like she did with that other woman. Candace, you wrote an article saying you would marry a gay man. You can't make this stuff up. Yo, she just told on herself in this article. She told on herself in this article. Candace already said she gonna marry a gay man. She wrote about it. Oh my God.
Heard the phrase, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me a third time.
Dear Lord.
And your ass is exactly what we think it is.
Okay.
It is no big secret that people believe George Farmer to be gay.
He's
and
gay.
Coming out as gay, even in today's climate in 2026, would be devastating to his empire and to his family. So it's just not something he's going to do. He doesn't have the balls enough to do it, to be himself. And earlier I alluded to a few accusations against him. And here we have Raheem Kassam flat out accusing George Farmer of sexual assault. Most of you people are aware of this story. And I believe Raheem may have had his silence bought. And the reason I think that is because he no longer talks about it. I reached out to Raheem and I haven't received a response. And it's been multiple attempts. To me, and correct me if I'm wrong, a true victim who would openly accuse George Farmer of sexual assault wouldn't suddenly be so quiet unless he was forced to.
I've always suspected that, well, let me just put it out there. I think Candace Owens is married to a gay man. It's just something about their whole marriage, how they got together within 2 weeks, and all of a sudden they were madly in love, got married, had kids. This seemed like some kind of arranged marriage, or as they call it, a lavender marriage, when someone in the relationship is homosexual and then, it's basically like a cover-up relationship. According to this tweet, George Farmer liked the boys. That's why you don't really care about her. He's too focused on men. All right, so it's from this account called Colonel Kurtz. Now, they had put this. They said, yes, Candace's husband was accused of sexual assault by Breitbart editor and major conservative figure Raheem Kassam. Now, I haven't really heard about him too much. Like, I know he's in the conservative realm, but I don't really watch him, or I'm not too familiar with him, right? So these are some old tweets from 2022. So the first one says, I know more about this world than I care to. Mercer tried to get me to tell Bannon to shut up about populist nationalism. I was the guy who hired Milo, and Milo's one of those, we'll talk about him later. Farmer was sexually assaulted me. Candace blocked me for calling her sham marriage out. I told y'all it was a sham, y'all. Allegedly a sham. I know this from all angles. Okay. Then he says she's trying to deflect from her husband's public homosexual assaults on people, but also she's being vague intentionally. Personal feelings equals personal animosity. I'm a recreational weed smoker like her husband, talking about George Farmer, and side piece. Oh, not the side piece. Who's the side piece, y'all? And then Raheem, he says, don't get me wrong, I think it's cringe, and so is that fraud, Candace Owens, who blocked me for telling the truth about her sham marriage. I called her out on her hubby trying to grope me and kiss me multiple times. She blocked me for it. And Candace seems like she'll do anything for an opportunity. I mean, all these years she sold black people under the bus for fame. She don't care about being righteous. She don't care about none of that. But she has a fatal flaw that resurfaces anytime she's operating without strong male oversight. She doesn't know she's stupid. Damn. Has gone so hard for Charlie Kirk. I feel like Charlie Kirk was the one that quote unquote got away. Like that's how Candace treats this situation with Charlie Kirk. If I was her husband.
Thank you. Man, listen. And even if, let's say Candace is bisexual, because she sure has no problem grabbing butts of other women and letting other women kiss all over her like that. The man she would want would have been the Charlie Kirk, not the George Farmer. She settled for him because what other opportunity was she really going to have to be able to pull off this visage and still do what she wants to do? Well, he's willing to fork the bill until she starts making her own money. So him sitting down trying to figure out for hours what she wants to do with her life. No, that's what you want to do in your spare time since you don't have to work. Meanwhile, George is out here doing this, because he is. He's out here. He's out here saying, I'm going on my date. I'm going on my dinner date. This is happening. Because men just normally straight men aren't going to just sit here and be this close for comfort. He's like, so as long as I get to do this, I don't care what the hell you do. Like you can imagine him running from her when it's like baby time. He's like, here, turkey baster, a cup, get to work. The worst part is 4 kids have been brought into this situation. But no, he has no interest in Candace. When I see him more cuddled up with another man like this, more casual, more laid back, this is easy for him. He's not sitting here like, oh, my bad, bro. I don't mean to get that close to you. Nope. He's smiling. And the young guy's, he's a cutie. But George knows it as well. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to whisper sweet nothings in your ear. How often do you see this with him doing this to Candace? The wedding day, where you are supposed to put on the front. Otherwise, I haven't seen any other photos where he's just out with her doing this to her. But yet, no romance, none of that. No flowers, no date, nothing. And after 18 days, I just proposed over a video call. That's what Candace accepted. She was cool with that. Yeah, okay. Candace, you want to keep lying about this? Because not addressing this doesn't mean that George is still not out here going out on dinner dates with other men. So you can ignore this one accusation. But I listen, I'm with you. I'm curious to know what his ex-girlfriends would think. That would be interesting to be able to get one and interview her and ask her, hey, when you were dating George, shout out to Betty here. Is there any girlfriend that he might have had in the past that would be a good indication? Because I would sure love to know who he dated and what she would think if she was asked. Did you ever pick up any signs that George was gay? Or that he liked men and that he would be willing to go out on dinner dates and be this close to another man like this and be all comfortable and happy and content? He looks like he's just flat out straight up in love. Oh man. This is George's happy place. This is him in the closet, just blissful. He's not even making it hard to even think twice about this. Like, this is crazy. And whoever took this photo, man, they snapped it right on time. Yeah, this is something else. So, yeah. Shout out to Kiwi for the $5 super. If you have ever seen Georgia Shore, some British boys have no shame when it comes to flirting with being gay or bi. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He's not showing any shame or hesitation or anything. It just looks like it's so easy and free and flow and just comfortable. He's just so cool and cavalier about it. And he seems like he would be the aggressor, right? Because he's got an allegation that he tried to kiss and grope someone. So his money, his status has allowed him to be able to do that and get away with it. So it makes him more aggressive as the pursuer. And he probably just pay people off. Can you imagine how many more men may have been able to say the same thing about George Farmer? That he tried to kiss and grope him. Think about it. This was one that came out and was bold. Imagine how many more are scared to say something. There's got to be at least 10 others. I'm telling you. I think there's a good handful, 2 handfuls out here that may be able to say the same thing. From his days in college, just up until now. You can't make this up. His best friend is Andrew Tate. I just want y'all to keep that in mind. Good child. Kanye is good. Is he not? No reply. Milo was angry when Candace did too. All of them. Candace's love is a French man. Kanye's love is a French man. Oh man. Lord have mercy. Too many gays. Oh my God. Y'all. Candace, she has no shame. Shout out to you. I thank y'all for the supers. Let's see. We got one more. From my journey for the $2 super. What is this Catholic stand-up comedy hour? Y'all, this is the whole document. It's called Bride of Candace. Oh, man. It's so funny. All right, y'all. Let's get back to this.
I'll be like, okay, can you focus on me? Why are you focusing so much on him? But I mean, shit. She busy looking at her other man, and he's busy looking at his man. So they ain't got time to really be caring,
right? So I'm going to keep a watchful eye on getting some answers from Raheem. But right now, he's not talking anymore about it. He put out the claims, then all of a sudden, silenced. I'm not saying anything, just saying. That's going to be my thing. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. For a person so obsessed with Erica Kirk, trying to place some sort of sex trafficking reputation on her while simultaneously being someone who has literally associated with sexual predators, traffickers, and sex offenders, it really makes you wonder if this entire drama has been orchestrated by Farmer and Cuckoo to divert attention. Like I said, you can only call it coincidence so many times. Here is Candace with Kanye West, Russell Brand, Andrew Tate, and of course, Harvey Weinstein. Not only did Candace associate with these sexual freaks, she defended them. And she has the audacity to try to peg what she is onto Erica Kirk. In fact, to quote Candace in her own words, I feel that I am the female Kanye West. Now that's something to be proud of. Anyway, but I'm sorry, but what she should really be proud of, and please note sarcasm, is defending Harvey Weinstein. Check it out.
that I was the only person that would look at his case fairly because I have been a vocal critic of the Me Too movement. And to be completely honest, before he and I got on the phone, I believed he was guilty because, well, he was found guilty. And also because the media had even done a number on me in terms of there were just so many allegations. It was difficult to sift through or to not reasonably assume that something had to be true. And so I took a look at the case and was positively shocked at what I discovered. I believe Harvey Weinstein was wrongly convicted. And the reason that he is sitting in prison is because of the media. It was a trial by media and not a trial based on the facts.
Now, Candace has also demonstrated her obsession with Erica Kirk and Romania. We keep hearing about Romania, right? Once again, pointing fingers about sex trafficking, but pointing them to Erica. But dear Candace, you went to Romania. You were defending Andrew Tate, a man accused of sex trafficking and rape who was based out of Romania. In fact, isn't there a video of you with him? Let's check that out.
Andrew and Tristan Tate, huge update. We have obviously been covering that story. We have actually in the background been setting up an interview with Andrew and Tristan Tate about everything that's going on because it's been kind of crazy. It almost feels like the media conspired to make them the most hated people in the world, especially Andrew Tate. And obviously, I've showed you guys many times in my podcast, my favorite clip on the internet this year because it explains exactly my philosophy in life. It's the reason why we designed the second edition of the Candace Cups to say, don't care, Bill.
Yeah, no, she just does this to sell merch. Hold on a second. Juju says, after you did a live, he showed a video of Mitch Snow being interviewed by some chick that asked him, who vetted you? He said, Joe Kent. Is that female being paid by Candace Owens? Because I have a feeling Candace Owens is trying to push this over onto Joe Kent. Because she knows that she's been reporting Fed slop to her cult base. And hopefully they're getting in her behind about it. You know, because don't ask us if we believe Fed slop when Candace was feeding you all Fed slop for 6 months. And Joe Kent was leaking information to her. And he worked for the feds. You know, the same feds that was not spearheading this investigation at all regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. They've been getting Fed slop this whole time. And Candace is just not figuring out, oh, that's not a good thing. That's going to backfire on me bigly. So let me sit here and redirect Mitch Snow. Now Mitch Snow conveniently says that Joe Kent vetted him from the FBI. Was Joe Kent on the military base as well? Somehow Fort Huachuca continues to hunt us all. Oh God. If this is Candace's way of trying to reintroduce Fort Huachuca, this is going to be something else. This will never end. I have a feeling that's where it's going. It's going back to Fort Huachuca. Hatua, whatever. Yeah. This is crazy. Yeah, Candace, you've been feeding Fed slop to your cult base, and they don't want to admit it from Joe Kent. That was your leak. And now you want to try to divert attention away from it. No. It's the hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy. Because she admitted to having intel in the FBI. She said she had people in the FBI. She has leaks. She told that to the CNN reporter. So all this Fed slop that she kept asking you all about, I guess trying to get you all to somehow discredit the FBI. She had leaks in the FBI. Who has leaks in the FBI? If you don't want to believe what the FBI tell you, then why do you care to have leaks there? Candace said herself she has leaks in the FBI and in TPUSA. If you don't want to believe the Fed slop from the FBI, then why have leaks in the FBI? Whatever they tell you, you should question and not believe it, right? Because it's coming from the FBI. Make it make sense. If you're saying that everything that comes from the feds is Fed slop to the slow ones in the back, you know, to the cult members. If everything from the feds is Fed slop, then why trust anything they say at all? Because see, guess what Candace can't do? She has no way to corroborate whether or not they're giving her truthful, real, genuine information. You can't pick and choose which Fed slop you want to believe. So either the FBI was giving you all Fed slop and they want you to believe the Fed slop that, for an investigation they didn't even spearhead, or you don't believe it. But you can't pick and choose what you want to accept to be truth versus Fed slop, because it all came from the FBI. She had leaks in the FBI. So pick it. Either you believe the FBI Fed slop or you don't. It doesn't matter who it came from. It came from the FBI. You can't make this up. It's a hypocrisy for me. I love rubbing this in. I love rubbing this in. They sat here this whole time for 6 months. That Fed slop had onions in it, bell peppers, ketchup, mustard, brown sugar. It was a full-blown Sloppy Joe from Sloppy Joe Kent. I'm still like, I'm trying to get the candy ass cult members to help me out. How does Joe Kent tell you the truth and he worked for the feds? But he's giving you Fed slop because he worked for the feds. So when the feds come and tell Candace Owens, her leaks that she admitted having in an interview with CNN, L is her name, I believe. So she admitted that she had leaks in the FBI. But if you don't believe the Fed slop, then why would you believe anything that any FBI person tells you? That would be hypocritical. How would you know if Joe Kent told you the truth versus made shit up? Why not question the information that Candace was telling you all that came from her FBI leaks? Why have FBI leaks if you don't believe the feds? Come on, somebody. Why have FBI leaks if you don't believe the feds? That I'm not even going to go to them and get information from them if I trust nothing that they say. The candy asses still can't find it. They still, it's like going over their head. It's so hard to believe. I get it. I understand that your cult leader doesn't understand how hypocrisy works because she's not competent. I understand. But if you don't trust the FBI, if you don't trust the feds, you don't trust them. You don't trust any of them. Hit the 4. If I say I don't trust someone that works for Best Buy, why would I have people at Best Buy sending me information? I don't trust anything coming from Best Buy, but yet I'm going to have leaks in Best Buy? Make it make sense. Why? I don't trust anything that Best Buy tells me, right? Make it make sense. I don't have any reason to trust what Best Buy tells me because I don't trust anything coming out of Best Buy. So why would I call Best Buy or rely on any information coming out of Best Buy? I'm just throwing out an example. Why? Wouldn't that be a waste of my time? You can't trust anything coming out of Best Buy. Their products suck. And yet I'm going to sit here and take the word of somebody out of Best Buy? Why would I do that? So how is it that Joe Kent of the FBI was telling the truth, but no one else in the FBI? You believe this the Fed flop because Candace told you to believe it, or what? Or because he went on Tucker Carlson? What are the real reason to the candy asses? Do you really believe? Do you have to believe anything that any FBI agent has to say? What real reason do you have? You don't have any evidence to prove that he told you the truth. So what reason do you really have to trust anything that came out of the FBI? If Candace said that the FBI is giving you sloppy Joes, then why is it that you're trusting Joe Kent when you can't vet his information either? If you don't trust anything out of the feds, then you don't trust anything out of the feds. That includes Joe Kent, does it not? What makes him different? I'm just trying to figure this out. How this hypocrisy works. Y'all help me out with his hypocrisy. In the Lady Luck Club, we got to think hard about this. It's not even hard to think about this. It's just a matter of logic here. Candace, how did you get 5-6 million people to believe Fed slop? Because it came from Joe Kent when he worked for the FBI. But you didn't tell your people this information came from the FBI. So you had them thinking that it was coming from some source, but you never told them, hey, I want you all to remember, I have sources in the FBI. So don't disprove everything they say. You never even set them up to at least not look so hypocritical. Now they all feel stupid because of you, Candace. I'm going to make sure that they do. All the candy asses now feel dumb because they were believing Fed slop from an FBI agent who's no longer there and now under FBI investigation. Meanwhile, I could go back to previous live streams where several of the candy asses came into my chat asking me, so you believe everything the feds tell you? Do you believe everything the feds tell you? Because you believe what Joe Kent was telling Candace. You believe what an FBI agent was telling you. Now you believe things that came from the FBI. Now you guys are eating the Fed sloppy Joes. Somehow it's digesting in your bellies. You're not going to question your cult leader at all. Funny how they're going to just go with this. They're not going to say, how dare you betray us, Candace? You told us not to trust the Fed slop. And this whole time, sloppy Joes have been handed to us from Joe Kent. Who's an former FBI agent. The FBI is the FBI. What makes him different? He still works for the feds. You don't trust them at all, or you just trust them, what they say. At least be honest and say, Lady Luck, you're right. We should have vetted this a lot better, and we didn't. Candace has us feeling stupid because we sat here and talked about Fed slop. Meanwhile, we got Fed slop from Joe Kent, who worked for the feds. Yeah, we feel pretty dumb. Like they won't admit that at all. I'm going to rub this in because it's so funny to me how hypocritical they are. They're going to be mad at me until Kingdom Come. Candace, you have all your people feeling stupid and looking hypocritical as you are, but except you don't care because you've made $59 million. They made nothing. They have to now walk around into everybody's live stream chats and explain why they feel as dumb as they are. Because you've been feeding them Fed slop from Joe Kent, who was an FBI agent. It's all or nothing, girl. One day you'll learn this. Whether it be easy or hard for you to learn it, Candace, you will learn this lesson. There's no in between. All or nothing. You kept pushing this Fed slop narrative. And turns out you had sources inside the FBI by your own admission. And yet you never distinguished which information was being shared to your audience from the FBI sources. Because I guess you expected them to forget that you had people inside the FBI giving you information. But you wanted them to think that anything that came from the feds was Fed slop. Why? Then why did you have sources inside the FBI? Why even admit that? Does the candy asses feel dumber now, having believed everything that Candace told you? Or do you all still feel like you're the smartest things on earth? Let me know how that's going.
It's different. It's very important for you guys to take a listen to Andrew Tate explaining what we can garner from the data, as he says. Take a listen.
I'm glad I'm super rich. You know, now that I'm super rich, I get to be one of those crazy rich guys who acts unusual. And they're like, oh, he's a bit eccentric, but he's rich, so he gets away with it.
God,
like wearing a microphone on his chest. Everyone else puts a suit on, hides the microphone. I'm like, get a microphone, bro. Don't care. Built different. Don't care.
It's perfect. We're going to jump right into a conversation.
Oh my God.
I've watched it too many times.
Long time.
I know, it's been a very long time.
You've known Andrew Tate for a number of years. You were just with him for that interview.
Yeah, I've known Andrew for many, many years. I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew. You know what I mean? I've known Andrew since before he was famous, I guess. Andrew is a great guy. He really is. And he's a wonderful guy in many ways.
As I was having this dinner with my husband and his friend, Andrew Tate was there. I had no idea who he was. This is kind of before he really took off on the internet. I had my assistant at the time with me, who happened to be Romanian. He's born in Romania, speaks Romanian, happened to have been in the United States. She spent a lot of the time that we were there talking to him. She comes over to me afterwards and she says, this guy, Andrew Tate, I think he's a pimp in Romania.
I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make me money. That's what I wanted. So I was a pimp in that sense.
I said, what? And she's like, no, I think he's like actually a pimp in Romania.
By taking girls who didn't know how to be effective on webcam, girls who had never done webcam before, girls who didn't have the equipment, didn't have the know-how, didn't have the will, didn't have the premises, didn't have the ability to make money with this exchange.
Off camera, I think he'll be the first person to admit that. Like he's a flawed human being.
I created a system that allowed me to convince girls to do this, allowed me to retain 100% control of their income. I know how to make sure the girl can't run away.
I know Andrew pretty well.
You said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom. Yeah. To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like, that's exactly what you expect. I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16.
All right, in Romania, 16, sorry. And I only get away with that because the girl of 6 years plays along. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years. That means that they met when she was 15 years old.
Because Vivian's younger. Just away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate, the older of the Tate brothers, 3 years ago when I was just 16.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Not about me. 21, I don't care.
And now with this Tate stuff, she's really exposing herself. You know, I think she just got way in over her head with this. And it seems like she might have surrounded herself with gay pals and is now kind of losing it.
So how about that, kids? Andrew Tate. Human trafficking and rape allegations.
Prosecutors in Romania have filed formal charges against the controversial influencer Andrew Tate, his brother Tristan, and 2 Romanian associates. The charges include rape, human trafficking, and forming an organised crime group, as well as illegally accessing a computer system and violence against one of the alleged victims.
We know there are 7 alleged victims. There are separate charges that are still under.
7 victims? They should have whooped his ass when they arrested him. Candy asses, are you all proud of this? I thought you all walk around talking about Christ is king. Where's Christ king in this? Andrew Tate professes to be a pimp. Where's Christ king in that? Ain't no Christ in that. You know, all this God bless you. How? Where's God in that? 7 victims. You talking about 16-year-olds. Candy asses is nasty as hell because they're okay with this. The same thing where they're okay with Candace living with some boyfriend when she was 14. Allegedly, based on what she said. I didn't make this up. This is what she said to Russell Brand in an interview. Her parents kicked her out the house when she was 14 years old. She went and lived with her boyfriend for 6 months. God knows how old he is. The boyfriend could be 21. Who knows? Could have been 25, 30, 40 years old. You think Candace gonna sit here and clarify the age? No. You know why? Because most of us would be disgusted. And you have to explain why you were 14 years old living with your boyfriend for 6 months, but you never said why your parents kicked you out the house, Candace. Why would they do it, Candace? Why they kick you out the house at 14? But she never says it any other time, in any other interview. It's not something she repeats because, you know, liars tend to forget the dumb lies that they tell. But, you know, Christ is king and all this, and Andrew Tate is being arrested for 7 victims. Meeting girls at 15, 16 years old. If he doesn't live in the U.S., why is he worried about the statutory age in the U.S. He said in Romania 16. Yeah, he went to jail anyway. He was charged. So if one of them was 15, he still didn't follow the law. Yeah, this is insane. So the candy asses, y'all cool with that? Y'all cool with letting Andrew Tate meet your 15-year-old daughters? Candace, you got a daughter. You got a daughter, Candace. You gonna let your 15-year-old daughter hang out with Andrew Tate? You know, he's best friends with your husband in this lavender marriage. So your daughter's gonna start hanging out with her dad and Andrew Tate at 15? Because you think Andrew Tate is gonna reserve not hitting on Candace's daughter at 15 years old? No, he's not gonna care. He already said he don't care. So I don't give a fuck. That's what he said. Candy asses, y'all gonna let y'all 15-year-old daughters hang around Andrew Tate? I'm just wondering. Why the candy asses that sit here, all these grown ass simps that sit here and lick butt for Candace Owens, you gonna let your 15-year-old daughters hang out with Andrew Tate? Come on in the chat. Candy asses, all those who want to see him defend her. You gonna let your 15-year-old daughters hang out with Andrew Tate? Where's God in this whole thing with Andrew Tate? His 7 victims he's got. And he has the audacity to want to keep suing Milk Bar TV. He's still trying to sue Milk Bar TV now, but he's not paying any attention to this criminal matter he's got on his hands. So I'm just trying to see what a candy ass's mentality is. We're not worried about the bots. Bots are dumb. I care nothing about how they feel. They're bots. They're going to just say whatever dumb crap they're going to come up with. But for all fathers out there that sit here and love and support Candace Owens, would you let your 15-year-old daughters around Andrew Tate? Because George Farmer's not studying them. He don't like girls. You gonna let your 15-year-old daughter go to Candace's house and hang out with Andrew Tate? Because if you do, you're disgusting. You should not be a parent. Don't try to make up for this. Don't try to excuse this nasty behavior. This is disgusting, but she says Christ is king. And this is what Candace defends.
Investigation that may be the subject of a separate indictment in the future, and they include money laundering, influencing statements, and trafficking of minors.
Tate is facing a claim for damages from 4 women in the UK, 3 who worked in his internet sex business for sexual violence and rape.
A Romanian court has agreed to extradite the controversial social media influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan to the UK. Bedfordshire Police has obtained a European arrest warrant over allegations of rape and human trafficking.
Additional new complaints brought by additional women on top of the existing complaints and the victims that we already know about, thereby increasing the number of women who have brought allegations of rape and serious sexual violence against Tate.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have been accused of failing to pay any tax on £21 million of revenue from their online businesses. Devon and Cornwall Police is bringing a civil claim against the brothers and a third person referred only as Jay. The force is investigating recovering around £2.8 million scattered in 7 frozen bank accounts.
So what are you charged with? That's a really good question. I'm charged with...
Goodness. Let's read this. Romanian criminal charges, human trafficking, R-word, forming an organized criminal group. Here it would be RICO. UK criminal charges and civil charges. R-word, human trafficking, R-word, S violence, tax evasion. This goes on. And we're at victim tally number 20. 32 total.
So how about that, kids? Andrew Tate, human trafficking and rape allegations. And let's not forget the most important part, Candace Owens' buddy, right?
Yep.
He's her buddy. This again makes it appear that Candace is projecting her own demons onto Erica Kirk.
Yep.
Mastering deflecting, just like her fans. Here is a video. And I couldn't believe this. I read about it, but decided to watch it myself, and I'm sharing it today. Here's a video of Candace defending a pedophile, refusing to say the pedophile's name for his protection.
The first case involves a man who I am not going to name. The only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him was in fact a minor. And that of course is relevant. So we just want to be ethical here and not expose his name so people can look up the case.
Instead of doing a yoga pose as shown here in this 2015 video, 58-year-old Keith Fox posed for a mugshot Tuesday. Police say he had sex with a 15-year-old girl. The arrest report shows that the teen's mother hired a private investigator to follow her daughter and Fox. Last June, while Fox's wife was away on business, the investigator saw the teen at the front window of Fox's home, quote, in the nude, touching one another in a sexual manner.
So we just want to be ethical here and not expose his name so people can look up the case.
Candace has been adamant about accusing Erica of sex trafficking, grooming, and of course, having ties to Romania. Yet Candace is the one admitting to ties with Romania. And of course, associations with sex traffickers and rapists. We all see it. Yes, Candace, we all see it, to use your line. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Is all of this just a diversion tactic? Projection, if you will, because that's what I see. They say the best place to hide is right out in the open. If you passionately accuse someone else of the very crimes you are guilty of, it makes the audience lose sight of your own actions and instead focus on the accused. If you're a moron. This is textbook projection and deflection. Deny, attack, and reverse it. That's what Candace does. When you break it down, it's rather simple. Candace is turning all of this onto somebody else, the person she wanted to be. So, in other words, if you can't join them, you beat them. That is Candace. That's her philosophy in a nutshell. Candace is turning all of this onto somebody else. However, we are all now, we are well over 6 months into her so-called investigation, and everything she has claimed to be proof or evidence hasn't even been able to withstand the simplest scrutiny. It has all been proven wrong. All of it. Tenfold. As we all know, Candace's current obsession is trying to peg Erica as a pedophile and groomer of young women. But Candace's sadistic claim gets instantly shut down when the very mother of the young girl Candace claims Erica groomed says otherwise and calls this out for exactly what it is. For those of you who haven't seen it, here it is.
You can bet if Candace pulls her chair up to a podcast mic, it is going to be nothing but created content, false accusations, fabricated stories, and implying innocent people in stories with zero evidence. I had an hour conversation with Candace, and she could ask me anything she wanted to about myself, about Erica, anything that I knew. She asked about the Raining Angels, and I told her the truth about it. And she said, yeah, that checks out. I'm like, funny how truth has a way of doing that. And then she asked about the text message she said I sent to someone, which she would not produce. And I said, yeah, I can go back and look at my text message and see that I was definitely a concerned parent and mother that my daughter might be traveling, which nothing was ever spoken about the night before or anywhere around that date of September 10th. And then she said she did some digging on me. And you don't have to dig very hard, by the way. I have had a book out for a couple of years. And fun fact, Erica actually wrote the foreword to it. And the only thing she got right was I lived in Missouri and I did grow up riding horses. I did not grow up wealthy. And as far as Dream City Church, yes, they are very generous to let me rent their venue 2 times a year. That's it. And my husband is not a Border Patrol agent. We've never lived in Tucson. We've never owned a home in Tucson. We did not live in Arizona in the mid 80s, and there are no lawsuits against my husband. The lies continue and the fabricated stories continue so that everyone stays engaged with her content and she can make millions of dollars. And then the conversations about my daughter now that you have implied and are implicating Erica in grooming and trafficking. This photo is myself and Erica and my daughter at her birthday. And this photo is Erica and my daughter at Cheesecake Factory. And this photo is Erica and her niece. But this thread that was created out of the content that Candace actually put out was that my daughter's been groomed for 21 years by Erica. Let's do the math here. That would mean that Erica would be 15 or 16 years old and my daughter would have been 1. And I hadn't met Erica yet by that time. But nobody really wants the truth because that means that it stops all the insanity. And that's not what anybody wants. And by the way, you do not get to the truth by lies. And now this expose, again, will go nowhere. And digging up generational information about someone, I don't know who has that much time to do that. When you're trying to seek truth, you will never find it through lies. And lastly, Candace, on our call, you also accused me of being with Erica when she received the phone call about Charlie, which was another lie. And I was with clients. And then you also said that Erica was not with her mother when she got the call because you have information which no one has seen.
Yeah, here's that part. That lie right there is so stupid, Candace. You do understand there are cameras in the hospital. I'm going to reiterate this every time I hear that dumb lie. It's so dumb. There are cameras in the hospital. So to say that she wasn't with her mother at the hospital when camera footage can be pulled to prove otherwise, it's such a dumb lie. You know, just like this fat slop that candy asses have been fed for 6 months. Coming from Candace's leak from the FBI. It's funny how they don't ever just say to her, can you pull the camera footage and show us the camera footage to see if Erica Kirk goes to the hospital with her mother? Because cameras are everywhere all over the hospital. Why can't you just show us the hospital security camera footage, Candace? Pull it. You know, you claim to be #1 podcaster on earth, but you're not. Because that can be Googled. I mean, you want to lie about basic information. Pull that camera footage, girl. Show us that camera footage of just Erica Kirk's mother walking in the hospital by herself. Show us camera footage of where was Erica Kirk at? Show us the camera footage. Because if she wasn't at the hospital, security camera footage just got her going somewhere. We got cameras everywhere. For some reason, she wants to keep lying about that when camera footage can easily debunk Candace. This is why Erica Kirk should sue her. She would have overwhelming evidence to meet her burden of a preponderance. In a civil matter, it's just a preponderance of evidence. You just need to be 51% convincing. You don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a civil matter.
Here's a text message that proves that Erica was with her mother during treatment. And there's many more where this comes from.
It's a money-making grift. That's all Candace Owens is. Tracy Martin sets the record straight by calling out the latest wave of lies by Candace Owens. Candace claimed that Erica was grooming her daughter and even involved in sex trafficking, but none of that happened, did it, Candace? You had the mother of the child right here on video calling you out for exactly what you are. Tracy lays out the real story and further exposes Candace for the money-hungry grifty that she is. Yep. She's not a Swiftie. She's a grifty. Man, these are getting good. I'm just rolling with it. Anyway, let's get to George Farmer and start laying this out. Okay, we're almost 30 minutes into this. Maybe we are 30 minutes into this. I don't even know. I'm not looking at the clock. Are you? Anyway, coming up next, I'm going to lay out a timeline for you. And this is the good stuff, guys. And ask some very serious questions that I believe will change your entire view on this situation when you see it all laid out. I'll be right back after this. My friends, mental illness and the safety and well-being of our children should be of the utmost importance to all of us. Instead of being treated, mental illness has been affirmed, supported, and in many cases even funded, like grifting podcasters. We live in a world where a mentally ill person can make millions off of crazy, while the rest of the world sits back and throws gas on the fire. But we don't have to sit back and watch it burn. We're conservative. We're Christians. We have a duty to look out for our fellow human beings. Do you know a person who is displaying psychotic, delusional, and habitual behavior? Do you know a person suffering from extreme narcissism, denial, and false beliefs? Do you know a person addicted to drugs, possibly Adderall? Do you know a person who is a pathological liar with methodical cult-like tendencies? Very common things. Does this person have children? Does this person have children that they don't really care for? Are the children safe? Has the mother of these children publicly stated that her life has been threatened, which in turn threatens the lives of her children? Does this mean the children could be in danger? For instance, if the mother of these children does not believe in science, are the children receiving the proper medical care that they need?
Oh,
I mean, it's a fair question. If you can answer yes to any of those questions, a call to Child Protective Services is not only the Christian thing to do,
yes,
it is our duty.
Contact
CPS today if you have concerns about the welfare of a family, especially if children are involved. By law, you will remain anonymous. That's an important caveat. Your name will go in a file as the person who reported the incident, but your name cannot be said otherwise. Wellness checks exist for a reason, and that reason is to prevent further mental and physical harm to both parents and their children. So contact CPS today if you know someone who displays extreme behavior, psychotic tendencies, and a long history and catalog of demonstrating these traits. Let Child Protective Services know so they can perform a wellness check. Some people truly need a knock on their door. So start knocking. All right, my friends, my factivists. Turning Point UK was launched by Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens in December of 2018 as the British offshoot of Turning Point USA. By the time
just to show how serious I am about this. Tennessee Department of Children's Services. Here's the number. Candace. I will not leak your address, even though I know it. But I am going to leave this information for people to call. Please call. Hold on, let me. It's not letting me put in just a number. I'm gonna put in just a number. Oh man. YouTube thinks my comment was spam. See? Oh God. There you go. There's a number, people. Tell them there are 4 children that this woman, and just show them the photo, has pulled out of alleged school, because the youngest one is not in school, but whatever. And we're afraid that they might be drinking bleach or whatnot. We just need wellness checks. You've got Yeasty up in there. George is out with the boys club, smashing restaurants. Who knows? So we have no idea where her mental state is. She said she's been barely able to take care of her kids. She said this in an episode herself. She was so depressed that she feels like a bad mom and has neglected her children. Her husband has had to force her to go to confession. He has a black eye. She has a broken foot. So we're all concerned. Tell CPS to hurry up. She might be out on Hidden Valley Ranch. They might have to search for her, but whatever. Get the call in today. Tennessee CPS. Oh, I love it. That was awesome.
Time the Public UK rolled out in February of 2019, George Farmer was identified as its chairman. So there he was in. Candace, in her own words, convinced Charlie to expand to the UK and place George Farmer in control of it. Yet Farmer lasted less than 3 months before stepping down. This occurred around the same time George attempted to buy Turning Point USA, and Charlie refused. So he tried to buy Turning Point USA off of Charlie. Charlie said no. George Farmer quits being the chairman of the UK division. So Farmer stepped away. But did he really step away? So this is a rather intriguing timeline, my friends. Turning Point UK was launched in December 2018. The same month, George proposed to Candace without even having gone on a date with her. We know this from their own words. George became chairman in February of 2019, 2 months later. George then made a proposal to buy Turning Point USA and was turned down. George stepped down from TP UK in April of 2019 after less than 3 months. 1 month later, in May of 2019, Candace was fired from Turning Point USA.
This
3
is
months
whatever
later,
I wanted to be. You understand? Let me tell you something. Y'all don't come over here. The candy asses now want to come out. But they could come out when I was sitting here saying that they should feel dumb for accepting Fed slop. Because that's what Candace has been feeding them. Because she had sources inside of the FBI by her own admission. You do realize admission is evidence, right? Yeah. Your testimony would be evidence in the court of law. That's something you can Google and read as well. That's factually proven. So when you come to this space and to my chat, you come at your own peril. Where were these candy asses at when I was sitting here asking why they have felt stupid for 6 months for being fed fat slop from an FBI agent? Candace, having said she had sources inside the FBI in her interview with the CNN reporter L, she said that out of her own mouth. That is by her own admission. But if you're not accepting fat slop, that means you don't accept it from any FBI agent, right? Because wouldn't that be consistent with you not accepting fat slop? How do you accept it from one FBI agent but not another? But yet you all came into my chat asking us, so you believe the facts? You believe what they tell you? Do you all believe what they tell you because you believe what Candace told you? That came from her sources from the FBI, one of which worked in the counterterrorism agency unit. Make that make sense? You believe fat slop one way or the other. Funny thing is, they were never spearheading the investigation. The state's prosecutor office, the state attorney general in the state of Utah, who has jurisdiction over that matter, was the one spearheading the investigation. The candy asses should feel really stupid for being fed fat slop from Candace's FBI sources inside the FBI while telling you all we don't trust the feds. But she has sources inside the FBI. Why? You don't trust the feds, you don't sit and listen to sources inside the FBI. Because then you shouldn't believe anything they say. Now, should you? Why have sources inside the FBI if you don't trust anything the FBI says? Oh, I'm going to hammer this in. This is fun for me. You should feel dumb. Because that means you believe some level of fat slop. I'm not going to have sources inside the FBI if I trust nothing coming from the FBI. Make it make sense. Don't get sources from an agency you don't trust anything out of. So if you trust nothing coming from the FBI, then why talk to sources in the FBI? It's the dumbest analogy ever. And it's the zenith of hypocrisy. So Candace could have been up front this entire time and said, listen, I have sources in the FBI, people. What I will do is tell you if it came from my sources in the FBI, and then you all can determine whether you want to believe it or not. No. What she tell you all? Don't trust the feds? We don't trust the feds. So why do you have sources in the FBI if you don't trust the FBI? I don't care what they have to say if I don't trust what they say. That's not how journalists operate. I'm an independent journalist. So no, I will not have sources in any agency I don't trust. It's stupid. I'm not going to repeat anything to you all that came from a source from an agency that I don't even trust to begin with. I would rather research the information and get the evidence on my own than to go through an agency I don't trust at all. So if I don't trust anything they say, then nothing that they give me will be of value to me. Nor will I repeat it because I don't trust it. Some of these things Candace could have resolved by just Googling definitions of terms. She failed to do that. And yet she wants the credibility of a journalist. Do not insult that term by even associating her with it. When she has no way to vet her sources, she will never be a journalist. She's not competent enough to understand what the hell that means. You don't pull information from sources when you don't trust the actual agency. That would be dumb. Because how do you know what they're giving you is valid? And then how do you go back and corroborate what they give you? If you're going to doubt what they say, you might as well just do your own research. Come on now. It's the hypocrisy for me. And it's one that I'm going to keep rebelling and rubbing it in their faces. I want all the candy asses to feel as dumb as it sounds to sit here and have trusted fat slop for 6 months from Candace's sources that came from the FBI. But they don't trust the feds. They've been trusting the feds this whole time. They have no idea. And their excuse is, well, you have sources that come from there. Oh, okay. But why sources in the FBI, you don't trust them? Get out of your mind. All theories and no evidence. Because that's how it is. Yep. So this is going to be a clown Candace session. Absolutely. I am here for it. Candace watches my show too. She gets her ideas for me. That bride of Charlie. Yeah, because I call her the bride of Chucky. And she was like, you know what? That's funny. I'm going to call this the bride of Charlie. When she said, you're bad at this. No, that came from me. Candace, you're still bad at this. You don't have sources inside of an agency you don't trust, you dingus. You get sources you trust. You don't get sources in an agency you don't trust. Make it make sense. So either Candace lied to you people, to the candy asses, that told you all she doesn't trust the feds when she deep down does. Or she's not smart enough to go and get sources from agencies that she actually trusts. That makes her even dumber. You just can't make this up. I am loving the hell out of this. I mean, who gets sources inside of an agency they don't trust? No one. No good journalist does that. I'm not even going to bother with an agency or any company or anything if I don't trust their information and I have no way to vet and corroborate whatever they give me. And Candace does not do that. So you should all feel dumber for having trusted FedSlop that she gave you that somehow you want to brush off to say, oh, it was her sources. It came from the feds. And you don't trust the feds. So which one are you being true to? You either trust the source or you don't. Pick one. There's no in between with that one. And as a good independent journalist, I will not take information and relay it to anybody if I don't trust it. Make it make sense. Child boo. It's the clown for me.
Yes, 2019, Candace and George married.
Oh.
What did Charlie figure out during that time that forced him to remove Candace from Turning Point USA? Now, Charlie is a godly man. And there's also things called non-disclosure contracts, gag orders, that kind of thing, where he is just as obligated not to say anything bad about Candace during that contract term as Candace is about him. Okay, that's how these things work. A lot of big companies do it. I've signed them myself, these NDAs and stuff. So Charlie saw something from the beginning, but Charlie was a very godly man. Jesus was first and foremost with him. So he's not going to get out there and do what we're doing, what we shouldn't be doing. But we're fighting for what's right, and it has to be done. So Charlie, I think, saw the scam right from the beginning. That forced him to remove Candace. I mean, you can only call it coincidence so many times. Candace wanted to go to the UK. They wanted to buy Turning Point USA. George quits because I didn't get to buy it. Then Candace gets fired. So then them two just get married. Did Charlie see this scam right from the beginning? Did Charlie believe Candace and Farmer were just trying to take it all over?
Yep.
This sure appears like a lot of motive on behalf of Candace and George. And it's not something you would act on immediately, right? That would look wicked obvious. So you would wait and be patient and build things.
And plot and plan and meet up with people and pay them off.
Let years pass before acting out. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not really saying. I'm just saying.
Just asking.
Because if Charlie had sold Turning Point USA to George, Candace would be running it right now. She absolutely would be running it right now. And what I mean by that is she would have her private jets and Turning Point USA would be funding her lush life. Just like she used Blexit.
Yep.
Paying herself ungodly amounts from donated money.
Yep.
So, Candace, that didn't happen. So instead, in 2026, Erica Kirk is running the show. And she's going to continue to run the show. But this sure seems like a lot of motive on behalf of Candace and George, doesn't it? I mean, the motive is there. George and Candace went to Turning Point.
They wanted to buy it. Charlie said no. George leaves Turning Point. Charlie fires Candace. George and Candace marry. Charlie dies. Erica becomes CEO. Candace launches a 6-month campaign to discredit Erica, Turning Point USA, and anybody affiliated with it. It's a nice little timeline there, isn't it? Erica, Turning Point USA, and everybody in between. All now hated and slammed and lied about for 6 months. What we see here in the real world is called an oxymoron. Candace currently wants to paint Turning Point USA as an evil entity. Yet she and her husband once wanted to own and operate said evil entity because she wanted to control the right, which is exactly what she's doing with our lesser intelligent right-wing kinfolk out there. Okay. So why would she have wanted to be a part of it in the first place? If she truly believed the things she's saying now, that Turning Point USA was evil and corrupt, why would you want to be a part of that? Isn't it ironic that Candace is all for something until they aren't for her, and then all of a sudden she's against them? Same grift that our boy Tucker plays. Same one. Simple formula. She was all about the Daily Wire. All about it. Till she got fired. Now they are the enemy. Turning Point is the enemy. She does not talk good about anybody that has platformed her. If that doesn't bother you, it really shows character. It absolutely does. Now, if we are to think about this in terms of motive, wanting Turning Point USA for themselves, which is true, is it possible someone believed that removing Charlie Kirk would cause Turning Point USA to buckle under pressure and eventually sell the company to George and Candace just as they initially wanted? Is that what was thought here? If we get Charlie out the picture, Erica's not going to want to do this. Who's going to put Erica in charge, right? Don't sell it to us because they know we've asked before. I'm not saying. I'm just saying, but I'm not. It's an honest question. Money has been and always will be Candace Owens' primary motive. They wanted Turning Point. She wanted riches. She wanted fame and power. She wanted political recognition. Charlie kicked them both to the curb, and Charlie didn't sell. But with him out of the picture, maybe Turning Point would sell. That plan backfired. It didn't happen. Is it possible they didn't anticipate Charlie's fallback plan, having Erica take over? It's evident to me that they thought, oh, there's no way he's going to give her a Turning Point if something ever happens. Is that why we've seen 6 months solid of defamation coming from the cuckoo Candace camp? My question is this. Was George Farmer fully aware of who Candace Owens was? Nobody's talked about that. We don't know what's going on behind those closed doors. And the position she held at Turning Point, right? Before meeting her in the UK, did he know who she was and what she was about? Before meeting her in the UK. Let's keep going. Did George see a way not to only hide his homosexuality, but also discover a surefire way to get on the inside of Turning Point USA? Because the majority of his own projects failed. Absolutely failed. He pawned them off to other people, sold them to other people, and then they still failed. Okay? He may have money. He may be intelligent in certain departments. And he's definitely super smart to keep his face out of all this, which we'll get to that here in a little bit. But George saw a fame-seeking, money-hungry grifter and knew, based on her past, that she would do anything for fame and money. History has proven that to us. She will lie, she will cheat, she will sue, she will fabricate stories that later get thrown out in court, and then she's got to pay. It's great when you start digging into her history. So has Candace, and this is the funny part to me, has Candace been the one that's actually been played this entire time and used as a pawn by George Farmer? Because she's not a likable person. There's no way he actually enjoys being around her. They don't even enjoy being around their own kids, right? They've got nannies. And
oh, Heather, we checked out that video, and Joshua Carr is going to be joining us for an interview and discussion on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the LLC. He came into the chat. Isn't that awesome? We've seen all 3 episodes of his series. And Joshua Carr actually showed up in the chat on yesterday while we were reviewing the 3rd episode of the series. I had sent him a comment saying, hey, I would love to speak with you, do an interview with you. He showed up in the chat. So we've already confirmed Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Joshua Carr will be joining us and having an interview and discussion. So, yep, definitely we'll have opportunity to ask him questions and to be able to kind of just go over the method of how he gathered the evidence and documentation to get to that $59 million. And he went over it pretty well in his video. But any gaps or any information, any still questions you guys have lingering about that, you'll be able to ask on Tuesday. That is absolutely amazing. What a blessing, right? So yes. Where's my Jay? Give me my $7,000. You gonna give me the $7,000 payment or what, Jay? Because I mean, I'm still waiting on this money. Did y'all know I'm supposed to be getting $7,000? Not 70. I'm more deserving of 70,000. Jay is trying to be cheap. No, 70,000 sounds about right to me. But the candy asses won't give me the 7K. It's so funny how they won't give me supers or anything, but they want me to get this $7 grand. When am I gonna get it? Because I'm waiting. I've been waiting for a while. Hey, throw an extra zero at the end, Jay. Stop being cheap. Kick rocks. Oh, thank you, Sean. I appreciate that, Flossie. They keep saying I'm getting $7 grand. Why $7 grand? Give me 70 grand. Add another zero to that. And whoever's supposed to pay me this money, Jay, tell them to pay up. I'm waiting. Give me the $7 grand, Jay. Yeah, drop a super right now, Jay, and give me this, Jay. Is it J-RK1MN? Drop a super. Let's add towards the $7,000 you want me to get. Get all the candy asses in the other box to leave me supers. Y'all have no problem doing that for Candace, and she's rich. Drop me a super, Jay. Come on. Add to the pot. Give me the $7 grand. They keep promising me this money, and I'm not getting it. Unbelievable. You gonna sit here and do that? At least give me the money. Are you kidding me? Pay up to 70,000. It sounds so much better, Angie. I know, right? I wish they would just give me the money and stop sitting here lying and saying I got it. Oh, good grief. Give me the 70 grand. That's all I'm saying. Flossie, they refuse to give me the money. I get accused of it. And I'm just like, just give me the money. They want me to get it so bad. Pay it. Leave me a super and pay it. And to get all the candy asses, get all the other bots. Go get your friends, Jay. And all you guys come over and just throw out supers until I hit that 7,000. And then you can say I'm in this club. I can't be in the club if I haven't been paid the money yet. You think I'm a turn around $7 grand or $70,000? 70,000 sounds about right to me. Give me the $70,000. I'll take 70,000. Don't cheapen me. How dare you, Jay? I'm the queen of YouTube. Don't cheapen me. They want me to get this money so bad. I am all for getting thousands of dollars. So are the candy asses gonna start giving it to me or what? Candace, you've made $59 million damn dollars. $70,000 will not hurt you at all. Send me some money, Candace. Your cult members want me to get this money so bad. And I am in agreement with that. That is the one thing that the candy asses and I agree on. I should get $70,000. For the pain and suffering of it all. You kidding me? Yeah, let's all agree on one accord with that one. Lord, we ask you right now to bless Lady Luck Club with this $70,000. Let me enter this club with a golden jacket and a golden hat. All paid for by Candace Owens until Israel pays her back, however that goes. In Jesus' name, amen. Listen, we can all pray that prayer. They don't hurt my feelings with that. The bots are still slow. You're not insulting me, honey. Speak that money into my life. Show me the money. Yeah, like that insults me. No, it doesn't. Just give me the money. They rude. Am I getting $7,000? I can't be in this club if I'm still waiting for my check. Give me the money. Jesus. They want me to get this money so bad, and they don't want to give me a super to go towards that. Jay, you gonna leave me a super chat or no? I can't get into this $70,000 club if you're not leaving me the money. You guys have no problem giving Candace $59 million. Get out of here. They won't give me $7,000. That's so selfish.
I can't remember the exact word she used, but some kind of like baby nanny or baby developer, something that she had said. Don't quote me on it. But they had interviewed people to take care of their children and their babies. So Candace never even took care of her children as babies. So to me, it's all just a show. It's characters in a cast. Because, I mean, here's the thing, and I'm going off script here for a second, because here's the thing. If you loved your children and your husband, your family, whatever,
I know, right? That's like a free trip.
would you constantly be making yourself a target? Think about that. Would you be out there embarrassing your entire family and putting them at risk because of the lies you are saying? This leads me to believe she doesn't have a care in the world for anybody except herself. This is why she has people raising her kids for her. Okay?
Exactly as well.
So let's keep going. These are just questions, guys. But here is one of my favorite parts of this episode, okay? This is a name I'm going to throw out to you, and it's rarely looked into, at least from what I've seen. And the name is Paul Joseph Watson. And before I continue, why is it that all crazy people seem to go by 3 names? Does anybody ever notice that? John Wilkes Booth. It's like you got to have the 3 names, and then that just means you're crazy. Camber, Candace, Amber, Owens. Camber Owens. You know what? I'm distracted. All right. Paul Joseph Watson. Some of you are sitting there like, who's Paul Joseph Watson? Some of you are like, oh, yeah, I know where he's going with this. Well, let's go there. This is the man who actually set up Candace and George for this infamous dinner where they supposedly met for the first time. George had seen her at the UK speaking event. He even spoke at the event. And then this man, Paul Joseph Watson, sets up a dinner because he wanted Candace to meet George. So let's be clear on that. Paul Joseph Watson is the one who set up Candace and George, according to their story. Okay. I firmly believe George knew Candace way before all this. Okay. I really do.
Me too.
And in another episode, we're going to get to that.
Yes. Please do another episode. I said the same thing. Didn't I say that? I've said that this whole time. Candace and George have already talked by the time she stole Charlie's credit card and booked that flight. Candace, you owe TPSA money for that dumb trip. No one told you to use his credit card to book a flight and hotel and pay for food. You know you didn't pay for any of that out of your pocket, girl. I want to see the credit card bills. All of them. Candace out here splurging money. Using that, the candy asses don't say anything about Candace using Charlie Kirk's credit card to book a flight to the UK either. She said she took the card and used it to book the flights and didn't even ask him. He didn't say, yes, this is okay. Let me approve it with the board. No. She said, I just took his card and booked the flights. You stole it. They're not going to get on her about that theft. That's called theft. Candace, you stole it. Theft. They sit here worried about something with no theft. I'm sure that bill to the UK is more than $7,000 too. Candace, you owe me $70,000. Your bots and your cult members want me to get paid this money so bad.
Be clear on that. Paul Joseph Watson is the one who set up Candace and George, according to their story. Okay. I firmly believe George knew Candace way before all this. Okay.
Yes. George knew Candace way before all of this. I believe that as well. I'm in agreement with that. I believe that he knew her and he had been following her. He had been doing his little research, his homework on her. And Candace probably just got this little message, IM, text, whatever. Hey, why don't you look into George Farmer? I heard he is interested in you, finds you curious, finds you've intrigued his interest. I mean, he likes boys, but whatever. And then she did her homework on him, and I'm sure all this guy had to say is he's worth $244 million. And she, being the broke ass that she is, because she didn't pay rent for 7 months. She owed money. She lost the lawsuit. And she was stuck with Yeasty. Oh, Candace has had a never-ending yeast infection for years. She realized, I gotta get some money up, and I'm not being paid enough. $244 million. It's pretty lucrative. What does she have to lose by marrying George? What does she have to lose? By that point, Charlie wouldn't stun her. He was like, nope, Erica's my girl. The end. You can kick rocks, girl. And TPUSA is doing well. Candace out here being controversial. She I'm sure she saw the writing on the wall. And you somehow, if you pique the interest of someone that has well over $200 million as valued assets, and he has wealthy parents, and he's called Lord in his home country. Yeah, okay. What does she have to lose? Was Candace dating anybody that had $200-some million? Nope. I could guarantee you, Candace's boyfriend, whomever she was with at that time, girl, boy, whatever, was nowhere near as wealthy and financially set as George at that time. So they had a communication, they had some conversations, and they came to an agreement. What does she have to lose by saying yes to an 18-day meet and greet and proposal? A proposal after 18 days. Are you serious? I don't know any parent that loves their kid that would sit here and say, yeah, I'm gonna be happy for my child after getting engaged after 18 days and never having even gone out on a date with this person. Yeah, okay. No. My father would be like, nope, try again. That's not how we do. George did not even give her the opportunity to even get a better proposal. We just did it over a video chat. She was like, yep, cool. Have we seen this video of that proposal? Has anyone ever seen that video? If he proposed to her over a video call, I mean, did she not record that? She's getting engaged, right? And she doesn't take the time to record that video of all things that she wants to try to get video footage of. Not her proposal that was done over a video call. Has anyone ever seen any video footage on that? Good night, Juju. Yeah, let me know. If y'all come across video of this engagement, of this call, please let me know and email it to me. This applies to Candace as well. Watch out, Jesus warned them. Beware of the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees. For it burneth and itcheth. Let me just say this. So if she didn't record that video, because that would be interesting to see. And typically, when someone is getting a proposal, right? You're getting a couple reasons why the person fell in love with you, how you met. It's like some little exchange here. I love you. I've met you. Wanted to be with you from day one. And blah blah blah. You're the best woman on earth. For the Bible says that that he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and I found the great thing in you. So I want to know if you want to spend the rest of your life with me. Like, that's a moment to remember. Especially after 18 days of knowing this person. I'm like, wait a minute. Let me record this. I'm recording it. Candace, you didn't record that? It only happened once. Funny how he never proposed again. He's like, you know, I'm going to do this properly because I think you deserve something more in person with flowers after a first date. And then that way we can have this, you know, recorded so kids can see this. My sons can look at this and see how this is how it's done. Candace, you didn't record that at all? I'm wondering, what did he say when he proposed? Yeah, that's something else. Oh, good night, Carrie. That's something else. I honestly, my dad would have been like, nah, nope. No. I personally would have recorded. It's so hard to see Candace being proposed to, this engagement, and yet you didn't record it. Come on now. Candace, you should have recorded that one. How often does that happen? How many times is George going to propose to you again? Never. Why didn't you record it? So who knows what was discussed in this engagement? It could have been, all right, here are the terms of the marriage. You'll allow me 2 weekends a month to have with the Bullingdon Club. And then I'll allow you 1 weekend a month to go and obsess over another man. And in exchange, you have to earn this amount of money and before we combine this income together in this one account. Like, who knows what was said? You can't make this up. So Martha says, have you watched the new interview Mitch Snow did saying Joe Kent was the one that betted him when he went to Candace's podcast back in December? I haven't seen it. Yeah, we're going to have to watch that tomorrow. Good grief. We're going to have to do another live tomorrow and get that one in. Candace is probably by. Yeah. We've seen too many videos of her kissing on and hugging on and grabbing on other women's butts. No. There's no protection for Candace. Nope. No, God is taking care of her, rightfully so. Can't make this up. I owe her nothing. Candace is not my cult leader. I don't owe her any protections at all. Chabu.
Yeah. And in another.
Candace, what a video of you being proposed to. 18 days is rather quick, girl. Was there any documentation you had to sign or something? Maybe he sent her a PDF file to sign. She had to agree to keep it quiet, not talk about it in detail. Come on, Candace. Tell us exactly what was said when he proposed to you. What were the terms of the agreement?
Episode, we're going to get to that. Okay, but who is Paul Joseph Watson? Facebook and Instagram permanently banned this man in 2019. May of 2019. The same month, Candace Owens was fired from Turning Point USA.
He said yes.
Facebook and Instagram permanently banned Paul Watson. That's probably just coincidental. But it's just interesting that month keeps popping up. Facebook and Instagram labeled him as a dangerous individual who operates dangerous organizations. Okay. But that doesn't really tell you much about him. But what does say a lot is Candace has openly given this man credit for boosting her presence, like placing him on a pedestal, saying he's the reason she got popular. There's even a post from her thanking him in such a fashion. He was under the moniker @PrisonPlanet. So when you see Prison Planet, that is this man. But Candace has given him credit for boosting her presence. She says, "This is really sweet. Thank you for your continued support. You were literally the first person who found me on YouTube and shared my voice with your followers." Okay, you're probably thinking, okay, what's the big deal? Well, we got to find out who this man is, right? We talked about all the sex trafficking and all of Candace's relations with people involved in heinous sex acts. Romania, all that stuff that she's blaming Erica for, it was actually Candace. So who is this man?
Jen.
And why should we care? Wait till I get to this audio file. Anyway, again,
hit the like button.
You can only be seen associating with people like this so many times before others begin to think you align the same way, right? The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Birds of a feather flock together. You can only call it coincidence so many times. All those really cool phrases. Paul Watson, if you want to know in one sentence who Paul Watson is, he is essentially a male version of Candace. He lies through his teeth and shares much of the same hatred that Candace often expresses. See, I've always called Candace a mimic. She finds what's working with other people and then she becomes a parrot.
What?
She finds her way to say it to convince people otherwise. Here is a leaked recording from Paul Watson, the man who set up Candace and George's meeting, where he has some very, very disturbing things to say about Jews. And we all know how much Candace loves Jews, right? In fact, this man, Paul, said, I really think you should press the button to wipe Jews off the face of the earth. This is the man that Candace Owens puts on a pedestal. This is the man who set her and George up. But I want you to have a listen. And we're going to take a closer listen. Because to me, I swear to you, I can hear Candace Owens laughing in the background of this audio recording. And I want your opinions on it. People's ears are different. You know, I'm a musician, so I tend to tune into timbres that most people don't. But I swear I have listened to so much of this disgusting woman that I hear her timbre, I hear her tone, I hear everything about that laugh in the background of this recording. But I want you to hear what this man had to say.
Any nigger faggot activists who get in my way in London and stick signs up in my face trying to get me to join the gay faggot Palestinian cause. I don't give a shit about Israel or Palestine. I care about white people and not sand nigger packy Jew faggot goons. Yeah? I'll leave you with that. I really think that you should press the button to wipe Jews off the face of the earth. That's what I'm at.
Now, here is the background laugh. Hopefully you heard it that first time without it really being pointed out. But here's the laugh repeated over and over. Does that not sound like Candace was a part of this recording? And I could be way wrong. You know, here at Facts Me, I will be the first to correct something. You know, there is a thing in the real world called mistaken belief. You know, where somebody tells you something's true, you trust that person, and then you, in turn, say it as truth. And then you realize, I made a mistake. This happens. It's how you correct yourself or you don't that defines your character. So if you don't think that's Candace laughing in the background, no hard feelings at all. All I ask is why you don't think that is. And do you think it's a woman? I hear a woman, okay? So here's the loop. Check it out.
To get in my way in London, and to get in my way in London, and to get in my way in London, and to get in my way in London, and
Now here is the really, really important part. Publicly and consistently, Charlie Kirk has been strongly pro-Israel and supportive of the Jewish community, particularly in the political context of U.S.-Israel relations and oppositions, you know, to anybody being anti-Jew, Candace. But right out the gate, Candace has been seen not only spewing constant hatred toward Jews, but also associating with the people who want them wiped off the face of the earth. So the question is anybody writing these questions down? Keep track of them so we can get Candace to ignore them. So the question becomes, why would someone like Paul Watson, who expresses such hateful views, want to set up Candace and George, who wanted to buy Turning Point USA, fully knowing that Charlie was not against Jews? Scratching your head yet? There's got to be another motive, right? But let's talk about how they actually got together. Most people know this.
That's the same thing as to why Candace kept saying Turning Point TPUSA should put me on their payroll. They should pay me a retainer for their PR. Why? Why would you want to work for them and you hate them? You hate Erica Kirk. You think she had something to do with her own husband's unaliving. And yet you wanted them to put you on their payroll for PR. You wanted them to give you a monthly retainer for PR. You said no one pays me the big bucks, even though you generated $59 million. I snipped that one. See, the candy asses here, I guess the ones that are new, forget that I snip. the videos with the closed caption so you can see the words being said out of Candace's mouth. So when I say she said this in her show, I can show you the snippet of her saying it. And to the candy asses and the bots, you know the episodes. You watch them all day, every day. Candace said, no one pays me the big bucks. But yet, she wanted to be on TPUSA's payroll. For what? If you think they're getting money from Israel or Jewish donors and you hate them, why do you want to be on their payroll? See, it's the hypocrisy for me. The same dumb logic of her going to the FBI, to her sources, to get information from the FBI for an investigation. They're not even spearheading, and then telling people, how dare they feed us fed slop? Why is she reporting information from her sources from the FBI then? You don't trust the FBI. That means you don't trust any of them and anything they give you. And Candace does not have relatives that work at the FBI or friends. And why would she not tell her audience? Some of the information they've given me, you all, is trustworthy and credible. Only from these sources. No, she had her whole cult believing you shouldn't believe the feds at all. We don't trust none of them. So why trust any of them? I don't care who it is. That you don't trust any of them. Pick one. Don't be hypocritical. It's the same hypocrisy with her being on their payroll. Why? They're getting paid Jewish dollars, right? You know, the same money that her cult members want me to get, $7,000 of. But Candace wants to be on TPUSA's payroll for PR, you know, public relations. Because to her, this is all a show. As opposed to her just being honest and saying, I don't care who pays me. No, she sits here and despises the Jewish donors. But then turns around and says, you know, they should put me on their payroll. No, for what? Candace, they have no reason to put you on their payroll. You don't want their money, remember? Because it's Jewish donors. It's Jewish dollars. If TPUSA is the enemy and Erica Kirk is the enemy, why would Candace want to be on the payroll of the enemy? The candy asses don't even think that's simple. Because, you know, they just believe whatever she says. They don't try to think. Thinking is hard for them. I love the idea that they've been fed slop this whole time from her fed sources that, you know, one's turning out to be Joe Kent because Sloppy Joe. But they didn't trust the feds at all. There were no exceptions to that. How many chats and comments have the candy asses and the bots left in my live streams, and I can go back and pull them, where they said they don't trust the feds. They don't trust nothing from the feds. So you don't trust anyone from the feds then. You had no exceptions then. Why generate an exception now? Is it because you really don't want Candace to have you look stupid? As you realize, oh goodness, she was feeding us fed slop because she was giving us information from an FBI agent. The same way she's telling you all, TPUSA is the enemy. They taking Jewish donors and dollars and blah, blah, blah. And then turns around and says twice, they should put me on their payroll. They should pay me a monthly retainer. No one pays me the big bucks. Why would you want to work for TPUSA if you're Candace Owens? You can't make this shit up. It's the hypocrisy for me. Why would you want to work for TPUSA if you are Candace Owens? Why? She said they should put me on the payroll. Candace, why would they do that? Why would you want to work for them? If you are Candace Owens, why would you want your name on TPUSA's payroll? if your name is Candace Amber Rose Owens Farmer. Candace, you keep lying to your audience. You know, I'm going to call you out on it because I don't really give a damn. You're not my cult leader. You're not God. You're a mere mortal. Somehow procreated 4 times. But you're also a liar. I just find it comical that your cult members realize that you're lying like hell and they keep trying to make excuses for you as if you pay their mortgage. Because she definitely doesn't pay mine. But Candace, you owe me $70,000 because your cult members want me to get paid this money so bad. And for once, I agree with that. See, the candy asses and I can agree on one thing. I should definitely get paid $70,000. The candy asses, we can all agree on that. Y'all, come on, candy asses. You know this is hilarious. We can agree on one thing. Give me the $70,000. That I think we all agree that 7K should be coming my way at some point. Whatever that 7K club looks like, whatever. I'll take it. Candace wants to be on the payroll of TPUSA, and she hates Erica Kirk with all her might. Funny how she wants to be on their payroll and take Jewish dollars while she despises TPUSA and their Jewish donors. You can't make this up. She said it twice. Now, Candace, you don't make a mistake and say that multiple times if you don't mean it. I'm not going to sit here and beg a company to put me on their payroll and I despise the company. It is the epitome of stupidity on steroids. Can we say SOS? Stupidity on steroids. SOS. Stupidity on steroids. You want to be on the payroll of the company you hate and loathe. You can't stand that they're getting all this money. How dare these Jewish people send all this money to TPUSA for nothing? They should put me on the payroll to help with their PR. Should they, Candace? Why would they do that? If nothing else, they're going to be adding some of your money to their payroll through a lawsuit judgment. Candace is an oxymoron. I'm just saying. Candace didn't have a problem exactly. Candace didn't have a problem when she was getting in Jewish dollars. But TPUSA getting this money is just, oh no. But she wants to be on their payroll. She wants them to pay her a monthly retainer for PR. Because this is all a show for Candace. She doesn't care. She doesn't care that her cult base are stuck on this Fed slop. We don't trust the feds. But I got sources inside the FBI. Why? You don't trust them, remember? So you shouldn't trust any of them. What do you owe them? Are there not other agencies you can get information from? So she plays in their faces and they're cool with that. They just make excuses for it. They make excuses for it. They don't see the contradiction. They don't care about that at all. They just, oh, Candace is lying to us. She's telling us the truth. She's getting fat slop from the FBI and telling you all this because she said she has sources in the FBI to CNN of all people. In an interview she lied about. I didn't do any interviews for anyone after Charlie Kirk died. 16 days she did an interview with CNN. I thought she hated CNN. Why do an interview with them? Once again, a huge contradiction. You don't align yourself with a news outlet when you don't trust the media. So why do an interview with CNN and you don't trust CNN? See how dumb that is? But she didn't tell you all that. No, we found out just like with everybody else. They didn't get no special viewing of that interview. And I think I'm one of few that has the full interview uploaded, uninterrupted with no commentary. She says she has sources in the FBI. Why? You don't trust her slop. Candace is an idiot.
The somewhat bizarre story. Candace took Charlie's credit card and booked them both a trip to the UK.
She stole
which
their
leads me
credit
to
card.
believe she wasn't going there for the reason Charlie thought she was going there. Because all of a sudden you meet this Paul Watson guy who wants you to meet this George Farmer who's just so taken back by a woman he's never met. He just has to marry her.
Mm-hmm.
We are.
Okay, well, I'm actually going to interject. So, hi, I'm George Farmer. I'm the chairman of Turning Point UK. And I just want to talk about the funding situation because actually there's so many questions on the internet about who funds you, right? Generic NPC comment, who funds you? Right? I can tell you for a fact, okay, if there's some secret dark money out there, please come and have a chat with me because we are desperately short of funds, okay? Who funds us? The UK donors fund us, and they're just businessmen who want to keep their names out of politics. It's a very simple answer, okay? That's the end of it.
And, you know, I just find it so...
Candace, and yet you wanted to dox Jewish conservative donors of TPUSA. Why is that again? But she wanted to be on their payroll. She wants to be on their payroll and to get a monthly retainer out of them. This is unbelievable. It's the contradiction and hypocrisy for me. Candace, stop lying to your people. It's the lies for me, girl. Your lies are so bad. You literally tell them the truth in their face and it still goes over their head. All of them. All 6 million of them.
Interesting that for somebody who claimed to really want to support Turning Point USA, when Charlie says, no, dude, I'm not going to sell you my business, George says, well, then I'm not going to be chairman anymore. So you really didn't care about the place then, man. You know, you were chairman of the UK division. What more did you want?
Charlie didn't care.
That's another question.
Bye.
And, you know, it didn't take long to see George kind of following Candace everywhere. Like this video I'm about to show you where Candace is obviously not liked by the hundreds of people that are surrounding her. You get a quick glimpse because he's very quick to make sure he's not on camera. But there's a quick glimpse of George walking around and past Candace. And this was a long time ago.
Do you have any plans to address the neo-Nazis that keep joining your group? Candace, I was just hoping to get your comment about the neo-Nazis that keep infiltrating your group. Candace, you stand by your comments that the Southern strategy is not a real thing?
Why don't you come in and ask me? We're going to have it's open questions.
Okay, well, they let me in. I'd love to come in. Yeah. I watched you say in Congress that the Southern strategy isn't a real thing, and I was just wondering if you had, like, factually substantiated. Because it seems like the Southern strategy is a real thing, and you just lied to Congress.
Oh, she lied to Congress.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the... How do you feel about the New Zealand shooter citing you in his manifesto?
Hey, how you doing?
How do you...
Candace, how did you feel about the shooter citing you in his manifesto in New Zealand? You know, because you don't mind speaking your mind any other time. Y'all, this freeze frame is epic. When I tell y'all Candace has no soul, look into those eyes. It's nothing but darkness. It's straight black. You don't even see any white a part of the eyeball. If you don't have any shame in what you said, wouldn't you be able to corroborate and double down on it? Why not answer the question, Candace? How about those 2 men that were charged with sending threats to Jewish conservatives? And they're citing you as their inspiration. Candace keeps getting cited as inspiration, and yet she doesn't actually gloat on it. Any other time, her narcissism will not allow her to ignore it. But this time, for some reason, she ignores it. Why? Candace, you should be proud. People are getting death threats because of you and your free speech, allegedly, as you call it. And they're citing you as their inspiration. Own it. Your candy asses don't mind sending out threats in people's chats and comment sections. And they sit here and defend you and threaten others in their lives. Why do you have a problem not owning up to what you say, where others are using what you say to send threats to other people's lives. It's a cowardly move.
Feel about the guy who murdered all those people in the mosque citing you?
Why? What a weird question to ask him.
Yeah. Well, so why do you think, even if, like, I'm not saying you radicalized him, but why do you think he said you radicalized
I've never
him?
been to New Zealand. I don't know him, so I can't answer.
Okay.
There he is.
I wanted to invite you.
So here we go, guys. Candace is literally targeting everything she wanted to be. She wanted to be Charlie's wife. She wanted to run Turning Point USA. Charlie said Erica could be president. So have many other people. There are clip after clip after clip of people saying that Erica could be president. Candace has even discussed, and being the subject of this discussion, about herself becoming president. It's like, dude, could you be more obvious?
Putting all that back in one person. But Erica is the beating heart and the spiritual center and the life force. You could just feel it. And, you know, Chris, I hope your audience knows this was exactly what Charlie wanted. He had made plans because he was, you know, getting death threats all the time. He knew that there were people that wanted to hurt him. And obviously we took precautions in that way, but he was prepared. And he told me personally, he told members of the board and other executives at the organization that should something happen, that Erica was going to be the person that took over. And he knew, I mean, he started dating Erica when his life was already a little crazy. Well, it was a fraction of what it became, obviously, as the years went on. But he knew Erica could handle this type of lifestyle. He knew that she had it in her, and she was incredibly strong and fierce and true and good. And so Erica, she, you know, obviously she wasn't wanting this to happen. She wasn't prepared for this to happen. But in another way, Charlie knew she could handle it.
Hey, she could be president one day. That's what Charlie said.
I always say over and over again, I don't think that people should aspire to be the president. I think that there's something very narcissistic and egomaniacal about that. If I felt that we did not have a strong enough candidate on the conservative side, I would step up to the plate if I felt my country needed me to.
It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? Everything about Erica Kirk, you also want. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, envy's not a good thing. It's a sin. But I look at a friend of mine, man, you just got this great new guitar. I wish I had it too. And I work hard and I make sure I get that same guitar. It's kind of apples and oranges, but she is literally mimicking everything that is Erica Kirk.
Yep.
And what we're seeing is the ramblings of a jealous loser with severe psychological disorders. And that's really what this all boils down to.
Yep.
Because we are far from done. Check out this screenshot. And I have questions. Foreign money. And not just any foreign money. Foreign money with a perpetual flow. In other words, it never ends. The deal is this money keeps coming.
Yep.
But this is perpetual flowing money that does not acknowledge its origin. So it's perpetual, it's forever. It will forever be coming to Candace and George from an unnamed source.
Yep.
But what is it? Candace and George are collecting millions from a foreign for-profit organization.
Yep.
They've been taking this money for nearly 30 years.
That's one of the LLCs that we looked at when we looked at the Brexit taxes as well as the lawsuit from the Macrons. The Macrons have named the Georgetown Inc. as one of the co-defendants in their lawsuit because they followed the money and they know that money is flowing under this Georgetown Inc.
But what is it? What's it for? I can't find anything on it. Now, to be clear, don't let that word foreign lead you in the wrong direction. Foreign doesn't necessarily mean international. Now, I truly believe it does. Okay, we're talking about George Farmer and where he's from. You know what I'm saying? And most of the time when you are laundering money, you do it through foreign channels. You're not going to do it right here in the country. Doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just saying this money could be coming from anywhere. And that's the problem. That's the genius behind it. It could be coming from the United States. It could be coming internationally from anywhere, right? And that's a problem. So what exactly is it? What is this money that they are forever going to be receiving? Somebody find that out for me. I'm very, very curious. A week before Charlie died, he had this to say about Candace Owens. And a lot of people have disputed this clip. But again, I'm going to say Charlie was not the kind of person who was going to come out and just attack somebody because he is a godly man. There's so much to be taken away and learned from that man. in the way to carry yourself in life. He rose above that kind of nonsense, and I so respected him. But he was asked how he feels. This was a week before he died. He was asked how he feels about all the Jew hate. And he inadvertently, without saying her name, because the person asking the question said Candace's name, Charlie did not. But he said it's demonic. And that, to me, certainly does not sound like the words of best friends. And we kind of debunked that whole best friends thing anyway, because everything she's presenting, there's no validity to it. But he said he wasn't going to debate Candace. And he said that in a way to make it clear that he wanted nothing to do with Candace. It's like when people keep throwing up this accusation that, well, there are text messages where Charlie said he was going to bring Candace and Tucker back. There were, but not in the context you want it to be. He was saying that as a joke, as a ha-ha threat, like, oh, you guys better straighten out or I'm going to bring Candace and Tucker back. That kind of thing, kids. Don't turn something else into, you guys just, whatever. So here's this video of Charlie talking.
Thank you for coming, Charlie. And I had a quick question about anti-Semitism online. Another question here they asked about Candace Owens, and I'm a big fan of you. I was a big fan of her, but she's obviously been going down this anti-Semitic bent. And through her, I'm kind of finding out about these other characters online, like Nick, for instance. I'm sure you've heard of him. And these people, they've been active for a long time, and it seems like they've just been ignored, which is working. But now they're kind of surging in popularity. And as someone who I enjoy watching your debates, are they people you'd be willing to engage with and maybe shut them down in a way through a debate or something like that?
Well, I'm going to debate Candace. But no, look, I'll debate anybody that shows up at our campus events first and foremost. But I do want to take what you say and extrapolate that there is a corner of the internet of people that want to point and blame the Jews for all their problems. Everybody, this is demonic and it's from the pit of hell, and it should not be tolerated.
Jewish, Jew, Jewish, Jew, a Jew, a Jewish, Jewish, Jews, Jewish, Jewish, Jews, Jewish, 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 Jews, Jewish, Jewish, Jews, 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 Jewish, 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 Jews, Jewish, Jewish, Jews, Jewish, Jewish, Jews, 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 Jewish, Jews, 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 Jewish, Jewish, Jews, Jewish, 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 I'm obsessed with the Jews. Jews. She's definitely obsessed with Jews. Jewish.
Okay, so one of the big questions I keep seeing from a lot of people across the internet concerning Candace is, where is George Farmer? Why hasn't he stopped her? Why hasn't he got her mental help? Mental health help. You know, that's something we all would do if we truly loved somebody, unless you had a motive more important than that. You know, there's this video that got, where's George Farmer?
The Macrons and other people, you know, if that's what her thing is, and that's what her thing is, she certainly, you know, seemed to want to become the #1 podcaster. So she created a lot of controversy. That's what does it, it seems. But here's what I have to say. Her husband, why would he allow her to do this? Because she is really getting a lot of hate mail. A lot of people are turning on her.
But here's the thing. And this is the irony, that I think Candace is the one actually being played in the end. George Farmer isn't an idiot. You can guarantee his hands are clean in all of this. That doesn't mean he isn't guilty. It just means he has made sure that everything ultimately points back to Candace. What kind of husband, if he truly believed she was right, wouldn't come out, make some kind of statement, even if it's a written statement, backing her? He shows no backing whatsoever. He doesn't show himself at all whatsoever, because he's the puppet master. Him and his cohorts, like the man that set them up, have been running this since 2018. It's what do they call that? The long con, right? Everybody keeps asking why George Farmer would allow this to continue. Well, he's the one producing all of Candace's content. At least that's what she said. And he's said it here and there kind of nonchalantly in interviews. He's the one writing the teleprompter, which, explains why big words are used and Candace can't pronounce them, let alone understand what they mean. He isn't saying anything because he's profiting too. Millions, my friends, millions. It's an ethical question. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but if somebody I cared about died and I was determined to prove that what was said was wrong, I would not be monetizing it. That's just me. I don't know. Maybe I just live by different morals and ethical standards, but this bitch is monetizing everything. She's got shirts out. Holy crap. I saw that this morning. Literally making fun of Charlie Kirk, the man she's supposedly best friends with and the man she's trying to get the truth for.
Right.
But this is how the system works. If this entire time it had been George throwing out all these conspiracy theories, it wouldn't have lasted. It wouldn't have. But you put that script behind an insane, charismatic black woman, and look at how long it took for people to start standing up against her. And that's one of the things that really irritate me as the small guy here. Okay? I'm not sponsored. Every bit of production, writing, I've got to do myself. Every bit of advertising, what I got to do myself. I don't have that luxury, and I'm not saying that in a jealous way. I'm just saying that from day one, when Candace started her bullshit about this, I was on it, man. And here's the thing. My very first episode in my old podcast back in September that was talking about this, I was actually very sympathetic. I requested in this podcast that Candace take a step back, give herself time to grieve, go seek some mental health help. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw, as a guy who holds 3 degrees, one of them being psychology, I saw a mental decline instantly and the red flags. And that first podcast of mine was a plea to her to please stop and get yourself some help. My friends, I was attacked like you would not believe because I was the only one doing it. These heavy hitters out there, crickets. But I didn't let that stop me. I kept pushing and kept pushing. Like, I was so behind the truth that I knew it would eventually come to light. It always does. Fact is inevitable. But I initially had sympathy for her, thinking, I gave her the benefit of the doubt, thinking this was all just mental related, grieving, hurt. You didn't get the guy you wanted back.
Nope. This is all a PR stunt. This is public relations. This is a show for Candace. She's going to fake cry, fake anger, fake outrage, fake. The only thing that's real is her lies. That everything else, no. She'll say and do whatever, put on whatever fake emotions she needs to put on. Talk about God is using me in this platform. The devil is a liar, and so are you, Candace Owens. You sit here and you support somebody like an Andrew Tate as if he's innocent. You talk about Christ is king while he's out here pimping out 15-year-old girls. And you provide no evidence on any of this stuff. Erica Kirk is not going to jail because of you. Not at all. You're mean-spirited. You're soulless. And yet you turn around and say you want to be on TPUSA's payroll. That part is real. Candace wants the money. That's it. This is all a PR. This is a show. How do I keep attention on me so that I can keep getting views, clicks, likes, subs? Think in my mind that I'm #1 podcaster on earth so that I can make the most money. Because her cult members have no problem reminding us that she's doing this for views, clicks, likes, and subs and money. So when they're out proving me right and her wrong, how can you argue with that? They're proving me right by reiterating that in the chat every single time, as if they're flexing, and they're not. She's the one saying, I'm not doing this for money. But your cult members and your bots are saying that you are. And they have no problem saying how much money you're making. or that you're rich, or that you're getting all these views, or that you're number one podcaster in your world, in your reality. Even to get a rating of such would mean that it's based on views, clicks, likes, and subs. Impression, engagement. Those analytics that determine whether or not you're number one podcaster on earth, to which she's not. That's a Google search. But since they don't read, whatever. They're idiots. They're just going to believe whatever she says. She's still trying to flex that as if it's an accomplishment while saying, I'm not doing this for views. But that's a lie because you brag about being number one when you're not. So why even lie about that? Why not say, I'm not number one podcaster? Can y'all please stop saying that? You're not helping my defense because they're not. But when you got dumb bots and dumb cult members that aren't reading and looking at letters and numbers to make sense of it, they're just going to copy and paste and keep pushing that dumb narrative as if they're celebrating it when they're actually proving us right when we say that she's only doing this for views, clicks, likes, subs, and money. And then they come in and say the same thing. Candace, I have several comments from your bots and your cult members if you want. You watching already. Say hello to Candace, y'all. Don't make me pull up the photo of Yeasty. Grimace is always watching. Keep proving me right, Candy asses. That's all you're doing. This isn't about, oh, I'm trying to get the truth. She's getting her sources from the FBI while complaining about Fed slop and how she doesn't trust the feds. Oh. It's the hypocrisy. It's just hilarious at this point. So no, she's not doing this to discover any truth. She's feeding her people Fed slop from the FBI. All the time. They've been getting Fed slop. No, she's doing this for money. Candace, you're getting your money. Your reward is what you're getting. That $59 million. Spend it wisely, girl.
Kind of thing. I was very tasty.
They're going to sue you for it.
Not slamming her, not calling her a liar, nothing. It's like, dude, just take a step back. This was back in September, about mid-September when she started the shenanigans. So I'm just giving you that because a lot of you are finding me for the first time. And I want you to understand that I just didn't jump on this because the big dogs were jumping on this. No, little dog jumped on it first, and now the big dogs are playing it like they've been there all along. Like I said, I started my campaign just weeks after Candace began this nonsense back in September. While many of the big influencers stayed quiet, I was there with my little teeny channel, barely being heard, but enough to get slammed to hell and back from her cronies. But I'm still today sitting here fighting to not keep the truth out there, get people to understand the truth. So 6 months later, here we are. But George is running the show from behind the curtain, so he is far from innocent in all of this. And when you have the kind of money that he does, things can disappear, guys, and they have. The internet can get scrubbed. And that's what happens. Pay diversions become a walk in the park for these people. When you've got that kind of money, you can make anything disappear. You can buy the likes. You can buy the comments. You can buy the followers in mass. And we've all seen the bots up and down her chats.
Thank you.
I mean, everything she's accusing.
That copy and paste and still spell her first name wrong. We're at Cadence, Candice, Cadence, Condense, Condoleezza, Karen. Everything but Candace. Candice. That's why you got all these nicknames for me. We've also named your personalities too. Because the bots and the cult members misspell her name every time. Because they keep copying and pasting. They're not even putting thought into it. When I saw Condoleezza, I was done. I was like, oh, they're not even trying. They might as well just go ahead and go all the way there. Condoleezza.
Everybody else up. She is literally the one doing it. And some of you people are hook, line, and sinker.
Condoleezza.
And part of me, I don't think George Farmer really realized what he was getting into with Candace.
He knows.
And they agreed to this lavender marriage. Candace fools everyone.
that there are many different women I'm married to, because I'm never quite sure who I'm going to get in one day. So it's like someday I'm going to get one personality, and the next day it's this personality, and then you've got your investigative journalist hat on, and then you've got your mother's hat on, and then you've got your Catholic hat on. So,
and then you marry this sort of loud American. You don't like taking pictures. You don't like being.
Y'all remember when we watched these interviews? Yeah, I was the first one to do it. It's on the playlist. Candace, we did this for a reason. I'm very intentional in the way I move. That's why you watch. You're still bad at this, you dumb heifer. She's still bad at this. Candace, this is why I went over all your lawsuits. How's that federal lawsuit going about that meme coin? Candace is in a pump and dump scheme. This is crazy. In the state of Florida. I went over that. This is why I went over this. Because you understand the dynamics of what's happening behind the scenes. This man does not care what she does. And I can't put the onus all on him and say he's the puppet master. Candace doesn't care that she's out here with this so-called PR strategy of hers. It's all a show. She has no consciousness of this. She feels nothing. So I feel nothing when I give my commentary. I don't give a damn how she feels. Or the cult members. They can kick rocks. That's why they keep coming back, because they know I don't give a damn. But George is sinister because he operates behind the scenes. He's egging this on. He could care less that she's going after a widow. He could care less about that. They sit here and talk about Christ as king, and yet they violate the scripture every time she talks about Erica Kirk. You think he cares? You really think George cares that Erica Kirk is a widow? And the Bible says leave them alone. He doesn't give a crap. He smashes restaurants for fun in the Bullingdon Club. Goes around here and grabs men and tries to kiss on them and touch on their no parts. George could care less. He just sees all this money coming in and he's like, whatever. What you do is put two soulless miscreants together in a lavender marriage. And then they do whatever they want when they're not in each other's presence. Don't expect them to have any consciousness of sitting here going after a widow. No, why would they care? It's not all on him. But if Erica Kirk sues, she needs to name his ass as well. Now do you all see why I keep saying that? I'm right down here. Listen, this dude right here is on point. I'm loving this commentary. Facts Me is awesome. And I'm glad we're checking this out because a lot of the stuff we've already seen, we've already checked out. We've watched their boring ass interview together. The other videos where he has talked about just, how they met and all this stuff for a reason. It gives context. Helps you understand where his mind is when he's standing behind the camera, not giving a damn about her going in on Erica Kirk. So he shouldn't give a damn when he's named as a co-defendant. When Erica Kirk sues her, she needs to name George Farmer as well. And all of his LLCs. Go for the gold, girl. Because he allowed this crap to happen. So name his ass. And say, I'll see you in court. I guarantee you he'll try to put out a statement. He sees he's named in the lawsuit. He's going to be like, wait, hold on. I wasn't supposed to be affected by this. Nope. But every time he stands there and says nothing, you are perpetuating this thing. So name his ass in the lawsuit.
Seen or photographed, and then you marry this loud American. And so you've really had to adjust.
They're not Nazis, they're soft fascists. They're the soft fascists, they're not Nazis.
Okay, I will give her credit. Wow. She is a professional liar and con artist. She's very, very good at that. She's not book smart. She dropped out of high school, got her smart. GED from homeschooling, attempted college, dropped out of college. You can just watch her show. And she can't even read some of the easiest words in the English language. She's not book smart, but she is street smart because that's where she came from. She knows how to run a grift, man. I'll give her that. She's good at it. She's just not better than me than figuring it all out. That's why she won't debate me. A lot of you have said, well, why don't you debate Candace? I've tried. I put out videos asking her to sit down and have a nice civil investigation. And
Candace doesn't debate. She yells and screams. That's not a debate. Candace can't even deliver a statement to Piers Morgan. And I don't know if he would be difficult to debate. Chabu. He told her flat out, you're not an investigative journalist. You're not educated. You don't have the degree. You have no ability to read these court documents and remain neutral and non-biased. And then she got mad. Oh, he sure got me, girlfriend. And that's when she lied about 2 degrees. Candace, are you going to show us the evidence of these 2 degrees? Somebody tell Fax me. If you do debate Candace, ask Condoleezza. Condoleezza. So far, that's what I've seen. Not Condoleezza, Condoleezza. Candace, Karen, Cadence. I hope we've gotten it all. Ask her to show proof of those degrees, the actual degrees. And make sure it has a seal and signatures, the name of the school, her name in it, all of that. She'll have the type of degree, her field that she's studied. All of that should be on the degree. And take a photo. Tell her to show proof of these 2 degrees that she claims she has. Lying about getting degrees, Candace, that's the dumbest lie ever. You know that there is documentation that can be pulled. So why lie about it? That's how dumb she is. She lies about dumb things that even evidence could easily debunk. You know, like where someone was on a certain day, especially if they went to the hospital with their mother. There are cameras in the hospital. That's a dumb lie to say that she wasn't there when cameras would put her there. Security cameras put Erica Kirk in the hospital. Security camera footage. You know, evidence that Candace would never be able to produce to debunk it. But she lies about having 2 degrees. And the candy asses still refuse to demand that she post up evidence of these 2 degrees. They refuse to do it because they know it would have them look like fools for believing that she has degrees and she can't prove it. Just like they've been believing Fed slop this entire time because her sources have been from the FBI itself. They don't want to admit that. This whole time she's been giving them Fed slop.
Conversation where I can ask you all these questions that the other half want to know. She refuses. She will not debate an intellect.
What the mama?
She will only debate when she is in control of the situation.
I know, right?
I dare you to challenge me on that. I would love it if one of you could go out there and get her to agree to it. But she won't. You got to pay Candace to get her to do anything. You want her advice? She charges you by the minute, folks.
Ooh.
Yeah. She's got a little place where you can go and pay her hundreds and thousands of dollars to get a minute with her. And I'm not doing that to prove her wrong. Okay? So Candace fools everyone. And I think she played George just as much as he played her.
Plays her. Yep.
And now they're stuck together. You know, personally, I wouldn't want to be seen with this ghetto trash anywhere, let alone have her name tied to mine. You know what I'm saying? Guilt by association. It's like,
George, you know you're not stuck with Candace. Tell your boyfriend to help you get out that house and pack up your stuff.
Dude, the shit you were saying, you're not my friend. You know what I mean? So anyways, as we all know, what she says one day, she completely changes the next. If someone were to ask today whether or not Candace Owens is pro-Jewish, I think most people would say clearly she isn't based on her recent behavior. But it depends on who she's talking to. It depends on what brings that money in.
Yep.
So who is playing whom here? Because there's a game being played. With George, and here's the reason we're not going to see the fallout you think we would between George and Candace. George would never fully turn on Candace because she's got one up on it. She's got blackmail, just like he's got blackmail on her. So if he left her, there would be a massive campaign launched by her outing him, exposing how horrible this marriage was and that he was gay and this, that, and the other thing. He would be coming back with all the things we already know about Candace. He would emphasize those things and validate them. But it's not going to happen because they literally have the same amount of dirt against each other. They are both bound through one another's lies they don't want exposed. Everything presented here today is part of a broader examination of the questionable business and ethical practices surrounding George Farmer and Candace Owens. These are questions that need answers. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm simply presenting documents, testimony, and a series of questions that deserve to be answered. And if you ignore those questions, what are we supposed to think? And I hope Candace addresses all this.
Candace will never.
Because if you are innocent of wrongdoing, disproving it should be rather simple.
Nope.
However, silence always speaks volumes. Always, my friends. And when it comes down to it, we have to look at who had the most to gain from the death of Charlie Kirk.
Candace.
And the answer to that is clear. Candace Owens and George Farmer. They wanted what they couldn't have.
Yep.
And here they are right now on this day as you sit there watching me, making millions of dollars off of Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
In just 6 months, they have banked millions and millions of dollars off of Charlie Kirk's back.
About 6
millions made while tearing down the very company they once wanted to control, destroying his family, putting his family's lives in danger. We know how that leftist mentality. We see it in the news all the time. They listen to crazy people like her and then go out and act on it.
Yep. And she doesn't care.
But that's going to come to an end. That will come to an end.
Sue her.
And this is why. You have to ask yourself why Candace is doing everything in her power. Everything. It all boils down to one thing. She is trying to prove Tyler Robinson innocent. She has to. She absolutely has to. That boy has to be found innocent.
Because she paid him off. Candace, how much did you promise him when he got out? How much money have you promised Tyler Robinson, Candace Owens Farmer, when Tyler Robinson got off? Because you damn sure can't tell us who you thought pulled the trigger on the gun. All these dumbass theories you can't prove, explosive devices, all this crap. Because you can't even explain the science behind it, let alone physical evidence. No, all that stuff she just leaves empty-handed. She has never explained the science behind a exploding device and how that could cause the same injuries that will be outlined in an autopsy or medical examination. Candace is not that smart to do that. And she could care less about the burden in proving someone's guilt in a criminal matter. Could care less about that, or evidence, or laws preserving evidence. Nope. Candace, how much did you promise Tyler Robinson if he gets off? Because you've invoked a lot of reasonable doubt and tainted the jury and all this stuff. How much you promised this boy? You've made $60 million in 6 months. Is he getting like 20-30% of this? How much is he getting?
First and foremost, do not believe that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I want to be very clear on that.
What does Tyler know? What if Tyler's offered a deal, for instance?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He might roll over on certain people. Like, look, we're going to convict you. It's lock and stock. But if you can give us some names, I have firmly believed that he took the shot and killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Nothing will ever change my mind on that.
Right.
He killed Charlie Kirk. He's the one standing trial for Charlie Kirk. Stop listening to Candace.
DNA
it was
evidence.
Tyler. Okay? But she wants to prove he's innocent. That's what this is all about. Why? Why would you need to prove him innocent? I think there was outside influence orchestrating that day. Okay? And it wasn't Turning Point USA and it wasn't Erica Kirk. They already had everything. They were living a nice, happy life, Christian life, patriotic life. You already have it. So why would you kill Charlie to get it? Does anybody ask themselves these questions?
I do.
Why would Erica kill Charlie to get what she already had? Now, somebody else would kill Charlie to get what they didn't have. But it's very important that Tyler Robinson is found innocent. So,
Candace, how much money did you offer Tyler Robinson? Yeah, we want the data from your phones and your alibi, as well as George. Because, see, George could easily maneuver around UVU, and a lot of people just didn't know him. Wouldn't be able to recognize him and pick him out like that. Let's say he's wearing a maroon shirt and blue hat, or the same outfit that Tyler Robinson was wearing. Maybe he's able to avoid a lot of those cameras. We have no idea where George is 5 days a week. Candace refuses to go to UVU and retrace the steps of Tyler Robinson. Maybe George Farmer already mapped it out. Met up with George somewhere, changed clothes, or exchanged them. They liked about the same height and body build. Both lean. Maybe they were the same size. Who would have an easier time maneuvering around UVU on September 10th? And would be able to do it without being noticed so readily? George, where the hell were you? I've been asking this for months. What was George Farmer? He already has experience using weapons. Who's to say he didn't help purchase something? A fragment of bullet, grain, certain grains of bullets, a scope. Who's to say that he didn't plant it out there? George, where were you on September 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th? I'm just saying. No one's gotten his alibi. How much money was Tyler Robinson promised George Farmer? What were your conversations with Tyler Robinson about? Text messages, emails, calls. Of course he has to get off because he's not going to be stuck in prison forever, knowing Candace and George Farmer's out here living free. What was he promised, Candace?
If you can convince Tyler is innocent, and this is why, okay, you got to think like an attorney. You got to think like the real law, okay, not the stuff that she's putting out there as fact, okay, because that stuff will be laughed at in court. If you can convince people that Tyler is innocent, then all of Candace's claims gain more credibility.
George Farmer's a marksman.
But if she can't prove he's innocent, then all of Candace's claims are proven infallibly wrong once Tyler is convicted. And this is the good part. This answers a lot of questions for you guys that I keep seeing ask this. A lot of people are asking, why hasn't Erica and Turning Point and this person and that person just sued the shit out of Candace Owens? They're going to. Mark my words. You can timestamp this because I sure as shit will. I will play this back when it happens. Be like, told you guys.
Yeah, they're going to definitely. She's going to sue her. She has to.
They're not suing her right now for very good reason. They're waiting for Tyler Robinson to be convicted. Once he is convicted and all of this is in print, legal documents, that's what's called facts, kids. Okay? Then Candace Owens' life is over. Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA, and everybody else in between that has been dragged through this, had accusations thrown at him, suffered from defamation. They are going to hit her so hard with defamation suits, she's going to land in the fucking UK. Because it's lock and stock. Once Tyler is convicted, everything that she has said has now been completely 100% proven to be wrong. And that is when it becomes defamation. That is why you're not seeing the lawsuits now. That is why you will when Tyler is convicted. And that is why she is doing her damnedest to try to convince you that he's innocent. Because she knows that once that gavel drops, here come the lawsuits. And she's probably going to pick up and relocate to the UK. Over there with George and start a new grift. And that grift will consist of attacking the United States.
Candace, we will have you extradited right the hell back over here. I hope you understand that. Yeah, you think you're going over there to the UK, you're going to be protected? No. They will hand your ass over. They don't want that BS over there. No, we'll get you back if we want you. See, you might not buy fair slot, but you underestimate the power of what an extradition can do. You don't dictate our laws either. No, we'll get your ass back from the UK, girl.
Mark my words. She thinks Tyler's innocent. She has made that abundantly clear. It's not that she thinks he's innocent. She needs him to be innocent.
She gonna try to
If
run.
he's found guilty, she's done. Completely done. So once Candace finds out,
Just say that.
once it is let it be written, let it be done, Tyler Kirk is convicted, Candace is going to be sued right off the internet. She relocates.
And Candace would have to go to UK and hide. They would have to be unlocatable. I don't think they're gonna go to the UK. I don't think she's gonna go to Russia either. But I think she'll go somewhere where she knows she'll have some support to be able to help her hide out, make it hard for her to be found and served. Because you move to the UK will be irrelevant to whether or not you get sued. You'll still be sued. Question is, will she be able to be served, be found, be able to get the documents? No. Now, if they can find her and serve her, that will be it. Then if she doesn't show up for court and none of that, it's a default judgment against her. It is what it is. And they can just have her assets. They can do what they need to do to make sure this money is paid up, because it's not like she's broke. They'll follow the money, Candace. That's why George Tom Inc. is being named in the Macron lawsuit as a co-defendant, because they're following the money. Get money in perpetuity, girl, that's forever. So they're like, oh, okay, we see this unlimited stream of funds coming in. They follow the money already. You think it would be difficult for that exchange of discovery to be provided in a lawsuit if Erica Kirk and TPUSA sues Candace? You think that the Macron's attorney would have a hard time giving that discovery over to help Erica Kirk and TPUSA in their lawsuit against them? They wouldn't have a problem at all. Here you go. You might want to follow this money here and this LLC, and here's some discovery on this, because this is gonna help your case out. Follow the money. They're gonna do that again and again and again. Candace, keep crying and talking about you broke, and people will continue to follow money and find hidden LLCs with hidden revenue streams that is in perpetuity. Keep on putting yourself out there, dummy. People will just keep testing that to see if you truly broke. That's all you're doing. You're challenging the internet to follow the money every time you say that. But keep going, girl. I would love for you to prove that you have 2 degrees. I'm waiting on your cult members to sit here and start making that demand. They refuse to do that, but they keep asking, what is she lied about? Having 2 degrees, dummies. She's lied about having 2 degrees. Tell her to produce those 2 degrees. These are paper documents she can produce. I want to see the transcripts too. I'm with you on it. Was it Kyler? One of y'all said they want to see the transcripts. Me too. One of y'all said let's see them transcripts. I'm all for that. Oh, she could definitely be found, honey. Somebody said Qatar, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia. She's gonna go somewhere where she can get a support system. They got 4 kids. Was it Heather? One of y'all said I want to see the transcripts. I want to see what them grades look like. Me too. Candace, you're not fooling anybody. We want to see the degrees. Otherwise, you've lied about having 2 degrees. Because that absence of evidence thing means that you don't have the evidence to prove you have 2 degrees. So if you fail to produce the evidence on it, then you've lied about it. Lying by omission. Isn't that what you said, Candace? Candace. Cadence. You said lying by omission is lying. So you understand that. You can't go to court and say, I didn't know that just saying I had 2 degrees was a lie. If I can't produce evidence on it, no, you lie by omission. So since you understand that legal concept, because you said it in a whole video about Bibi Netanyahu, lying by omission, you understand that concept very well. You are lying by omission by not producing the evidence of your 2 degrees. So why say you have them if you can't produce the evidence of it? Once again, it's a dumbass lie to tell. But the candy asses in the box refused to demand it. Candace, can you please? Lady Luck Club is hammering it in about these degrees, girl. Just post the degrees up. Candace, I dare you to post your 2 degrees. I dare you. I triple dog dare you. Post them up, girl. Make my day.
To the UK, just like I said, and start a new grift there. You just wait and see. You just wait and see. The reality of it is this. Candace needs Tyler to be innocent. That's not going to happen because the rest of us operate in the real world, not in the ghetto grifting dimension Cuckoo comes from.
Another planet.
Once Tyler's convicted, Candace will know she has lost and will continue to lose from that point forward. It's lock and stock, and nothing is ever going to change that.
Mm-hmm.
But George is far from being without fault or scrutiny. And as this deep dive continues, I'm going to start unraveling more pieces and lining up those sweet spots so this entire picture begins to make sense. But now, you guys, you factivists, you have more information. You have a clean timeline. You have more association with sex traffickers and sex offenders. You have this new motive. You have all of this now laid out for you in this episode. And there's more to come. For example, this picture. I'm very curious about this picture. Because it's like, that hair looks really familiar. Is it just me?
George! George! Is that you, George? George! George. Is that your Adam's apple? George. Y'all, what about the forehead? We got to evaluate this. Who are these people back here? They can confirm who this is. Who's this guy? George. Is that you with Jeffrey Epstein? Here's the thing, George. Did you know that Candace's relatives in the Virgin Islands had a port that Jeffrey Epstein used? I think George knows a whole lot more about Candace than he wants to let off. George, obviously you knew there was information out there about Candace's relatives going back to St. Thomas, a certain port that Jeffrey Epstein used, was able to get permits. George, don't pretend like you didn't know that information did not exist, because I think you knew it did. Yeah, there are people who are in the ground 6 feet under for what they knew. George, you knew Candace's relatives had a port that Jeffrey Epstein used near Jeffrey Epstein Island. Looks like he's at one of these docking ports, huh? Maybe out there at the Virgin Islands. George, you know she has relatives out there. I know you knew that. He knows her relatives. He knows her history. People like George Farmer, when you're talking about somebody being, of this distinguished title and stuff, they do background history tracing. They find out who your relatives are. They know this stuff before, you walk down the aisle with them and marry them. George knows who her relatives are. He knows her people. He knows her people's history. One of them registered with the NAACP. He knows these things. The irony of him possibly being photoed with Jeffrey Epstein, knowing her ties with her relatives to Jeffrey Epstein, is something else, isn't it? George, how long have you known this information is my question to you. Boy, that looks like George Farmer.
It looks awfully familiar.
Watch out.
And isn't Candace right now trying to push Epstein stuff on Erica? That'd be yet another thing that Candace is guilty of, that she's trying to get you to believe it's Erica. So where do we go from here, guys? Honestly, a lot of that depends on you. As I said earlier, I do this all on my own. You don't know me personally. I work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week.
This is so
I'm gone
good.
before the sun comes up, and I'm not home until it's dark. I have 1 day off a week, and that's when I tend to work on these full episodes. The little reels and stuff you guys see, that comes from me sitting at work and waiting till there's nobody in the building, and then blah, 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 here I am. Go fax me. Right? Okay? But a lot of this depends on you, Factivists. The Fax Me movement is about delivering the truth to my audience. If interest persists in this particular investigation, I will continue. I will, as long as there is something tangible to talk about. I'm not going to be that person that says, tune in tomorrow because I've got this little thing I'm not going to show you now, but I'm going to show you tomorrow, and then probably not show you that either. I'm not going to do that. So if the river starts running dry on this, I'm just not going to keep dragging out episodes, my friends. That's not my style. Okay.
I love this.
Fax Me will move on to other subjects and issues that are important to this movement and to you, the audience. So as I end this special episode of Fax Me, the Bride of Candace, let's see how well this episode is received and decide together what the next step should be. And I want to say God bless you all. I appreciate you sitting here as I bring out a lot of this. And again, a lot of it was stuff I think many of you have seen, but I have to assume many of you are seeing this stuff for the first time. So there's a lot of repeated stuff to some of you, but to other people, they're seeing it for the first time. So I'm glad you bear with me for that. And I want to thank you guys sincerely for the follows. Don't go anywhere yet. Okay, this sounds like, he's done.
Oh, he ain't
he's done. Let's just go ahead. No, hang out for a second. Come on, man. I see you get, sit back down. Jeez. I mean, it's not like I'm sitting here telling you guys to go buy the Blue Playbook Conservative by this guy. I mean, who would do that? I mean, it does tell you how to discover Blue Playbook conservatives, you know, these people who wear red but really bleed blue, like Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, you know.
Megyn Kelly is an embarrassment to every bar association on earth. Megyn, you are a spineless wimp. And whatever dirt Candace has on you, why won't you be smart enough to just drop dirt on her first and be done with it? What a coward you are, clown.
Behind it. I'm telling you. But yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to promote my book. It's not why I asked you guys to hang out. I want to thank you guys for the support and the shares and the dedication to keeping truth the foundation of my movement here, our country, and our lives. Leave your comments, share widely, and keep sending those emails with tips and points of interest. And I hope none of you feel like, he didn't respond to my email. I see them all. I'm just very limited on my time and where I've got to put my focus where it needs to be. You guys can email me at canyoufaxme@gmail.com. Canyoufaxme@gmail.com. Also, a little bit of announcement. My friends, be on the lookout for my new weekly show. Well, I'm going to be debuting it soon, and I'm going to have a co-host. His name is Alan Bess. He's a military Army Ranger veteran.
Okay, he's getting towards the end. Let me go back to this photo. I gotta go back to this photo, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention to the background. Pay attention to this background here. What do they look like they're at? Don't they look like they're out there at a dock? At a terminal of some sort? I need to snip this photo. Hold on. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. No. What the dealie? Yeah, I'm trying to do a snippet. Okay, let me do a snippet right quick. Because I want you all to tell me, doesn't it look like they're out somewhere on like a beach or a docking station? Oh, shoot. Hold on. Look at the ground. Doesn't it look like sand? You know, like they're walking on sand, right? Like they're on Epstein Island. Is it just me? It look like sand to you all? And you have this. He wearing a whole suit, which is not hard for him because we've seen photos of him wearing a whole tux on the beach with dead rats lined up, and him and his homeboys from the Bullingdon Club, you know, They're marksmen. They use shotguns all the time to shoot rats and stuff, and they line them up on the beach and take photos in front of them. That's how disgusting they are. Georgia's in the Bullingdon Club. They smash restaurants for fun. Doesn't it look like they're out there on the beach? So let's assume they're out here at Epstein Island. One of the docks they use for Epstein Island for like deliveries and stuff is the one named after Candace's relative. Yeah, who is the girl behind him? Listen. Oh my God, where's no reply? Blyden Dock. There you go. Wouldn't that be like reminiscent of Blyden Dock, perhaps? Because think about this. Candace's husband being photographed with Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know how old this picture is, but what if this is after they're married and they're using Blyden Dock? That's in St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands. I don't know how old this is. Jeffrey Epstein what that was. How long has he been dead? Yeah, this looks like they out there at the beach. They're drinking champagne. Obviously, they opened something new or whatever, celebrating. He's got a glass of champagne back there. She looks concerned. Who is she? Does it look like the same lady that was in the photo with Candace? I'm trying to see. Wait. This guy back here, is he with George? Is there a way to remove this? Because some people have been able to unredact this stuff. And they use a software program to remove the redaction. Believe it or not, sometimes they don't always redact properly. Yeah, this is crazy. We imagine like this definitely looks like George. Who would be this guy here? This is so crazy. And why would this be blacked out? Unless he's wearing some pin. Because why would they black this out? The only way I would imagine them blocking this out is if someone is standing here or is something on his jacket, maybe his lapel or a pin or embroidery. They didn't want to be shown. Why else would you redact that? That's like his shoulder and arm. So either someone's standing here or there's something that was embroidered on him or he's wearing a pin or lapel or something and they wanted to redact it out. But who is this woman back here? Yeah, this is so weird. Does it look like her? Or her? To you all? Y'all, this is so weird. I want to pull this photo up. Hold on. I want to go back to this photo so I can zoom in. See, you see what he done started. He not with y'all sitting here trying to be mini detectives. All right, this is fun for me, you all. I'm telling y'all this right now. I love this. Man, when I say independent journalism at work right now, I love this stuff. I love it. I love being able to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together. That's what journalism is all about. So I want y'all to keep her in mind. Because I know she's like wet hair, but even with dry hair, it's still kind of brunettish. Okay, let's go back to this photo. I snipped it so I can zoom in on it. This is so weird. Okay, let's pull this up. Let's get this in. What does that look like over there? What is it? Does it look like from similar to that lady? Then we can see a little close up on. I'll make sure you all can see this. Oh, sorry. Let me take this off. Is that in the pink shirt? I don't know. Candace? Nah, I don't think so. The hair is too full to be George. He also has curls, does he? But see, you gotta remember now, this is when Epstein was alive. So Epstein was arrested, jailed on July 6, 2019, died August 10, 2019. So this had to be earlier, 2019, maybe 2018. You did a Google lens it? His hair is long there. It is. Yeah, her grandfather was African American. Mini docs and pics. The guy behind them looks like they are together, dressed the same. They do. Oh, that's a good catch, Melinda. Y'all look. Oh, hold on. Let me zoom. Oh, they wear, yes. Look. It's like a uniform. He has on the same button-down blue. He's got on the same jacket back here with the glass. He's got this pin on his. I don't see one over here, but yet we can't see the full area here. And the only reason why you would even redact this part is if someone's standing there, or maybe he's holding something up because this is the rest of his arm, or it's something on his jacket. And there's a pin. I see like the top of it right there. And this girl back here looks like the chick that was in the photo with Candace. Just she's similar. This must be either like, does he have brothers? Maybe a cousin? 2019, 2018, maybe he was in school. Or working? I don't know. What year did George graduate from college? Or Oxford? Didn't he go to Oxford or something like that? What year did he graduate? Anyone know? Hey, Laurie, how you doing, honey? Yeah, they do. Y'all, they look like it's that Bullingdon Club. Is it a member of the Bullingdon Club? I don't have AI. I don't have the software. What software? AI? Y'all got to tell me the software to use to do a reconstruction. I just want that redaction pulled off this. Maybe this was the Bullingdon Club event. They celebrating something, and they're on a beach. I see sand. Could be St. Thomas official because Lex is holding champagne. Exactly. They said they got champagne. The brunette girl is also wearing the same button-up shirt and pants, minus the navy blue blazer. And the shirts look like a soft blue. They don't even look white. It could be my eyes, but they don't even look like white button downs. They look like a soft bluish color. Y'all, maybe anyone know what year he finished? It's Lex Wexner. Soft blue. Okay, Lex Wexner is Audie Tro found a video on YouTube that explains George Farmer's past. Yeah, we've seen send me the email on that link. He found another video. I know we went over a video where a content creator went into George connections with the Bullingdon Club. Yeah, it looks like a soft blue. He was in a skull and bones type frat in college. Yep. Sky blue shirt. Lex Wexner. Yeah. Let me look and see who that is. Lex Wexner. Oh wow. Okay, so Lex Wexner and billionaire Charles Bronfman formed an informal pro-Israel lobby group called the Study Group or Mega Group. Okay, so the question would be, this is Les Wexner. Looks like George's friend in the Bullingdon Club. I'm telling y'all, this might be the Bullingdon Club. Because they wore like the same tux and stuff when we saw the video and they were out on the beach with the dead rats. They pretty much was like wearing the same tux and little vests and everything. Like an initiation of some sort. Les Wexner, the owner of Victoria's Secrets who funded Epstein. I don't know. I'm reading about it. It's I'm looking at Forbes. Everything we know about Les Wexner in the Epstein files. Let's see. Yep. Victoria's Secret billionaire who was named as a co-conspirator in a 2019 FBI document recently faced members of Congress on Wednesday in Ohio. Yeah, this is pretty old. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. So he's labeled Wexner as a co-conspirator to Epstein along with Leslie Groff, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jean-Luc Brunel, Karina Shuliak, and 4 others whose names remain redacted. So since the face is redacted, that name is redacted, but the guy in the back, his name, his face is shown. They wouldn't show a face and then redact the name because you could just figure out who he is in the back. So obviously this person back there has been named as well because they would have redacted his face like they did this person here. Does that make sense? They're not going to redact his face and we can figure out who they are. So he graduated with Oxford with honors. Do a reverse lookup of the guy in the back. No reply, might be able to find him and see his friends. Yeah, I am. The guy in the pink shirt is Lex. You wear a matching suit at a wedding. Or yeah. Or unless, yeah, could be a wedding, could be a business deal, celebration dinner, some sort. Navy blue with the sky blue dress shirt. It's so weird. And one of them is wearing a little button on his lapel on the suit jacket. If the pic is from the files, it is. This is redacted. The guy in the back is not going to be redacted. So pink shirt is less. The guy in the back is going to be named because he would have been redacted too. His face would have been redacted if they wanted to redact him. They're part of the staff, I'm willing to bet. Maybe they work for him. Did he work for him? Maybe he interned or something? I don't know. Why would they be wearing the same thing though? He's not in school. It's not like a uniform. Why would they be dressed alike like that? I mean, let's say this is 2018, right? What? George still is a grown man. Why would they be dressed alike? 2 grown men like this? He wouldn't be like an intern or anything for Wexner, would he? And then the one in the back. Why show his face, but not the one that's standing next to Wexner? Did George ever go to like an event for Victoria's Secret or Express, Bath Body Works, The Limited, any of those clothing stores, any of those brands? Did he ever work for Lexner? Hold on, let me just Google Lex Wexner. Les Wexner and George Farmer. Okay, let me see. Because the guy in the back is like wide open. Yo, what? Oh, hold on. Okay, let me pull this up. This looks like it's the same photo from the same day. Woo! Hold on. Y'all, don't this look like it's a photo from the same day? Y'all see this? Except this is a woman in the female hands, but it looked like it's from the same day, right? It's the same day. Oh, yeah, this the same day. It's just a different photo. You created a pic with AI. I recreated it. Is the mascot Kushner? I don't know. So this is a different photo, same day. Oh, okay. All right. So let's see what was going on. A man who appears to be Les Wexner Center puts his arms around Jeffrey Epstein love and a person whose face has been redacted at a social gathering in this undated image. The image appeared in the page after Wexner's handwritten note in a 2003 book celebrating Epstein's 50th birthday. So this goes back to 2003, more than likely, but they are definitely at Epstein Island. They're celebrating his birthday. And Epstein's birthday, like they got on long sleeve shirts and sweaters and stuff. When is his birthday? It must be in the wintertime. So this is the same day. Now, why are they dressed alike in this photo? Why would those two men be wearing the same thing? Like, he's got on okay, this is a sweater with a button down. She's got a glass, so they celebrating his birthday, so they got the champagne for that. Unredacted draft message by it talks about the two being involved in gang stuff and about the debts. ST, which is man owed each other. Last week they shared a close relationship. I want to know who was there. Okay, so now we have to see like who was at this 50th birthday celebration. Because what else could they be celebrating? That would make sense. They are celebrating his birthday on his island. Because they're on the island. I want to know who the other two people there, because this definitely man is like George. And the other dude, and they come out there wearing the same thing. And if this goes back to 2003, maybe he was in school. When did he graduate? Lex sold Victoria's Secret a Gap a while ago. What year did did George graduate from Oxford? Because I mean, what else could really explain them wearing the same thing? Like otherwise, like that. That's so weird. He graduated. Why is it so hard to just find what year he graduated from school? He graduated from theology, y'all. And he had the easiest major ever. Because I'm like, why else would him and another dude be wearing what looks like a uniform, if anything else? And then his pen could be a pen because he's considered a lord. So that it's kind of like a designation of something. And they covered that up. You say what he went to St. Paul's School. He's born in 1990, according to one source. He went to St. Paul's School. And they wear a uniform there. He also went to University of Oxford. Would he wear a uniform at the University of Oxford? So that would be around 2003. Yeah, right? So, yeah, 2000. So let's say this is 2003. That would be the only reason to explain why him and this other boy is wearing matching shirt jackets like this. It's because they're wearing a uniform. Because this is his birthday celebration. So there's no reason for them to be dressed alike. Yeah, so there's no other reason for them to be dressed like they out there just celebrating his 50th birthday. This is around 2003. George would have been in school. So this could be a schoolmate. And my whole thing is, why not redact the schoolmate? They weren't minors. I don't think they were minors. I hope not. But why not redact his photo? They didn't blur him out at all. And I think this has got to be a uniform. And they just covered this up because he's wearing a special lapel pin because of his designation with his family, because he's a lord. That's all I could think of. I don't know how big this thing would be. I would assume be about, just the same pin size as anything else. But this kid isn't wearing anything. But I mean, we can't see. But why redact him and not him? That means maybe she's with them as a schoolmate. Who knows? Y'all, this is crazy. Yo, this could be around. Oh, this could have been him in school. George would be 13 in 2003. I might not be him then. And there's a pic of George wearing the same outfit at a PragerU convention. Oh, let me see. It looked like he's wearing the same thing at a Amfest thing too. Amfest Phoenix Convention Center in Phoenix, Arizona in 2022. So maybe he just wears this color. It's on Google or on Wikipedia. He's wearing the same sky blue button-down shirt with a navy blue suit jacket on Wikipedia at a 2022 America Fest Phoenix Convention Center in Phoenix, Arizona, where he's speaking. in 2022. Maybe George's frat brothers at college. Epstein was in his 40s in 1998. Y'all, this is so weird. He would have been 13. If he would have been 13 in 2003, then now I would hope he would not be out here. I would hope he would not be out here. Isn't he older than Candace? Yeah, no, he was born in 1990. But see, Candace was born in 80. Y'all, this can't be right. What year was he born? What? Y'all remember he had like 3 different birthdays? Was he really born in 1990? What year was Candace born? Oh my God. There's a reason why there are 3 different birth dates out here for George. July 9th, July 7th, 1990 is what I'm seeing on Wikipedia. What year was Candace born? God, 1989? 1986? What? Yeah, this guy looks like he definitely has to be 18. Let's just hope and pray. This guy is definitely 18. Yeah, Wikipedia is saying George was born in 1990. So if this was 2013, that's one thing. If this is 2003, he wouldn't be old enough. But if this was 2013, he would have been 23. Y'all, I'm saying we gotta solidify what year this was done. Because if this is 2003, that's a problem. He wouldn't have been old enough. He would have been 13. If this is 2013, he would have been 23. Now, the question is, would he have been at 23? That still doesn't explain him wearing the same outfit as another dude, but because I mean, he wouldn't have been in school, right? Graduated. When did he graduate from Oxford? Do they wear uniforms at the University of Oxford? They get to wear what they want, don't they? Y'all, this is crazy. We gotta confirm what year this photo is, because this is undated. It's saying this image is undated. They're just basing it on it where it was found inside of a notebook. So it could be 2003. It could be 2013. It might be 2013. Maybe he's 23 years old in this. I think this was a 2013 photo, not 2003. I think this is a 2013 photo. Oh my God, y'all. He turned 50 in 2013, in 2003. But this could be a 2013. This image says undated. Let me pull the website back up. Yeah, it says it's undated. So y'all can read it for yourself right here. Y'all see that? In this undated image. The image appeared in the page after Wexner's handwritten note in a 2003 book, but it doesn't mean that this was dated in 2003. It just appeared in a page after that handwritten note in the book. But this image itself is undated. So this could have been a 2013 image. He could have been, who knows? It could have been anything. They could have been celebrating anything out here. He could have been at the very least 18. Y'all, this is weird. It's the same event as this. But the question is, if this is undated, then if he was old enough to be here, and this is an image from like 2013, he would have been 23. So that could very well be him in the other photo. This is so crazy. Y'all see that? Undated. I'm going to drop the link down here so y'all can see the same thing. Y'all, this is so weird. Oh my God. Private kids, yes, private school, they dress like that. I don't think George is that tall. How tall is the other guy? Let me go back to the photo. Okay, y'all got the link for this article here. So it says here, this is undated. So he could have been very well 18 years old out here. Why would he be there? Is my question. Like, what could he possibly be celebrating unless it's some sort of a business deal? What could he possibly be celebrating with Jeffrey Epstein? Maybe did his dad have any business talks with Jeffrey Epstein? George Farmer's dad? This is so weird. Maybe his dad sent them out there to like, okay, y'all go close this deal and celebrate or what. Maybe he's out there with his father. Question is, why would you be dressed like another dude like that? Y'all, we gonna figure this out. Because no reply is gonna be all over this. This is crazy. Yeah, so he could have been very well 18 at the very least. Because this image, along with the other image, is not dated. So that's why I put the link so you all can see that article. It's not a dated image. So it could very well be, an image where he's old enough to be out here. And if he's like, let's say he's 18, right? He's going to have more fuller hair. His photos over 10 plus years old, styles change. He's already wearing the same button-down shirt and blazer as this boy back here. Who knows who that kid is? This poor girl looks scared to death. Y'all, this is crazy. And how tall is Les Wexner? This guy back here is spooky looking. I don't know why. He spooks me out. But the fact that they did not redact his image speaks volumes. Because why would they redact these two if they're innocent bystanders? Why have him redacted? This is so crazy. Oh, man, y'all. We got to listen. This whole thing has suspensed me out for the day, y'all. This is something else. Let's see here. From AI visual analysis and context, it's most likely from the early to mid 2000s, roughly 2000 to 2005. He probably is a minor. You know what? That could be. That's why it's redacted out, because he was the minor. Could have been in a boarding school. But then that wouldn't explain why this kid is not redacted out. They're about the same age, unless he was 18. Could have been Photoshop. Child. Y'all, it could be a whole lot. Where are his parents there? That's a good question. That's why I was just saying. Maybe he was out there with his dad. Oxford University students only wear uniforms for exams and graduation. Okay. That's good to know. Let's say that this was like beginning of him going to Oxford. My question would be, why redact this one person? Of all these people, why is this person redacted? Their image and no one else's. Not her, not him, but him. And that's it. And you took time to redact this over here because he's wearing the special pen. We clearly see the top of this pen right there. And I'm sure he would wear that, seeing that he's a lord from the UK. He would wear something of distinction on his jacket, because they do that. Like, Roy, where's Francisca? Don't they wear these little special pins like this? Francisca? It would say something like, House of Lords, or House of, what would it say, something along the lines of that? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to look that up. House of Lord Farmer. Something to that extent. Yeah, wouldn't it say something like that? House of Lord Farmer or something like that on the little pin? His dad is a baron. Yo, this is crazy. I thought they did wear those little pins on their suit jackets on the lapel. Look at that young girl's face. I know, right? She looks super young. That's her husband? Her husband in the back? I don't know. She looks like a college kid. They both look like they're college kids. She definitely looks like she in college. Barely like 18. Epstein was how tall? How tall is George? It looks like it's like cleaned up, don't it? Oh man. That would be crazy if he photoshopped this. Why would this be redacted? It's nothing. Like, of all things, they photoshopped and redacted that. Like, that's so crazy. Would this be found in? This would be in the Epstein files as is, right? Like, this image should be in the Epstein file. Now, we shouldn't have a problem finding the same image in the Epstein files. That's what we would have to. I would have to start there. I would have to start with the Epstein files, and then find the same image, and then of course compare and see if it was Photoshop, what they cleaned up. And then I think the only reason why this is redacted is because of that lapel pin. Now, Kurt said you'd be surprised to know the people who've been on that island, from Trump to Elon Musk and all most senators, and the things that was discussed on the islands, that what they trying to cover up. I know. That's why I was like, George is 5'11". George 5'11"? Oh, I didn't know he was that tall. I think they would, y'all, this is crazy how this one lapel here, they put this whole block just to get this one lapel. Because that's clearly a lapel pin. Because he's relevant today? Maybe. Or celebrity or underage. But the one in the back, he looks like, that's not the same kid he was hugging on in this picture, was it? That's not him in this X photo, right? Y'all, please tell me that's not him. Y'all tell me the name of this kid here. Y'all tell me the name of this kid. What's his name again? That can't be him in the back. I know damn well. Yeah, what's his name? Come on, man. Charlie Puth. That can't be that. That ain't Charlie Puth. That's not Charlie Puth in the other one. Nah, that can't be Charlie Puth. You said you think that lady is Pam Bondi? I don't even remember how does Pam Bondi look. Oh God, I have to Google her. Y'all, that cannot be Charlie Puth in the back of that photo. Don't tell me that. Isn't he young? He's much younger, right? That can't be Charlie Puth back there, can it? That ain't Charlie Puth. That can't be. That cannot be Charlie Puth. If the one in the X-File and the X.com photo is Charlie Puth, that's not Charlie Puth back there. He sure looked like him, though. Y'all, he sure cannot be Charlie. Oh, Lord. Charlie is sitting with George. Okay. Because Charlie looks younger than George, like 10 years younger. Why would Charlie Puth let George Farmer be this close up on him? Did they ever date? Oh my God. Did Charlie Puth and George Farmer ever date? Why would he be that close up on this kid like that? That's so weird. Okay, it said Charlie Puth married somebody else. Oh my dear Lord. Brooke Sansoni or somebody. What? Who is that guy? I'm just curious to know who that guy is back there. Charlie Puth is married. Yeah. To a woman. Yeah, this is so weird. We got more research to do on this one. Because now we found another photo of this same event. You can't make this up. And we see this guy back here looking like all the Secret Service. There's no way. It's not like bodyguards, are they? That's not a bodyguard. You said that's not Charlie. That looks nothing like him actually, aside from his hair color. Oh, it looks like his head. We gotta figure out this photo, y'all. Because I am curious to know, why would he be there? That's my whole thing. Why would Charlie be there, period? Like, at all. But being in the Bullingdon Club is enough scandal on his own. Going out there to Jeffrey Epstein Island is not necessary. I want to confirm this. Yeah, we got to confirm. We'll make sure that. Because that's my question. Why would Charlie Kirk? I mean, not Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. Why would George? My bad. Why would George be out there, period? Like, why would he be out there? George would not be out there, period. I didn't mean Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. Charlie Puth. I thought that was Charlie Puth, and it wasn't. This is somebody else completely different. George, my question is, why would he ever be out here on Epstein Island? Even if he was in college, or let's say he graduated, he was out here doing a business deal, right? Why would he be out there without his dad? And why is he dressed like this kid back here? Google says Ken Bauman. Ken Bauman? Who is that? Ken Bauman? Ken Bauman. Hold on. Oh, wow. Oh. He's the same age. He's a actor, a former American actor, writer, publisher, and book designer. Known for playing Ben Boyowicz in The Secret Life of the American Teenager. He went to St. John's College in Santa Fe, New Mexico. What would his affiliation be to Jeffrey Epstein other than being in a movie? Maybe Epstein sponsored his films or something. Y'all, he's the same age. He's born in 1990, 89 or 90. They don't even have his full birthday. Kenny Barman. Wow. This is crazy. Why would he be out there? Maybe he was trying to get some help with his books and stuff in this film. Yeah, it does look like him. That definitely looks like him. I'm looking at the images. I just Googled him right quick. That definitely looks like him. He looks so young. He does not look happy. Y'all, you see him, man. Y'all sure that this is Charlie Puth at this restaurant and not the same Ken Barman? Why do they all look alike? Well, he looks alike. He's adorable. They favor a lot when he was young. I can't understand how George just took this photo with this guy all close up on him like this. He didn't even care. Yeah, this is weird. How did you not think that anyone would be asking, like, why are you this close to him? Oh man. That still favors the guy in the photo. Y'all. we gotta look more into this one. Barman, there we go. Yeah. This part here, it does look like if it was Photoshop, which would be unfortunate. The only thing is, and for me to corroborate this being real, I would have to find the same image in the Epstein files. Because that's where the I just snipped this from the video we watched. And he said he got this from the Epstein files. From Fax Me. So I would have to go into the Epstein files and find this same exact image. That's where he said he got it. My whole thing is, why Photoshop this part and not everything else and clear it up if that's what you, for whatever reason, if that's the case, why would George Farmer be there? That's my question. Why would George be there? Why in the hell would he be out here taking a photo with Jeffrey Epstein? Of all people. And who is the guy in the back and the young lady? Because she looks terrified. She looks like she's scared out of her mind. Wow. Y'all, this is tripping me out. They better question is who didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. I know, right? Secret Life was a good show. Epstein New Talent Scouts. Maybe that's what he's out there doing, solidifying, book deal or movie deal. The guy in the middle with the pink shirt has ghoulish eyes. Oh yeah, he's a ghoulish man. Y'all hit that like button. Listen, we've been at this for 6 hours and 27 minutes. I appreciate you all tuning in to our marathon. We got to do another one tomorrow because we got more content and we got to dive into this photo and this connection, possible connection with George Farmer and Jeffrey Epstein. Why would this boy be out here taking this photo out here? And who's the young man in the back? We got to figure it out, y'all. Because now my interest is piqued. Candace. Produce copies, the proof evidence of your 2 degrees. That's at this point. Because this right here is a lot more interesting. Oh man. Oh my good grief. Y'all, this is awesome. You say, yeah, we're gonna go. I'm gonna have to go through the Epstein files and find the same photo. And then I'll be able to at least corroborate it and say it's the same thing, and then do side by side so you all can see the evidence side by side and go from there. Just for my comfort and then find out who this is. This looks like George hair. His hair was a lot higher and a lot more bright in the video with the Bowling Down Club. A lot more blondish. And it was worn a lot more higher when he was younger. That's why I said, like, hairstyles even changed over the last 10 years. And he had a lot more hair on his head. Y'all, we got, oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna email it and no reply. Y'all, we gonna get down to it. This is something else. You beat Lennon on it. Oh, I beat Lennon before, honey. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, you all. This has been something else. Thank you guys so much for your support here. Make sure you hit the like button. Hype these videos up. Thank you all so much for sending over Facts Be my way. This was an awesome video. It was like an hour and 44 minutes, but he did a great job. And we checked out a lot of great content today. So I appreciate you all. I'm going to schedule the live stream for Tuesday with Joshua Carr, special guest. I'm excited, and solidify our collab with Gary at Paramount Tactical. I'm excited about this week. So you guys tune in and look out for those notifications and come back tomorrow. We're going to have to do another little mini marathon and do a few more videos in, because this is something else and it's hard for me to do some stuff during the week. But I appreciate you all so much. And we're going to end it here. Y'all get some good sleep. And I will see you all tomorrow. And until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.